VOD viewers. The chair feels kind of wobbly. Chair feels kind of wobbly. We are doing the replay reviews today, as you can probably guess by the thumbnail if you're a VOD viewer. I don't have one to start us off. Actually, I saw someone left a comment on the YouTube VOD, but they were hoping I would start it later so that they could be here because they're usually working at the start of the stream. So I'll try to respect that. Hopefully we'll try to cover it later if I remember. And otherwise, we'll start with whoever gets here first, I think, and once a match reviewed. And while we're waiting, I'm just making sure I got everything ready. I'm hoping to find, there's no topic for the day, but I think the next quick video I'm going to make is about split pushing. I've already got some good examples. I'm hoping to see... I have examples of people who should be split pushing and potential payoffs, but I don't quite have one of it actually happening yet. So I'm hoping we will see that today. What is up,
An anonymous
everybody?
user gifted a tier 1 sub to Sol Jesse.
Whoa.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Scoring Aldi.
Looking all over. Look at the camera. Thank you, anonymous gifter.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Mozuri.
More anonymous gifts than we even got viewers
An anonymous
yet.
user gifted a tier 1 sub to Tampa Tom 12. An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Rake 0 under.
Aw, OBS. Have you crashed? Hold on, we're reconnecting. OBS disconnected on me. What the heck? Are we dead? Are we dead? Oh, reconnection successful. Are we live? Live again? I don't know why this keeps happening. I have not been able to figure it out. VOD viewers, you are very familiar with this at this point. Start of every stream is me in confusion. Well, I believe we are good to go again. Anonymous gifter, thank you. For the gifted subs, I mean, I would be happy to do a replay, but I suppose then you wouldn't be anonymous anymore, so I don't know. But let me know in some way if you ever want to cash in on that. It'll be in the sky. Well, actually, hold on. Let me check the YouTube chat. Okay. Actually, the multi-chat wasn't showing everything right away. I said we would do the first person who threw one in, and I just had to double check. So Lula Sif was actually first. So we will begin there. Multi-chat tried to scam you, but I am on your side. The side of honesty and accuracy. I had to go check the logs. I think you said you're playing Sven, Guardian. Will I do mine second? I mean, you're free to do yours second, of course, yes.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Shorthing Bro.
Thank you, anonymous gifter. Wait, do we even have someone named Sure Thing Bro here? I've never seen anyone with that. Or is that for the replay analysis? Is this a genius method of communicating? Do replays need to be ranked? No, they can be anything.
G4Do1F gifted a tier 1 sub to Cowbell 123.
Aw, thank you, everybody. We haven't even begun reviewing, and everyone's being so kind. Thank you so much. G4Dulf. Thank you. Gandalf, I appreciate it. Yeah, maybe that's the alternate ID now. I forgot to change this here. All right, well, with everyone being so generous, I guess we should hop into it then. Let's start returning some value. Let's begin with the Sven Carrion Guardian. Replays don't need to be ranked. They can be anything. Heck, they don't even need to be regular Dota. I don't care if we do turbo. I don't do ability draft. I don't think we'd have as much to say on. I would analyze the ability pick, but I don't even play that much. I would just theory craft, and I probably wouldn't spend too much time on it. But otherwise, I don't mind. You know, this is these streams are for the people, here to help how we can. Can't help everyone equally because I'm not as good at some stuff as others, but we will do our best. All right. Sven. What was your question? Was there one in particular? It doesn't look like it. Farm was good. Is that true? Farm was a little rough to start, but looks like it was good later on. All right, maybe that's where we start then. I like Sven as an early pick because you can jungle pretty quickly. This is some classic Herald Guardian draft we got going on here. Ooh, positioning safe. Gonna send an arcade replay. I don't even... Can we? I would try. Can we? Run, Zeus, run. You haven't watched the Zeus support guide yet. What are you doing up there, man? All right, we're gonna watch the lane for a little bit. Let's see what the struggles are with. Whoop. Keep an eye on that range creep. Hold. Okay, couple tips. Stormhammer. So you tried to get that melee creep. I do appreciate you using the spells to try to get creeps. That's the right idea. Let's save it for range creeps, like the one that got denied here. That's a good time to use Stormhammer. And then banner creeps. They're just worth more than melee creeps. So if we're going to spend the same amount of mana, we might as well get the most value we can. And Sven, he is strong, but he is not too smart. So you only have so much mana to work with. So we got to be a little bit selective with what we go for. You will eventually pick Great Cleave, and to be honest, for your rank, this is not going to matter all that much, but technically, as soon as you take Great Cleave, you cannot help but push the lane, and at level 2, with, a minute and a half in, these are our items, I don't feel the greatest about shoving the lane. So what a lot of people will do when they play Sven is actually just hold the skill point, don't put them in Great Cleave, until you want to start pushing the lane and you want to start jungling. So it can look something like just 1 point, float the others. Sometimes they'll take Warcry at level 2 for the defensive and the aggressive stuff, and then they'll just hold like 2 or 3 points, and then when it's time to jungle, boop, 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 just drop them all in. I say it doesn't matter at this rank too much, because honestly, people will push it back really quickly. You kind of see that's exactly what they're doing, right? They are damaging the wave, so it is just, it is all over the place. Okay, I'm not going to worry too much about... Ooh, nice coordinated effort there. I'm not going to worry too much about missed last hits, because I know you will be practicing that. I do kind of want to see it just to get a rough feel. It is something that should always be in the works. I do notice you are floating a good amount of money. For Sven, and for this rank, just follow a cookie cutter build. Go for, like, if you want to do a bracer, you can. I don't mind. If you want to go straight power treads into Mask of Madness, that's pretty good. Just do something, like, straightforward. If you want to get, like, upgrade the wand first, it's not that big of a deal for this. Like, do some research. Pick a basic default build for Sven. I would say power treads, Mask of Madness, Echo Saber, Blink, BKB. Just follow that. No worries. Like, we'll worry about itemization specifics later down the line. For now, it's like practicing the last hits, getting good at that stuff. And with 700 gold, I mean, right, we could have more damage to make last hitting a little easier. You could have your boots to run around a little faster. So there's no real reason to float that amount of money. Maybe you're going for a Morbid Mask really quick. But I wouldn't usually recommend that. The other items will help you get to the Morbid Mask without being kicked out of the lane too quickly. Yeah, for these, just make sure you're close to, like, figure out what the tower is hitting. So let's talk through this a little bit. Figure out what the tower is hitting and try to make sure you are close enough to it. So as you can see, there's like a little bit of a gap. You can actually just stop here and turn around, and that way the creep will walk towards you. It won't damage you because it's not next to you yet. But if you keep running this way, then you also have to run back that same amount of distance, which is why you end up, I believe, missing. Oh, that was the one you got. It was this one. Right, by the time we get over there, we didn't quite make it. Same with this one. He got here, little student. This is where we would use Stormhammer if we had it. For this creep right here, I find if you hit the creeps once, it makes last hitting under tower easier. I don't know the exact math on that, but a lot of times if you hit it once, when other things are hitting and the tower's hitting, it usually something about the math works out to make it a little easier. If you want to do this, pop this. Let's use Warcry. But you also don't need to do this kind of aggression. At the start, we're really just focused on our own CS. So right here, 314, you push the lane. That's not all bad. Take a look, small camp. Next wave's coming in. Do your own pull. If you do your own pull, we'll fix the lane ourselves. We could say Zeus is supposed to do it, sure. I don't know if Zeus is going to do it. And if Zeus doesn't do it, I'm going to have the problems. So if I can do it myself, and in this case, it's going to be a little close, but I think you will make it in time, especially if you were spending your money and had your boots. We will definitely make it in time. Then you can just do your own pull. You can farm this, and then the next wave will come in under tower, and we're farming that as well. All in our own control, nothing to do with our good or bad supports. This kind of aggression, if you're not sure if you can get a kill, you know, it's good to try, and let that be the learning moments of what you can and can't do. I can kind of tell you, that one will be really tough to get, and if it doesn't work, like, these are the worst case scenarios, right? Best case, I kill the sniper. Worst case, I die, and I end up missing a lot of gold. For this bracket, a lot of times you want to focus on your own farm, so that's shoving the lane and then doing your own pull. That'll just be safer, right? In this case, let's say you could get that if Zeus does everything correct. You are really putting a lot of trust in your Zeus to do everything correct, and for now, we're more focused on our own gameplay. Because we didn't spend our money earlier, you're going to lose some when you die as well. Part of the reason why it is good to spend your money, and why you should quick buy some under here. To do that, just like shift click. And if you want to add multiple things, control shift click. That way you can do like wand recipe into power treads, and let me buy more regen, you know, whatever it is. Then you can buy things real quick. Yeah, CS is not bad for the rank, but to increase, we need to be above the rank. It's at least not the problem, but it's not the solution either, if that makes sense. There we go, that one's the right idea. The timing was a little off, but no worries. That will improve over time. Oof, ouch, owie. Oh, look at this extra regen trick. Ooh, yeah, be careful, be careful, be careful, be careful. All right, here. Here, do some aggro. Okay, so you might have been trying and then he went invis on you. If someone else is showing on the minimap, you can use them. So like I see sniper here. You can click to sniper and A-click him. You can also just use the top bar. So A-click sniper, run backwards, and that way these creeps, which are in a little bit of a scary position considering my amount of health, they'll aggro forwards and be a little closer to the tower, if not drag them under the tower to be the safest. That way you won't have to do with these invis axe jump scares. Spooky, spooky. Okay, at this point, yeah, we're gonna spend our money. There we go. Now you're reaching the point where you can start jungling a little better. So if you had been saving your points in Great Cleave, this is where I would dump them. And then the goal here is to start intentionally pushing the wave and doing your own pulls as much as possible. And then once you do have lifesteal, or maybe you had a bunch of regen left over, we could use that, then we like full jungle. So for example, if you just went to this camp and farmed it, you'd lose a lot of health. And we don't have anything to help us with that. So if we farm that camp and then maybe we farm one more camp, that's it. That's all I can do. I'm going to die. So that's why we do the pulls ourselves. Forget Zeus, right? This is a solo game right now. If this is up, right? Okay, run over here, pull it, and that way these creeps tank for me. You can pull this one at 26 seconds, hit it, run it this way. If you pull this one, sometimes you can like give up one creep, aggro this, pull it over, especially if you're a ranged hero. For melee, it's a little hard. For melees, though, if you do start with Quelling Blade, you can cut some of these trees to make your life a little easier. We are just looking to do a lot of these pulls ourselves so that the creeps tank for us and I can still farm that camp to get the money. And then once you do pick up the Morbid Mask, you can do your own... you can jungle without worry. And this is kind of why we want to do that, because the more you try to lane versus these two heroes, maybe you don't even take a bunch of damage, right? Maybe you play it a little safer, but then you're not farming well, right? Because you're like, oh, scared of these two heroes, I gotta be a little careful. That's just gonna slow us down. Whether Zeus is doing anything useful or not, let's not worry about it. Because there are times supports need to do other things, like legit good support. If I was in your game, right, me, a pro player, there are times they're going to leave you alone to go do other things. So we're just going to pretend that's happening. Even if this guy is not being good, we're just going to pretend this is the moment I have to be self-sufficient as part of being a good player. So let me do that. And that is going to look like doing these own pulls yourself so you can keep farming while you're being left alone. God save the Tsar. Thank you so much. I see that donation. Okay, we're going to have we have several to get through. All right, let's keep going. Focus up, guys. Let's lock in here. Now, on your way back, you do have enough health to, let's say you had to run back, do like a small camp on your way back to use up some health, use up some mana, and then go back. But also, if you buy a salve, and I highly recommend in this bracket, buy a safety salve. Just do it every game until you're more comfortable, really understand the matchups a little better, at least for the given rank. A safety salve just goes a long way. For example, in this case, you lose your health, you get to back up, heal up, go into the lane again. This amount of creeps, let's pretend you get them all, the salve pays for itself. You still get a bonus 50 gold after using the salve. So in this bracket, and honestly up to like Crusader, I would say a safety salve is very good. Raindrops, I like the idea. You won't actually need them. I think you're feeling the damage of the axe and the sniper, but okay. Hold on. You're feeling the damage of the axe and the sniper, but raindrops actually won't help you that much with it. I would save the money and go straight for the Morbid Mask. Okay, whenever you're walking home and then about to TP back, make sure you're looking at the map to figure out where all the heroes are. And the important thing to see here, sniper actually is up here. So there's 3 heroes here. The mid hero is probably here. And then the axe is what's missing. But axe on his own is probably not going to kill us. Famous last words, maybe, you know, be a little careful. But if nobody is in the lane, then that's where I want to do this first. I want to run over to the creeps, shove them in, farm all that, and then I want to fall back to this. You see how you're doing this now? Remember earlier when I said, oh, if I have nothing to do, if I'm scared, I better do my own pull. If you farm this one now, how will I do my own pull? Because it's going to be dead. So this is actually going to hurt you in the long run, unless you really know exactly what is happening, which is a lot to ask for right now. So I would be careful about farming this one. If you really get scared and you need to farm, come down here. This is a medium camp. This is a small camp. This is the reason Sven's good right now, is because he can farm these two pretty easily, and these can't be used as pull camps. This one can be. So let's actually see this play out. It might, maybe it will happen or not. This is where if we change the order, see how now you have to lane up here, which if they're gone, it's fine, you can do this. But let's say I'm scared. If we swap the order, we run to the lane, we shove it out, then you could have ran over and done your own pull. But now that option is not available to you because this camp is gone, which means now I have to lane up here, which is more danger for me if I didn't know like where the other heroes were. This case, it ended up okay. God strength for farming, let's go. Okay, if you farm this, it means you can't do your own pull, which can be okay. Yeah, we're just gonna, I mean, at this point, we're just gonna let it go. You're gonna run to the next camp. You can also choose to go here and here, because actually see how this is coming back? Now you're gonna have to like run backwards more. We're moving further. You gotta keep your eye on this. Whenever you're jungling, there's nothing going on really. Make sure you're looking at the mini-map. This camp is about 80 gold. This was 150. That is now dying to the tower. All right, so funny enough, so I see you doing some tricks. Like I saw you backpack the wand earlier, and I see you doing a little bit of tread swapping. Those are good. There's nothing wrong with doing those. As part of improving, there are some things that have like more payoff or not. And I don't mind you trying to do these extra mechanical tricks. But actually, the number one thing for you to work on right now in terms of increasing your own farm is one, some of the defensive aggro, and then two, keeping an eye on the time and the mini-map will get you more farm because you will go to back to the lane when it's safe to do. You will see when enemy heroes aren't there, and you will go to the lane. You will know to do your own pulls because you see the time. That will improve your farm a lot more than doing the tread swapping and the backpacking stuff. It is fine to do those if they don't take up any of your mental capacity. But if you're thinking a lot about those things and that's preventing you from thinking about other things, then it's not worth it. We need to first do the mini-map awareness, the last hit timing, the defensive aggro, all that stuff. That is like a bigger payoff. And then these things are like smaller efficiency things. And from here, on the net worth graph, I did see your net worth shot up from here. I'm guessing you spent a lot of time. Let's just let it play out. Stropex, thank you. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. I'm guessing you just got a lot of time in the jungle, which does seem to be the case. Oh, get on! I couldn't get the last hit to remove Battle Hunger. Zeus had nothing with you dying there. Don't ping him. Don't get too angry about it. That's going to be my final piece of advice. The more time you spend pinging allies, the less time you're thinking about yourself. It is okay to recognize this guy made mistakes that affected me, but that will not help you improve. So just recognize the mistake and think about what you need to do to fix it, because that's what's actually going to help you go up. If you spend any extra time pinging, you're actually hurting yourself right now. Every time you ping this guy, you're not thinking about the game, but two, you're more likely to make this guy stop playing. He will actively try to hurt you soon at this rate. So you are only bringing yourself down. And it's better to just quietly seethe to yourself about how bad this guy is. Not that I recommend that either, but if you keep it to yourself, it will actively help you. Like, this is good, right? You're doing your own warding. That's great. That is good play. 1 second. Let me see. There was one we needed to do. What was the next one? Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We are gonna do... We looked at laning tips there. That was for Guardian Carry. I'll Be in the Sky was first on Twitch, and you had a very similar question. You had a second part, but we're probably going to focus on the first. How can you help your lane? So this is in Legend, and I suspect we're going to look for very similar things. Well, we'll find out. But we'll focus on the lane to see if we can help you get some farm, and then we'll keep moving. Because we actually have like an upfront burst of replays to get to. Yeah, we definitely want more farm than this, ideally, on the Morphling. Beastmaster is a bit annoying, and who's the support? Another sniper, funny enough. So definitely a little bit annoying, but we can get through this. So let's take a look. While things load, guys, I'm dropping everything in my sailing. No XP waste efficiency. Do you make a queue of replays? It's a little bit random. When people donate, I will do those guaranteed. That one creates a queue. For free replays, I just grab them randomly. Okay, Morphling. Jump ahead. Okay, against Beastmaster, you just try to kill the boars, and then you're kind of good. Like, any chance you get to freely hit boars, you do it. The boars give you money, and they hurt his ability to farm. Like, if he loses them, I mean. When there's two, it's a little scary. I don't know what your support's doing right now. He is also not being good, which is a good, you know, following back to that last replay. Hey, that Zeus is being no good. Don't worry, once you climb higher, they're going to be no good here, too. Like, what is Undying doing? He's not in the lane. Really bad for the current rank. And that's just how it goes. People will always make some kind of relative mistake to the rank, and that's why you got to keep focusing on yourself. For you, I don't think I've seen you hit a boar once yet. Well, let's see when that changes. Even without the Undying, you can whack some boar. Like, look at that boar. Just go up and get him. You have, like, free health anyways, and this boar is, like, 3 to 4 auto attacks from death. And then you get, what is it? 30 gold, 35. Oh, wait, wrong one. Where's the boar? Yeah, 30 gold. Actually, 30 gold was accurate. Okay, wow. We killed a boar, but let's be careful about waveforming in. Now, that's waveforming in scaring me. A little bit of last hit practice under tower as well. Truly, this is a bronze Undying for sure. For sure, this is a guy who has not watched ZQuixotix Undying guide. So you see you hit Beastmaster like 2 or 3 times. I would rather you just hit the boar right next to him. The Beastmaster, what money did you get from hitting Beastmaster? Nothing. You know what money I'm going to get from hitting that boar? 30 gold. And what's the XP? 60. Pretty good. Pretty good. Just kill these boars. It's the way to deal with Beastmaster. If you can do it safely, which Morphling can, because you have such high damage, and then they hit you back, and then you're like, free health. You just back up for a little bit. And with the extra money you buy, like maybe you do take extra damage. Just buy extra consumables, you know? It pays for itself if you can kill them easily. And once you get a couple and pick up some items, it becomes easier and easier to kill them. And be careful about waveforming in. It's freaking me out, man. If you die here, it'll be a direct result of the waveform in. Hey, this is because we waveformed in. Again, we can recognize Undying as not being very good, but that was a Morphling mistake right there that got him killed in the end. Wow, you're huge. I didn't know this is the way. I forgot this is the way it worked now, that depending on the strength and agility, he increased in size. I will be harsher on you right? The last guy was Guardian, just fresh out of Herald. So if he missed a lot of last hits under tower, it's like, okay, fair enough. We're in Legend now. We got to step that up. So I definitely recommend you practice that. You can do this in a demo lobby, right? Just drag them under tower. Just keep spawning things, drag them under tower, and just practice it. I'm not gonna lie, I'm gonna miss a lot too, but it is something to work on, right? As a carry player, you're gonna have to do this a lot, especially when it comes to dealing with bad supports. You will have to intentionally drag things under tower to manage bad supports while still getting farm. So it's a very good skill for you to practice and improve on. I don't mean to read too much into like one single sample size, so maybe this is just an off game for you, fair enough. But Morphling is typically pretty good at it because he has such high damage and good attack speed. So I've seen you miss quite a lot, which is, to put it in another perspective, you can kind of tell when a Morphling player is like gonna absolutely pop off. And if I saw a Morphling player miss this many last hits, I'd be like, oh no, you know? Like, this is supposed to be one of your strong points, is laning like this, killing the boars, farming under the tower. And it is what you asked for help on. Unfortunately, there's not much help to do for lasting under tower besides like straight up practice. And like I said, hitting it once under tower somehow helps. Somehow. There's some mystical magic there. Now it's a little scary, right? Just to talk about missed opportunities building up. So we didn't kill the earlier boars. We waveformed getting ourselves killed. Now, due to all of that and the last hits you missed, we are kind of behind, right? So now when he walked up with 2 boars, if we had swapped what had happened earlier, if we were having a stronger start, you were ahead of this Beastmaster right now. When he walks forward with those 2 boars, we could have just stood our ground and killed those 2 boars. And then he's like, oh, what am I doing with myself and my poor boars, my Razorbacks, right? He'll stop doing that. But now that we're behind, we have to run away because you're scared because he's stronger, Sniper's stronger, and we actually risk dying, whereas before there was lower risk. And that means instead of being like, whoop, we're like, right? It's very different now. So that's why the first few last hits, the boars, were very important. And now we're kind of playing from behind, which is not how Morphling laning stage should go. And then this guy definitely screwed up playing Undying, but, you know, you could have had a very weak support. And then if you make the mistakes, like, even if the weak support was doing the correct things, but you messed up on some of this, we'd struggle. Like this, right? It actually saved us, though. Holy shit. Thank you, Tombstone, for being such a good ability. Okay, at this point, we just shove the lane before they're back. Should do your own pull. Okay, Undying's trying to do it. Ruh-roh. So we are in shove lane and jungle mode at this point. Hold on. Did we actually need to go all the way back? No mana. Again, going back to having some extra money, you'd be okay. Because if you have enough mana, you can go all the way to agility and then back up a little bit. What is this? 10 per second? I don't play enough Morphling to know how much you need. I feel like if you switch to intelligence treads, kind of where you're at right now, on intelligence treads, you would have had like 10 more mana to now swap back a little bit of strength. I think you can get enough to do some light jungling on the way back. And then especially if at the start of the game you had a little bit better of a lane, so you bought your casual Sage's Mask, or you had a Clarity or something. Or maybe because you're having a better lane, you're not forced to Magic Wand as soon, so you had more charges. Then you get to stuck around a little longer. What's the next one we gotta do? Oh, anonymous gifter. If they're here, do theirs. I don't know how to get their match ID though. And otherwise, Gandalf has one. Let me find that real quick. Might be another laning question, actually. This is good. Knock out all the laning stuff at the start of the stream. Now it looks like you too like the Sven. Like once you get going, you seem to understand the farming speed and everything. So it really is about cleaning up that early lane. Then it won't take you to like 25, 30 minutes to start being top net worth, right? Like you're going to start ramping up like this ahead of people, which is naturally going to feel a lot better for heroes like Sven and Morphling. All right, this one. Gandalf, did you say who you're playing? Did I miss that? I know you're mid, but I'm not sure which mid you are here. You a sniper mid kind of guy or an invoker mid kind of guy? Oh, I forgot to press my Morphling timestamp. All right, I'll have to readjust that one later. Typed it out and forgot to press enter. Like a buffoon! Herald. Sniper kind of guy. Nice. I typed it up. I felt it. I'm always amazed by low-rank Grandmaster heroes. Hey, no matter what your rank, some people like certain heroes, you know? All right, for Sniper, we definitely need to work on our laning stage. That's kind of one of the strengths of Sniper. Well, granted for the rank, another strength of Sniper is holding high ground as you go to like a 50, 60-minute game. But the ideal method will be to win the lane as Sniper. And that is something you asked for help on, so let's take a look. I did my timestamp, right? Yes, okay. If they stick around, you can use Shrapnel. Otherwise, let's save that for the lane. Oops. Okay. Little bit of body block practice. Easier than ever now with the demo mode on the full map. So do the full map, stand here for the rune, click spawn creep wave, and then walk over here to meet it, body block. Okay, done. It'll be here. I can show you after if we remember. Remove the creeps, respawn them, repeat. In 5 minutes, you can practice this 10 times. For all mid heroes, this is really good to do. And for Sniper, it is also very important to do because you want the lane further back to harass people better. A couple tips. You know, we've barely even begun this. Let me show you. Because this is important. Okay, so go to Sniper, full map, demo hero. Wait for it to load, I guess. All right. Let's go stand here. It doesn't really matter where you stand, right? Teleport. Okay, so nothing's here. You don't really need to worry about getting the timing right because we're just like walking there, right? So we're gonna spawn creeps, and then we're gonna like run back to go meet them. Now my tip for body blocking: press and hold select hero and have the setting so that your camera kind of like locks on. And then we're just gonna like move and press S a lot. And you don't have to press S. You can just keep moving like left and right, and that will work. But I find pressing S can also help. And then, okay, I'm done, you know, back into position, uncheck that box, all the creeps will disappear, and then just do it again. Now, sometimes it bugs out and doesn't spawn the full creep wave. If that happens, instead of using this one, you can come up here and spawn a creep wave manually. And you can still toggle this to remove them. Same deal. Select hero, hold it so the camera's locked, and then close mouse movements like this will be a little easier. I want them to meet like right there. That is ideal. Now, in a real game, the enemy's probably doing a little body blocking as well. So, you know, it won't be as easy to meet here perfectly, but the important thing is practicing the body block and not letting too many creeps slip through. I know I'm judging a lot based on one. You're like, Zach, I usually get it all the other games. This is just like the one time I messed up. But it is important to do because if you do mess it up, like that's going to hurt your laning stage a bit, right? And that'll be more important as you go higher and higher. All right, back in. Especially for Sniper. Sniper likes to be on his high ground and ho ho ha ha. Right now, Invoker's going to be on his high ground. I don't know what his equivalent of ho ho ha ha is. And now he's here. Actually, I don't hate this. Because we're in a bad position, you could maybe use Shrapnel to shove things out. Let's talk about your positioning on Shrapnel, though. So I'm always going to damage the creeps wherever I put it, right? The creeps aren't really going to dodge out. So the question is, where does Invoker stand when this happens? Now notice you have a lot of shrapnel out here and nothing's really happening here, so it's kind of wasted. Where can Invoker stand? He can stand up to here, which is pretty close to the creeps. And if he was a different hero, like a melee hero, he could walk in, tank a second of shrapnel, go for a last hit deny, step out. In fact, from here, he can draw creep aggro and then try to pull them out of shrapnel without even taking any damage himself. So you might as well put the shrapnel further in. Shrapnel has a very long cast range, so you have a lot of freedom on this, right? Put it further in so that it zones him further, so that he's actually required to stay. He's doing it out of the goodness of his heart. He's like, oh, Sniper meant to place it further. I'll stand back here as if he had done it correctly, right? He's doing it out of the goodness of his heart, but you actually want to make him do it by putting shrapnel further in. And if you don't actually want to shove the lane, then hit as few creeps as possible as well. You don't have to hit all of them. If you are trying to hit all of them, that's fine. Make sure they don't go below 50, though, in the shrapnel. Right here, this is danger zone. So you want to try, for Sniper, your starting damage not amazing. You want to try to line up the last hit with a shrapnel damage proc, because then it'll just be a little easier. Otherwise, you might get pushed back like this, and you see how now you have to go for every last hit all at once, and we ended up missing some? Let's come back to when you use shrapnel. So if you weaken some a little first, and you put a clear order, right now, these two creeps are equal, so they're both going to get low at the same time, and you're going to miss one of them. Or shrapnel will save your ass and somehow get both of them, but it's iffy, right? So you need to start lowering them so that there's a tier. So it'll be this creep first, then it'll be this creep, then it'll be this creep, and then it'll be this creep. So this one's clearly first. So let's make this one second, for example. So then start hitting this a couple times. And that way this creep will die first, I can last hit it. And then I can focus on this one, and I can last hit it. Then I can focus on the next one and last hit it. But actually, this one's gonna get low in the middle of it, so actually you need to make this one second, and then this one third. And that's the danger of using shrapnel like this. When the range creep is this far, you actually have to come stand on the high ground, which is part of why you need to make sure you zone him further away with shrapnel to make it safer for you. Because what if he actually like stood over here and then he can like stand right here as you're moving up to here? That's going to be a problem for you. You're going to take a lot of damage as you come stand up here to try to get this range creep. He's pretty nice to you though. He just lets that one die. Okay, properly reset. It is kind of good to go for these kind of denies. If you want to try, I don't really mind. You see how you got like too close though? Stay a little further back, stay over here. And the reason being is that once this is done, let's turn around and body block our creeps. You don't have to body block on just the first wave. You can body block on the others as well. I still want the equilibrium to meet here. Because we actually step up a little too far by the time we walk back, right? We do a little, and so we're like in the middle and then half a step this way. So you can either give up that deny for long-term equilibrium, or if you just position a little better, you could have done a little bit better body blocking, and then we are from here to like here, and every little bit helps a lot in the mid lane. Too many things dying all at once here, right? So you accidentally drag this a little too far back. You can fix this. Just do it again, but actually walk forward, right? Attack Invoker, step forward a little bit. That'll keep these out of your tower. And they're focusing your range creep. 2 of them are on the range creep. 1 is on their range creep. So you will get a chance to deny yours first and then go for this one. Instead, you see, like, again, there's like so many things dying at once, I can't get everything. This is why, like, when the lane gets really messy, it's hard. Sniper has a really good attack animation. The damage itself is pretty weak at level 1, level 2. 40% headshot, practically 50%, which means every other shot will headshot. So when you hit a creep and you don't headshot, the next one's a headshot. Is math, is how that works. You can play this way. I know it's not actually the case, but mentally you have a very high chance. If the first shot does not headshot, the next one is very likely, and the third one practically guaranteed. So what that means is when you hit one creep and you don't headshot, the next one you can plan, you can expect the headshot to happen. So you can secure a creep sooner, or use that attack to hit Invoker, because that one is like double value. Okay, not quite yet, because only 20 damage at level 1. But as this levels up, right, the headshot's going to be more damage. So you hit a creep, you get the last hit, no headshot. Next time, hit Invoker, headshot. Okay, hit the creep, no headshot. The next one, hit Invoker, headshot. The next one's a headshot on enemies. Right? And while you're all waiting, this is where you either hit your own creeps to make them die sooner. In the same way I told you, you don't want all your creeps to die at the same time, or sorry, the enemy creeps to die at the same time, because you'll miss stuff. You can do the same thing to Invoker, who also doesn't really have AoE wave clear at the start. So you make sure all the creeps die at the same time, and then you'll get some denies. Or if you think you can just beat him 1 for 1, then do that. But otherwise, right now, you have the time to waddle up, headshot him, and then back up. I'm waiting for the headshot. Oh, I went too fast. Pretty sure the next one's a headshot. Where's our headshot? The next one has to be a headshot. Ah, but we hit a creep. See, once again, your shrapnel. A lot of wasted space. Push it further back. Zone him away. Okay, genuinely, I believe headshot is pseudo-random chance. So the first one is a lot less than 40%, and then the odds bump up. Jokes aside, I'm pretty sure that's how headshot works. So the first 1 into 2, I don't know the exact odds, but if the first 2 don't hit, the third is very likely to hit. The point being is, like, whether the math, like, without even knowing the pseudo-random, the more headshots that don't hit, the more likely the next ones are to hit. And once a headshot hits, the next attack is less likely to hit. So when it comes to casually poking Invoker, improving your odds that the headshot's going to happen will make your harass more worth it. Yeah, change the way you're shrapneling. Okay. So first, you kind of auto-tack this one down to death, and then you shrapnel. So by the time shrapnel activates, we can't really line up the timing. Because if you're trying to use shrapnel to help you get last hits, you're trying to time the pulses of shrapnel with your auto attack. And if you attack and then shrapnel, especially when it's at this health, it's really hard to do that. So you should do it a little sooner if that's what you're going for. But if you're just trying to zone the enemy, you don't even have to hit these melee creeps. You can put the shrapnel like only on the range creep in the back, like here, target it here. So it zones this whole area. And then Invoker just can't get close for the deny without tanking damage, which if he does, then that's fine. And then it's just up to you to practice the timing on the last hit on this creep. You actually did get it. So I look a little silly now. Should have lost that range creep. Invoker should have been better about that range creep. I have noticed that. You haven't put as much attention on the range creeps every time you're shrapneling. But they're actually the ones you should pay attention to the most. They are the reason you should be shrapneling more than anything else. Invoker is a pretty long-ranged hero. So, like, see, the shrapnel is only helping you secure one creep, so this is a good time to just save the shrapnel. Especially because you're starting to run out of mana. If you're shrapneling to secure a large wave or the full creep wave, then that's fine. This was like 2 creeps that were not even getting damage on Invoker, which is something I want to highlight here. Invoker is a ranged hero, so I know it is harder to hit him than a melee hero. But no matter what, you want to look to harass people as sniper, because this is ultimately your attack range now that you have a point in take aim. And then this, come back, Invoker. This is Invokers. You outrange him, so you should be able to get some free auto attacks in. And that's kind of key to sniper gameplay, is you need to be bullying enemies as well as getting last hits. Your last hits are pretty good right now, but that Invoker is pretty full health. He does not seem very bothered, right? So we are partially on track. The last hits are pretty good for the rank, but we are not hitting Invoker very much. And that's what we need to balance. Like here, you just killed that creep. This shrapnel's better. This shrapnel's better, but again, a lot of wasted space back here. And you could have pushed it further back to damage Invoker more and push him further away. Now, do we go jungle or do we go harass with this? Let's see. Whack, whack. Okay, but see this shrapnel? What's the point of this shrapnel? You're just likely to lose creeps. As they run through the shrapnel, you can't actually last it here. And he's not under there. So what is this shrapnel doing? Nothing, really. It is the catapult wave, so we can say, oh, I want to kill it sooner. That's why I'm shrapneling, so let's do it now, right? Now I can actually stand here and attack these creeps a lot safer. When I shrapnel over here, I can't stand and keep the creeps under there, so that's too scary. And now Invoker's just fighting you, even though shrapnel's going behind him, because it's in the wrong spot. Does the wiki also show the distribution table of the RNG chance? I forget the exact math on it. Also, for sniper, if you can't kill certain heroes, save your shrapnels for jungling then. The loss of the facet brought this back to just like regular shrapnel all the time. And regular shrapnel does a lot of damage to stacked camps. Or camps you can stack. So you can go over, stack the camp shrapnel, farm 2 at a time. But if you keep using them on creep waves, you can't do it. The creeps will help you kill the creeps. Nothing will help you kill the jungle. So if you're at the point where you're just trying to ramp up your own farm, then just auto attack a lot and then use that time save to come. For example, you'd be here right now. You would try to stack both, but if you're only stacking one, let's stack this one, drag it back, and then as they're running back, you shrapnel like right here, and then you're farming 2 camps at once with that shrapnel in one trip, 1 shrapnel, double value. That's what you want for Sniper to increase your farm speed. You can also do it over here. Like, Sniper actually can do Ancients, though you definitely want, like, level 4 Shrapnel first, and possibly a Maelstrom if you're doing that. If you're not, and you're just using, like, Dragonlance with the level 4 Shrapnel, that will also work. It'll just be a little slower, but that's fine. Sure, pretty successful. Don't waste too much time doing this. All right. I'm not sure how much I want to emphasize this. Part of the reason you're rotating... Well, I guess I'll leave it up to you. Why did I rotate? Okay, I got kills, right? Sure. Now let's think about further than that. Let's think about the gold we are all going to get, right? This goes back to the gold movie, thinking about how are we building up a gold lead versus the opponents? How are we farming efficiently on the map? So we rotate over, we kill these heroes. I leave this area. So someone's got to get back to this area quickly. Me, right? Probably. I'm the mid laner. I got to get back there quickly. We, like, help farm this stuff. But if I, the mid laner, am getting this gold, the carry is not getting this gold, which means for this double kill, which now is like, I helped my safe lane. They now have all the space to farm, the farm that I am taking. Well, good luck, guys. You know, like, what actual farm is Queen of Pain getting for this double kill? Nothing. You're getting money, but now you're actually going to lose money as Invoker pushed this into the tower, which he should do quicker. So at a high level, you might see the carry swap, TP, a support go over, something like that. But for Sniper and for pub games, like, if you just spend this time running back, you got the gold for the assists, the kills and the assists, and then you're going to come back into the mid lane. And along the way, you can jungle any of this stuff, right? You're going to pass farm on your way to the mid lane, and you can jungle that. This is the only farm near the carry. They don't want to be going over here the way you're going back to the mid lane, right? So this is the only farm they can have, and you chose to take this. And now you're going to walk back and you'll be like, oh, I can't farm this stuff. I'm not going to make it to my tower in time. And Queen of Pain would have never gotten this stuff. So this is the kind of farming that actually slows your team down. You will look farmed. You'll be like, oh, I have so much money. Where's my carry's money? I took the money from my carry's pocket and put it in my own instead of taking it from the enemies or taking it from somewhere the carry was not going to get to. Now this is better, right? She would never have farmed this stuff. I'm a little suspicious of where Invoker is. This is actually a good time. Okay, hold on. Well, actually, he, like, jumped you at this moment. But, let's pretend we weren't suspicious. All the times you shrapneled, this would have been the time to do it. This would have been the time to shrapnel, because it's a catapult wave, and Invoker's currently missing after a power rune. So there's a couple options. Invoker is rotating to kill someone with the power rune. Invoker is jungling with the power rune. Invoker is waiting to kill me with the power rune. This is a catapult wave that will do extra damage on the tower if it is not addressed. So, these are the reasons that we would really want to push the wave quickly, and then if Invoker is rotating or jungling, he's required to come back, or he loses tower damage. If Invoker's waiting to kill me, I'm clearing this up and then getting back to safety, so he can't kill me, or he has to, like, do it sooner rather than wait for me to get into a worse spot or something like that. This is the time you would want to shove it, especially because it would keep your creep wave alive the most. This is the video that just came out the other day. What did I title it? Something stupid. Creeps take tower or something, you know? The more your creeps are alive at this moment, the more tower damage you're going to get. And because if you did that, there may have been enough creeps to tank longer for this creep wave to then get up. And if you wanted to shrapnel again, this would be the creep wave to shrapnel the second time to, again, try to keep this catapult alive and get these creeps in front to tank for it, because it'll do a lot of the tower damage. Turns out Invoker was waiting invis to get us, though. I'm glad you liked that thumbnail. It was very half-assed in a way. I had ideas for it, but I did not have the editing skills to do. In the future, when we hire a thumbnail editor, they'll improve. You know, like this shrapnel. This is such like a strange shrapnel to me, compared to like some of those other value ones. We'll have better thumbnails. For now, to save myself time, I'm gonna do more of these thumbnails where I just take up half the space with some stupid face. I don't really like those kind of thumbnails, but they are algorithm friendly, and they're faster for me. So we got the return kill. Gonna apply for it to be your thumbnail artist, and my resume is gonna be a picture of my thumbnail. I'll put that in consideration. I'll think about that one. Wraith King's coming over. All right. I don't know why that happened. Sometimes it just does. Like, you pinged it, they saw it, maybe they came over. If you called for that rotation, I would actually recommend not doing that. You are working on this Maelstrom. You're perfectly fine. As long as your tower is surviving, you're fine. So, like, if the creeps are further up, you don't have to push it. You can just jungle in that time towards your item. And then if they decide like, oh, sniper's not here, I need to kill somebody, and then they rotate, that's where you go shove the lane and take it. Otherwise, you're just holding your own and farming. This is like how sniper is. Sniper's not a rotating mid hero, really. You will TP to rotate, but you will rarely like walk to do your own. And otherwise, you're like focused on farming. If you are calling your team to try to like jump that invoker, there's a couple of problems. He was further out. I'll show you again. We'll go back. Right? This is not an easy to kill position. He has a shield rune, and then two, he's like not really that committed. He can easily get away in any number of directions. Okay, we'll jump him. No blink dagger on Wraith King, right? He's going Radiance. So Wraith King is not ready to initiate. I am not an initiator. My supports are not initiators. So we're all going to come in, and we're not going to be able to kill him easily. So we're going to have to just walk at the tower. That can be okay, but also it goes back to like, are we so strong we need to do that? Oh, I don't have my Maelstrom yet. Oh, this guy doesn't have his, like, he's going for Radiance, and he's like nowhere near it. He doesn't even have, he's going Talisman first into the Relic, right? Like, we're not that strong. Why are we forcing this into a team that has like pretty good high ground defense? So in this situation, it's just totally okay to AFK farm. It's not even AFK, really. It's just farming. What's your thoughts on Specialist Array versus Maelstrom? I want Specialist Array to be good, but for what it does, I'm just not sure who will actually do it. Like, Maelstrom is better farming speed overall and has an upgrade that is like, it has pseudo true strike, it is even more farming speed, the active can split push, it can do a lot. The Specialist Array is worse farming speed. And then the upgrade is so strange. The Hydra's Breath, I want it to be good, but I'm struggling to figure out like who would do it and when it would be good, because you're taking 2 early game items and building a very late game item that does percent HP. So you can't even upgrade them together very quickly. You have to wait till later, which could be okay, but the alternative is Hurricane's Pike, which is a lot of mobility, like Hurricane's Pike and Mjolnir, Hurricane Pike Maelstrom, like whatever combination, which have much more like clear purposes and uses sooner. I'm just not sure. It's just very strange, I guess. Separate thought, we did end up taking that tower, funny enough, even though I said that rotation was not really worth it. That kind of stuff can work. I don't know how much there is to say about it. It's like one of those things in pub games where it's like sometimes that will work, sometimes that will not work. My recommendation would be to not do it though, still. Darn, just a little too far. Okay, my final thoughts for you. Final thoughts for you before we move on. Your last hitting is pretty good for the bracket. Try to harass the enemy hero a little more. Try to put a little more thought into how you're using shrapnel. The placement in the lane to zone the enemy, and also when you are doing it. Does it make sense to push quick right now? Why am I securing this creep wave over others? Because every shrapnel you use in the creep wave is not a shrapnel in the jungle when you time it well and you can stack and farm 2 camps at once. So it's like a trade-off. So what am I getting out of this shrapnel instead of doing this one? I think with more refinement, you will have a stronger start. And the reality of playing sniper in pubs is that it's okay to farm. Like, you know, I did a Zeus support guide. There are times it is okay to be greedy, is not strictly griefing. Sniper does have issues in pubs, but he also has a lot of strengths. So I feel like if you want to be a sniper player, you have to lean into those strengths, which is I win the lane, and rather than try to force anything too soon, like if it doesn't make sense, then I will just farm. If it does make sense, and my team has ability to catch, and has like auras or whatever, I can go stand behind them and take early tier 1 towers. That's okay. But if we don't, it's okay to finish up a couple more items on sniper, because you kind of ramp up pretty quickly, and then you can do the play at that point. I think the thing with Hydra's Breath, the other thing with Hydra's Breath, it doesn't make any sense for the type of hero that would build it. On paper, it is percent HP to kill tanks. So that's like, okay, cool. The issue is it is a dot effect that does not stack. So this is an agility item, right, for building Dragon Lance and Specialist Array, right? It's an agility hero that does not want Maelstrom and is not an illusion hero, so they need something for farming speed. But that still means they want to like attack faster. So they build attack speed, they build attack damage, they build critical strike, and then the Hydra's Breath upgrade does not use any of that because it's a damage over time effect. And when you attack 10 times in 3 seconds, you apply 1 instance of Hydra's Breath that you refresh a couple times. But you compare that to Daedalus, you have 10 chances to critical strike. You buy raw damage, you apply that raw damage every 10 times you attack. This applies the first time you attack, and then you refresh on the ensuing attacks, but they don't like stack up in value. I think of Hydra's Breath, you reduce the damage it does, but allow it to stack per auto attack. then this item starts to make more sense for the type of hero who builds it. I think that's one of the ways you can balance this. I think you can maybe also change it from max percent HP to missing percent bonus damage. Though that's a little bit of a different item. But I think that's another way this item makes sense to, like, I build the early game Dragonlance, I build the early game Specialist Array, and because I'm early game focused, I'm doing damage, and then this helps ramp up even more in that damage. Where it is like too many different places, and it's strange to me. You do that, and I'm building it on Meepo. Oh no, we've broken Meepo again. Oh shit. Ah, damn, you're right. Isn't it absurd that Meepo can be... Why is Meepo one of the biggest builders of Dragonlance? How can this be? How can we not find better balance on that hero and this item? Why have we gone through multiple phases where Meepo is the Dragonlance builder? Part of me doesn't mind. I kind of think it's cool when heroes can do that, but it's also very strange. It's also very, very strange. Why is that a thing, you know? All right. Looks like we had another carry one. We're really wrapping up. Not wrapping up. We're trying to type multiple things. Multiple trains of thought at once. So typing stuff and thinking and everything. Racking up. There we go. Racking up the carry replays to start the day here. Okay, let's do this one, and then I'm gonna have to go get more water. Next time I'll submit support. Nah, I mean, submit whatever you want. I don't mind. It's just funny when I see, like, because it's open to anything, you know, any rank, any role, anything like that. And it's just kind of funny to me when there's a series of, like, carry, 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 mid, 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 support, support, support. Okay, your question is, feel free to review anything. Interested in my farming patterns. I know I didn't do the, like, double camps enough around respawn times, I'm guessing. Felt you had a free lane, 18-minute Manta. Okay, what does a free lane look like to you? About 4K. It is top for your bracket. This is relatively good for Guardian.
You're a beautiful person.
4K, we want to be higher than 4K ideally. As you go higher up in MMR, it will be doable. I'm guessing some of it is just missed last hits, which is very understandable at Guardian. So that'll be something to work on. I won't focus on it too much, but I'll just pitch that out. That a free lane here, you are at top, so relative to the bracket, it's good, but we'd like it to be even higher if possible. Okay, I like that you came back to farm that. Let's pop this up so we can kind of keep track of it. Ooh, look at you getting the Lotus. Oh, okay, getting the Lotus. Very nice. One you can try to do here yourself. Because we're kind of zooming through, but it has felt like, okay, we're kind of bullying this guy relatively free. You pulled and farmed this one as a duo, right? So this one's not available. I see this one's available, though. The timing to pull it here is like literally right now. You have to attack this and pull it this way. If the support's doing it, then that's fine. if I want to do it as my own, for myself as a carry, but I still have creeps here, what you can do is position on the left, be clearing out these creeps, try to get the range creep ahead of time, because if we're going to miss one creep, I'd rather miss a melee than the ranged, and then turn around, hit this, drag it in, and you can attempt your own pull. If not on this wave, then on here. And the timing for this is about 30 seconds to drag it here to catch this wave. And you kind of see it's like, oh, it's maybe doable. If we're nuking out this creep wave, I might be able to do that. But also, if we don't kill this creep wave, then the timing is later. It's not at 30 seconds or the minute mark. It's just whenever this creep wave is dead, this camp needs to be here. Which is why when you get down to the last creep, like let's say there's one melee creep left, you leave, you hit this, you drag it in, and as you're walking in, you're killing that final melee creep so that I have made this the timing. My creeps are looking for something to do, and here's the camp. Whether that's 30 seconds, 35, whatever it is. You know, it's a pull you can look to do yourself if you feel the lane has been going very free and you're looking to speed your farm up even more. Anyone can do it. The supports can do it, the core can do it, but as part of our own gameplay, I will list it as something for you to do. Now you see how this guy's doing the pull? You can, your full resources, right? Feel free to just farm this a little bit. Are you going to kill this full big creep? No. But this little creep, you can probably do. As you kite back and forth, you'll take a very small amount of damage, and you might get 20 more gold. Whatever, you know, whatever tiny creep it is you end up farming. And all you're doing is just waiting for this anyways, right? So you have time to hit this a couple times and then come over here. And it'll just be that much more gold for you. Yippee! Time. Minimap. Got a Tidehunter kill, pushing the wave in, sounds good. So now back to my own farm. How do I accelerate? Now that Tidehunter is dead and cannot stop me, and the support is going to be busy with this creep wave, I can do anything. Can't really jungle all that well because I'm not that rich. But in terms of the pull camps we've been talking about, I've done a lot of small pulls. What about that hard pull? If not a hard pull this way, how about after the small pull, you connect this in and you continue farming this way, right? I think this is a good time to start doing it. It really does. I see what you mean about feeling like this is a free lane, right? I do think you're doing quite well here. I feel like you can get away with this stuff. So let's see. You deny the range creep. Usually not bad. He's dead, you know? Denying it to the support is still nice, but it's not that important if we're going to miss any of this, which we haven't yet. You know, chipping the tower a little bit, but not really necessary. And now you're getting pulled back. Look how much damage I just took for that. But I'd rather just be jungling. Even if it was me kiting this hard camp, I would have taken less damage than you just did. That's the kind of thing that I try to warn you guys against. Like, is this your timing on Medusa? 5 minutes, I'm winning the lane, let me take this tower. I don't give a shit about that. I want my manta. I want that butterfly. I want whatever, you know, whatever you're deciding to buy. So don't feel like you need to chase up this far. This is what I meant in the Gold movie and the recent Creep Taking Tower movie. It's like you pushed up with a small amount of creeps. Actually, it wasn't that small, but it just like wasn't the right time. Like you don't have enough. The next hero is respawning. There's a hero defending. It's just not the time to go for that tower. And you will help yourself more by jungling. Even if it's very suboptimal jungling, it is worth your time more than we burned like half our mana on that, right? Used our resources to make sure we lived. That's no good. I would have only taken like 100 mana at most doing some jungling. Same deal here. Am I supposed to push with this? In a vacuum, this is a good amount of creeps with a catapult wave. I would not mind seeing you push potentially in this situation. As a Medusa, do I really care about taking an early tier 1 or my own farm? I care more about my own farm. Now, is this also likely to damage the tower? There is a Tidehunter and a Rubik. 2 heroes with pretty good AoE clear. He's pretty tanky. Even though we're beating him, he's still, you know, he's not the easiest hero to dive and kill. Rubik has lift. He has damage reduction. Not the easiest. So if I just went to farm, I'd be okay. Your Queen of Pain has rotated in. So maybe we're now committed, and if we get these kills, it'll be great. This is a good time to get kills and turn this into a tower. If it doesn't work, though, I'm going to wish we had farmed. All right. We did kill her. And here's the next creep wave. That Rubik is distracting. Even though he's got very little health, right? He's distracting. So how much tower damage are we getting? And now, where am I? I'm behind enemy lines. I might be dying here. I am dead. Now, as a team, not bad. Queen of Pain got a lot out of this. Mid tower did end up taking a good chunk. In my selfish mind, though, as a Medusa, how much did that help you, though? Not all that much compared to much safer farming. And the thing is, at a high-level gameplay, it's like, well, that's why Queen of Pain would have come here, right? To mess with the enemy carry. And the offlaner, although Necker's also a greedy offlaner, but like an offlaner would have felt a lot less pressure and a lot less risk to like do this kind of stuff than the Medusa is like diving back here. And this was like a pretty good case scenario, right? We ended up getting multiple kills as a team. That could have backfired. No kills, Queen dies. What's the Rotten Tomatoes score on that movie? I mean, it's got to be a perfect score, right? Excellent movie. I have a bad habit of doing 0 value denies for my guild quests. That's funny. You could probably have farmed both those camps at once, especially as you get to the end. You even have the Quelling Blade. So cut some of these trees and then stand somewhere like here, and then you're hitting 2 camps at once. All these auto attacks, 5 auto attacks you did on this creep, 5 split shots over here. You're pretty much done with this camp soon. Then you can clear this creep next, and then come down here. And then it will respawn, and then you can farm it again, push this wave, this stuff is back. I know in earlier replays we talked about not farming this camp to have the choice to pull, but this is a little bit of a different situation. This is Medusa winning, and in like free farm, jungle ready mode. The other one was a Sven kind of struggling, not having the greatest time, didn't have the tools to jungle quite yet. That's why he needed that camp available to pull. This is Medusa, who is now, how do I get my Manta as fast as possible? How do I farm as many creeps as fast as possible? And that's why you can kind of clear this up, shove the lane, jungle. Since we did make this play, it'd be nice of them to commit with this catapult to take this tower now. This one I don't mind if you try. Since we did try earlier, we might as well connect and finish the job, because this moment looked good. Dead hero, big wave. I think you just walked past those camps, though, didn't you? Okay, I think you're more scared than necessary. If you have some map awareness here, 2 heroes, 1 hero, 2 heroes. So there's actually 0 risk to you right now. And you can just jungle this stuff, especially once you swap these in and start claritying. Cut these trees, farm multiple camps at once, kite it this way, kite it this way, kite in between. You can farm both these camps. It's 11:13, so now I won't need to be here till 12 minutes. So now I can farm these and then go this way, or I can farm these and then go down here if I think this wave is shoving back in soon. Little pro tip, catapults will always delay because they take a long time for creeps to kill, and heroes. Even heroes take a long time to kill catapults at the start of the game, right? So without this catapult, we might say, oh, I don't have enough time. Like, I want to do this and do this, so I'm close to here. Because this was a catapult moving in, you will have enough time to make your way here and then keep track of, like, what they're doing. Are they hitting the catapult? Are they waiting? Whatever. Instead, we just kind of, like, walk through here, and then we start jungling down here. And then I walk back up again. They did end up pushing this faster than I thought, I will admit. Ah, there we go. Now we're doing the split. Ah, well. You did it and then you stopped. That was right. You had it. You should pull those together and finish that. I'm not sure what happened there. Ooh. Ah. You had the right idea. You tried to stack there. You would stack and then come do this. Because you did the small pull, this was bound to happen. If you're doing these pulls, you should be aware of that. But again, I don't think you need to do pulls anymore. Doing the pulls yourself are for losing. At this point, you're now shoving the lane and then jungling. And just let it come back whenever it comes back. Don't try to make it come back faster. The more you do that, the more pressure you will face from the enemy team. I don't know how to explain this completely on the fly, but essentially, if you want to be farming, you want to be free farm mode, we want you to be left alone. The more often creeps and heroes are going to be here because you keep doing the pull to bring it back, the more you are at risk, the more your team will see you're at risk, and the more they will come over as well. And the more they come over as well, the more the enemy team is going to come over as well. So it's actually to your benefit when you can jungle really fast for you to shove the lane and not bring it immediately back with a pull like this and just jungle, because they will just forget you. They will, out of sight, out of mind. Medusa? Who is this Medusa hero you speak of? There is no Medusa. I haven't seen a Medusa. There can't be a Medusa, right? And your team is the one saying this. And the opponent team is like, oh, I guess there is no Medusa. Yeah, we haven't seen one either, right? Because you're just over here and you're never in any trouble. And so that's what's going to allow you to farm a lot. And whenever this does make it over, you push it out. And then you go back to jungling. The more you do these pulls, the more likely you're going to get caught up in these fights that you don't want to be in right now. Because we just want you to get the Manta. I guess that's okay. I think you're just losing that small camp farm to your creeps, though. I think you could have just cleared the wave and then farmed that small camp yourself. Okay, I would like to note, you are coming back here because there's farm and it's not that far from your tower, and that's generally okay. But do you need to come back here? No. Because actually, based on your small pull, there are more creeps for you here than the enemy team. Now, I probably would do this because it's a catapult wave, so that's like extra danger. If it wasn't a catapult wave, though, you actually don't need to do this at all. If you felt there was any amount of risk to you on the Medusa, or that you could farm a lot faster in the jungle by not showing up here, then you don't have to come here because you have more creeps than the enemy does. And that's by nature of this small pull. There does seem to be a big fight mid, though, so seems pretty safe to do what you're doing. Little bonus tip to help you get more farm. You're snaking first, which does 240 base damage, and then you're trying to last hit with 100 damage on split shot, which is always messy, especially when you have this many creeps here. So change that order. See how now you have to last hit 3 different creeps and you might miss them? This would have secured all of them. So you walk up, you auto attack 3 times, and then you Mystic Snake. Pretty guaranteed to get these. Anyone who has an AoE nuke, you should chip the creeps down and then nuke. And you'll typically get more CS that way. Same deal. Drag it a little further down. Farm 2 camps at once. Notice because you keep doing this small camp, it keeps coming up. Because you keep doing this small camp pull, you have yet to leave this area. You've always been locked in here. But you are at the point, there is, okay, it is very important to shove the lane. Do not get me wrong on this. And when farming, you should push in, like, the lane should be a good amount of your farm. But there is actually more jungle farm than there are lane creeps. You are restricting your ability to get to all the jungle farm because you keep pulling the lane back with these small pulls. That's part of why you're not accelerating as fast as you can. Because Medusa, you've bought the right items to do this, actually, funny enough. You bought the casual windlace to move faster in the jungle, but you cannot move through the jungle because you keep having to come back to the lane because you keep doing these small pulls. If you don't, you will have more time. You will lose a couple creeps, right? For not doing these small pulls, it'll take longer to build up. You'll lose some creep waves, but you will farm 100, 80, 100, right? There's a lot of money here. So if you miss a couple creeps, it's not a big deal. And then just make it back to shove out again once it gets to you. This is good, though. Manta, send him forward. That's really good. The small camp pull, because I might have told you to do the small camp pull in a separate replay, so I had more detail to it. The small camp pull is really good at the start of the game when you can't jungle very efficiently. And it's really good in losing matchups. In this kind of free lane, you don't need to do. And then we'll stop hashing on it after that. Really good. I think I told you about the Manta thing. If not, the good work. Look at them pushing for you. And that's why the whole reason to push for me, part of it, one, I mean, it's more farm and damage, but two, to give me more time to do other things. And then I cut that short. Another small pull there. This is actually just 60 gold for you, though, right? Like, this is supposed to be my 60 gold, and these creeps are supposed to go in the lane to delay longer for me to get the extra gold, like, over here. Oh, nice. Direct. I mean, you killed TA. It was absolutely worth it. But I will note, TA showed, Veno showed. Oh, there's a lot of heroes down there. Now Dazzle's here. Now Viper's here, right? This is what I mean. At some point, as soon as a couple heroes show up, the rest want to show up as well. Now Queen of Pain is on her way. And I want you to go this way. And now there's a Queen of Pain here. At least Necro is like rocking shit up here. One more thought. Also, keep in mind where you've gone, because that was a lot of wasted time, I think. If you go this way, you could have done this and then push this out without the TP. The way, when you do a lot of pulls post-laning stage, that play style, reducing your own farm and reducing enemy farm. That's more of an off-lane play style, or when you are the earlier timing team, that it's not so early it's time to go win the game. Like, we still need some farm, but I also can't let you get out of control, so we slow everything down, but I am still farming better. That's the way you're playing. But Medusa is the type of hero who's like, I am the late game queen, right? Like, if we all farm, I win. That's her type of hyper carry. So you don't want to slow down your own farm in most situations to slow down their farm. You want to give them farm to speed up your farm even more. And that typically works for Medusa. Offlaners play this way. Offlaners do these kind of pulls. Like, after taking this tower and shove, they do these pulls. It does help them farm in a way as well, but it reduces the enemy carry's farm. But it puts more attention on the offlaner. But that's fine, it's the offlaner. You're doing it as the hyper carry. Otherwise, farming pretty good. I've been mostly critical just to, like, you know, give things to improve on. Otherwise, the last inning pretty solid. General farming is good. And that's why you are, like, you know, here. I'm just trying to boost you a little further. Get close to this Necrophos. He was going out of control this game. Are we caught up on replays? I think this was the last guaranteed one we needed to do for now. I believe so. All right. In that case, let's collect some match IDs from you guys. I don't have a particular topic in mind, but if you guys have a moment where you successfully split pushed, you drew someone back, and you either killed that person or your team was able to take a fight somewhere else. Upcoming video, I would like to do a video on split pushing. I have examples of cases where people should have split pushed. I don't quite have an example yet of it succeeding yet, like doing it and then getting the payoff. So if anyone has an example of that, I would love that. But otherwise, feel free to submit anything. And I've seen, okay, I've also seen a couple you mention some bad teammates. I'm willing to do those, and I will give you feedback, but I will also roast you a little bit. If you are up for that, let me know, drop it in, blame your teammates away. Essentially, a whose fault is it anyways done live. But it will involve more roasting than usual. Just, that's the warning. All right, I'll be right back. This ASMR slithering is crazy work. All right, end of ASMR slithering. Thoughts on ranged hero harpoon instead of pike? Better stats, can't be nullified and lets you get hydras. But harpoon kind of, or sorry, pike already pseudo counters nullifier because the aggressive push cannot be nullified. I guess BKBs are a thing, but harpoon feels like a whole lot of investment for that, because harpoon, you obviously don't get the double hit, and then it's 25 damage and then 10 agility. For most of these are going to be like ranged agility heroes thinking about this. So that's like a lot of strength and intelligence and mana regen you don't care that much about just for an active 4,700 gold. Like, alternatively, why not get a blink to stay further back and only join at the right time? Or why not get a shadow blade that can't be nullified? You know, like if we're talking in that late game situation, the cores probably don't have space for detection either that are jumping you. Or like get jumped satanic. You know, I feel like I'm sure there's a case where mobility wins, but I feel for the slot, the amount of wasted value of harpoon on a ranged hero compared to other options, I'm not sure I don't know if I'm sold on that. Harpoon stats better than hurricanes. But wouldn't, I don't know, maybe on a universal ranged. I mean, 10 agi is nothing to scoff at. Like, that is damage and attack speed. And then also the active getting you get increased attack speed and the like limitless range auto attacks for a little bit. I feel like that is also the value of Hurricane Pike. And the fact that you're getting attack range from it, which some of this pitch is like, okay, I'll still have the attack range because I'm thinking about Hydra's Breath. But then Hurricane's Pike is like we're comparing the 4,450 to the 4,700 harpoon, but actually Hurricane Pike, because you're already building Dragonlance, is actually a reduced value if you think about it like that. Because now that Dragonlance is going into Hydra's Breath and you're starting a harpoon from scratch, as opposed to being at the Dragonlance and then going into the Hurricane's Pike for kind of like half that cost, like 2,500 to the brand new 4,700 of harpoon. Like, what about Disperser instead? Just speed boost away or something. I don't know. I know it's different, but I feel like the stretch of stats is kind of funny. Disperser can be nullified, but you would also have like, you'd probably also buy your own BKB. All right, let's do this one. You said you're open to some roasting, so Let's see. Let's see. What'd you say you were? Off lane? Archon 5 off lane? So are you this Bristleback? Congrats on getting legend. I'll write it as legend. How about that? I'm getting goosebumps. Legend. All right. Assuming you're the Bristleback. So I kind of picked this one because you were asking, you had like really shitty teammates. And how could I have carried this game? It is fine. So we're doing this kind of like a live whose fault is it anyways. And it's fine to recognize teammates are bad, but we don't want them to be the focus too much, because then it's going to be it's the wrong focus, essentially, right? Like, I have to improve myself, whether my teammates are good or bad. And
ZQuixotix roasting session.
Typically, Zuki Big Daddy, thank you for the subscription. You're always gifting them. Thank you for subscribing yourself. Oh, and way too far. Thank you. I see the I will find. Let me make sure I don't lose your message. Let me find that first. ALB in the sky. We actually did yours earlier. I think you stepped away. It'll be in the timestamps later. I did it after that first one. It was the Morphling one, right? I'm going to fix this timestamp. Once again, I did the timestamp and then immediately got distracted. Way too far. I don't see yours. Can you send another message with it? I don't see the thing. YouTube sometimes like clears away match IDs when they're just a string of numbers. Can you post it again with some like text and hopefully it will be there? Okay. Anyways, okay, fixing the timestamp. The reason we're doing this one, so you mentioned your teammates are really bad here, and it's fine. It's fine to recognize teammates are bad, but they should not be the focus of you or the improvement process, and it will certainly not be the reason you cannot climb. You do need to learn how to deal with bad teammates to mitigate those losses, which is essentially what you said. We're kind of reading into it as if you're like, you know, we're painting you as a fake bad guy so we can do a whose fault is it anyways. There's nothing wrong with saying they're bad as long as you're not like flaming and getting too into it, which hopefully we will not see you do, because I wouldn't want to see that. If teammates are bad, that's actually just the process. If you only had good teammates, all your opponents would be good as well, and the game would still be hard. You would still just end up being back to climbing yourself. Sometimes your opponents are going to be really bad. Those are the free wins that are balanced out by the free losses when your teammates are bad. And so to climb, you need to learn how to beat the opponents when they are all good, and you have to learn how to carry your teammates when they're all shit. And it's fine to think like that. Just don't spend time like flaming and roasting them in the game. That's no good. And don't go down the rabbit hole of like, I am stuck in my bracket because of my teammates. It's still funny to me that melee heroes can deny at extra range on observers and sentries. Can I watch this after stream? Yeah, you're on Twitch. Twitch does have a VOD system that is there temporarily, I believe. I think I still have it all enabled. On the YouTube channel, if you go to the live tab, all the VODs are there. And put timestamps on pretty much everything. If you give me, like, when it first goes up, it's probably not up yet. But usually I do it after the stream pretty quickly, and you can find it there. I can tell you right now, actually, if you want to rewind in YouTube, because YouTube, you can actually do that. We started your Morphling replay at around... Oh, sorry. I forgot to timestamp the Morphling replay one. That's the one I have to go back and find the new timestamp. So never mind. I can't give it to you right now. It's got to be later. My bad. My bad. The rare time I could have helped you live. Okay. Hold on. Actually, before we even get too far into this, I gotta see pick order, and I gotta do a little judging. Okay, you actually picked pretty early, so never mind. You're free from judgment. You are free from judgment. Because I saw you partied with a Tinker, and that's like 2 pretty greedy heroes that need to farm a lot, don't have much synergy, don't have any initiation. That's pretty bad. Legend, it starts to matter. Like, the drafting well will help you win games. And you can kind of still play your comfort heroes and just do well, but it's around the time you should start thinking about the draft. But it looks like you ended up picking pretty early, so you're excused. Your friend that you partied with, Tinker's pretty greedy in this case. When you have, like, Bristle, Dark Willow, Luna, Shadow Shaman, you have 2 high farming side laners, and then he's like, well, how about a third, even heavier farmer? This is really bad, in my opinion. This is a really bad Tinker pick. You need an active hero to play with the supports while Bristle and Luna farm up. This should be a tempo gameplay, not like a let's go ultra late. Like, Tinker's going to hit his timing after Bristle and Luna have missed theirs. And Bristle and Luna will not hit their timings if Tinker does any amount of the proper farming he needs to do, unless you guys snowball every lane. So from the draft, I already feel you guys have a very hard time. I didn't even look at their draft. I just looked at your own draft. What did we see? Yeah, I would have leaned into earlier rather than late. It's not our focus, but I think that Tinker pick makes your game very hard. I wanted to come back here to see what was going on here. Let's actually, let's start at the beginning of the lane again. Okay, we are reverse Faceless. It's very hard to kill Faceless as Bristle, so we will mostly be here to get our farm. Oh, what's happening here? Why is your camera stuck like this? I think we might be bugged around a little bit. There's no way you're fighting like that with that camera angle. There's no way. I refuse to believe it. A point is, don't get distracted by those fights. Get your CS early. Okay, right now, Zach, Dark Willow is bad. My supports are bad. It's costing me the lane. This is all Mega Brain Space Mate genius support over here. The carry is not even laning at level 1. Just make use of it, okay? I know I'm kind of joking. I'm joking here, right? Like, it's not great for her to die. Faces is really far out of the lane. You have complete control of this right now to lane here. This is what you have to fight over. With a good support, and the enemy team is good, you have to sweat super hard over getting the lane into a good spot. Oh, I gotta help with this pull. I gotta block this. We gotta hit this. We gotta deny that. Oh, it's against a Jakiro. He got nerfed, but he's still really strong. Like, we have to sweat really hard on this. And you have been given it for free. Because maybe Dark Willow is bad, but then Faceless is over here trying to kill her at 1 minute. This is also really bad from Faceless. For you, all you do is ignore this completely. Completely ignore this. This creep is about to drop below 50, and you kill it. You kill it early. He will not get the last hit. Okay, he gets the Dark Willow kill. First blood's gone. The Dark Willow kill is about 200 to 300 gold. He loses 1 creep, so minus 30. By the time he kills her, he's probably going to lose the second creep. Another minus 30. I don't know why we're doing 30. They're worth more than that. We'll say 80 gold at this point. So he's only getting, we'll say like 150 gold for the kill at this point. And then Equilibrium is going to be here. And you are going to be in a good position to further deny him. This is not a worthwhile kill for Faceless Void if you deny creeps and bring it up and hold it there. But we don't really do that. You miss a last hit. and then we don't really establish equilibrium because you feel the need to go over. You just let her be bad if you think that's bad. I would say that wasn't even that bad. She didn't even die in the end. Right? Who cares about this? Who cares about this? You could just stay here. You don't need to engage in any of this. You can just be here. Jakiro should kick your ass. This is like, okay, there's an Undying in the jungle killing your support, and you go over to fight the Undying. Who even cares? That hero is supposed to stop you from laning, and they are both over here, and you are engaging. In my eyes, we have 4 bad laners in this lane, right? I'm not looking at anyone being like, oh, his teammate's bad. What is everyone doing? Who's got last hits here? Well, the whole lane is over here. What are we all over here for? Whoever just ignores this and just stays in the lane is winning the lane. And none of you are doing it. You're all engaged in this like insane fight over here. Just let it go. Who cares? Just be here. This creep wave was worth more than the kill. Just completely ignore it. The lane winner is not bothering you, so you're winning the lane. Even as Dark Willow dies. What's the net worth now? This is pretty close. If you just ignore the Jakiro, who is worth what? 180 gold, that's a creep wave. Which we have missed more than a creep wave for repeatedly looking at these fights. Like, between the two of us. We've all missed a lot of creeps. We could have been laning here for the last, like, minute and a half. Based on that very first fight where I said, ignore what's going on, just drag it back here, I could have never left this situation. And if I never left that situation the first time, I'm going to repeat this several times, okay? Look, this wacky-ass fight happens. No, this first wave was like, okay. Second wave, I think, is where it happened. Okay, ignore this. Fix equilibrium. We're laning here from now on. Because I'm laning here, this does not happen. All of this will not happen if we are laning here. If you want to join, it will be far easier for you to join. You won't have to pick because you'll be right here. But also, Dark Willow will not need to do this if you put equilibrium here the first time. So I fix her bad play by doing the right thing myself. There's some range creeps we're missing because, like, we have to earn equilibrium again. Is that a Pudge? Missed. Almost got hooked. Would have been a bad spot. Should still be laning up here. Faceless is actually outlast hitting us. Pudge will not rotate here if we are still laning up here from earlier. Which, I mean, they should have done something to try to pull it back, right? I'm kind of assuming we would still be up here. But that's where it goes back to the lane of, like, we'd both be fighting to, like, get it to come back. But step number 1 is us helping to get it back. Also, just to frame it, let's pretend she had died there, and it's a little frustrating. You know, it's like, Pudge is killing my support. Man, my Dark Willow's bad. You should be thinking, why is Pudge here? When the lane is, like, happening, right? It means your top lane should be winning. So it is a shame that she dies, but at the same time, you go, we're winning top if Pudge is here. And if we mitigate our losses, they're being inefficient. So actually, Pudge getting that trade, even if he had gotten the kill, wouldn't have been that bad. On paper, like, Luna should be doing well. Like, all of this, let's just do our own pull, you know, earlier. And ignore this, because Pudge is still down here. Here, okay, she dies. What's your lane going to look like in the next 30 seconds? It's going to be 3 heroes killing you. So are you going to be able to pull? Are you going to be able to lane here? It's going to be really hard, right? Even if the lane pushes up with 3 heroes, they can probably lane here and threaten you. The high level move here, when you see Dark Willow dying like this, go this way. Go catch the next wave that is somewhere around here right now and drag it out. Guarantee yourself a full creep wave, drag it over here, and deny a creep wave. Against 3 heroes, you're going even in farm. That is really, really good. If you don't do this, which you're not, I see you moving back, you really shouldn't get farm, right? It should be 3 heroes bodying you. And if you step up, you risk dying. So you're going to watch Faceless deny things in front of you. And if you don't do this, this is the correct move, right? I got to be careful. I'm just going to try to get XP. So this is pretty good, but at some point you are going to step up, right? And now we're going to find out, is Pudge and Jakiro still here or have they moved on? Which fortunately, we see him top. I say fortunately because actually it is now Luna dying. So maybe not great. That's a separate issue. Separate issue over there. All right, and we do our own pull. We tell Dark Willow to do it. Alas. Usually you wouldn't do a pull during a catapult wave, but you're clearly very low. Not going to be able to do it. Did I just see you change this by clicking it instead of a hotkey? So in that case, we're more interested in long-term farm because we're missing so much health, we're not going to push. So someone should have done that pull earlier, either you or the Dark Willow, and then you'd be laning in a better spot, even as the salve arrives. Going back to the draft, though, the reason they're running around getting a lot done is because you guys have a really bad triple core lineup, which falls to your buddy on the final Tinker pick. No one can respond. You're a Bristleback. You don't respond to this stuff, right? Unless it's a deep tower dive, like you'd consider it. Tinker can sort of respond now that he's level 6, but he's really not the best hero for it. Any of the like spirit heroes, the pucks, those type of heroes are the ones that get stuff done and respond to this stuff. That's why like all of you are looking for farm right now and they get to pick who does what. Okay, they butchered that. That should have been a free kill on you. That is a moment, though. Okay, just to balance out, like, oh, my teammates are bad. That is so bad from them. This is a easy chrono hook, ice path setup. They whiffed all of their stuff, you know? They did not get a very free bristle kill right there. That is the enemy team being bad. This isn't strictly on you, but I just want you to understand this concept. Because sometimes when you're upset with like teammates, there's like a different game knowledge gap that is, you're misdirecting the issues to the teammates. I want to again highlight the draft and why it's important here. I'm just gonna, we're on like what, ×2? We're gonna go ×4. Just note how often your team is playing on your own half of the map. There's not a single core who can push forward because none of you drafted that way. None of you picked a hero to do anything. You're all farming. So if you're looking at the supports like the supports are bad, they have nothing to do. They cannot play with anybody. All they can do is stack and hold lanes because there's no one who will move forward with them. You do not have items to do it. Tinker does not have items to do it. Luna does not have items to do it. On their side, they have a Jakiro running at you. They have a Pudge running at you. They have a Night Stalker. They have global Zeus ults, while Faceless Void is being the greedy farmer. So they have 2 cores who are willing to be a little bit more active, specifically the Night Stalker. So we'll say like 1.5. And then 2 active supports. That's why this game feels very different. It's not anyone's individual play so much as it is just the draft and how the heroes want to play. The later this game goes, your lineup kind of picks up a little bit because you have 3 farming cores who all eventually get farmed, hopefully, though it isn't the Faceless, who is probably the best late game hero in this game. So that's where I guess I want the lesson to be. There are some games that feel bad, and it's not anyone's fault. It is the draft. And you can then say it's like, oh, it's the person's fault for drafting that way, which is like, okay, yeah, sure. We still want to assign blame to somebody. But this whole time, right, it's just them on your half of the map. That's why this game feels horrible. When's a good time to switch from trying to keep a lane by your tower by hitting your own creeps and not pushing the lane to accelerate your farm speed? Is that the start of the mid game and when heroes start balling together and rotating? I would actually say that's the start of the early game, though it's kind of semantics, I guess. It is difficult to say. I kind of covered this a little bit in the Gold movie, but once you can jungle, you kind of have to decide like what your job is in the game. How important is it for you to get farm versus to stop the enemy team from getting farm type of math equation. And for most carries, typically your own farm is more important, right? So you would start shoving the lane to jungle. If you're trying to be active, funny enough, you will probably also do this because to be active, you need to push the lane forward. So even though I just mentioned you kind of want to weigh these decisions, it kind of looks the same, where you want to be pushing the lane and then you either go jungle if you're more farm focused, or you're like trying to get towers and kills if you're more aggressive focused. But it starts with pushing the lane, and the question is, can you do the jungling, or can you take the towers and get the hero kills as the follow-up? And if you can't do that, then that's where you tend to hold the lane a little longer until you reach that point. And then once you can reach that point, you start pushing to then do that stuff. Okay, we're just gonna take a quick check. Half health tower, 3/4, 3/4. So that's just like the state of it, right? Like how hard it is for us to push lanes and get things done. Because all the cores by nature want to go to these camps backwards, not forwards. Oh, I actually like what you were doing. Hold on. Okay, first, you guys got this Faceless kill. That's actually great. You need to take a tower. Whenever you're losing a game like this, your team needs to take towers as much as possible. If you get pushed away, like, okay, I guess, right? But if we can help it, we want to push in. That's why I really like that you were here. You were kind of cutting the wave. Let's imagine you die. I'm going to cheat in a moment, and I'm going to show you their perspective. Earlier, I said, hey, we're only playing on our half of the map, right? That's bad. There's not enough farm for our 3 greedy cores. That's why we need to go to their half and steal farm and make stuff happen. And part of that is taking this tower. These guys need to push the lane, right? He went back to get it. You do this. That's fine. And then you kind of got scared and went back early. And I think it's to try to kill this Zeus. But I will ask you, how will you kill the Zeus? You don't initiate. Tinker does not initiate. It has to be these supports, and I can see they're not in position to get the Zeus. And once again, it is us coming back to our own half of the map. So for this to pay off, it needs to be a pretty guaranteed Zeus kill. If it's not, I am once again losing access to farm on their half of the map and from having any tower pressure. And if we have been losing as a greedy lineup, it is better to trade towers than all defend towers. Because if you are a really greedy team, you want as much farm available as possible wherever it is on the map. And currently, when the enemy has all their towers, a lot of it is restricted. When you have all your towers, right, we can say, oh, our half is restricted from them. But we're the greedy team. So I need not only my farm, but also their farm. So in those kind of games, in my opinion, it's better to like, hey, forget this tower. Like, don't defend our tower. Let's go take their tower, right? Because this part disappears. You can still farm this stuff. It is still possible. It is just more dangerous. You can kind of farm this stuff, but it's a lot more dangerous. So trading towers opens up more of the map, even as you lose some control on your half, but it's worth it. I'm kind of losing. The way I said it was not the best there. I don't know if it still makes sense. I was just scared. I saw no creep, so I TB mid. So that is very understandable. That's what it takes to win this game. And other games similar to this. It is to embrace the fear. You must face the danger. You must play in the dark. This is what makes the difference in difficult games. If you only play on information and where you feel safe, you will lose. Because all these safe decisions that keep you alive will not change the game. But we are in a losing game. And to fix this, we need a whole bunch of farm on everybody. And that means somebody has to take risk. Calculated risk, not like I just go feed all the time, right? Calculated risk and understanding when I die back here, it is opening up everything here. If they are bringing back multiple heroes to kill me as a Bristleback, and I already killed Faceless Void, so it's all the other cores coming back to kill me, I am giving Tinker all of this. I am giving Luna all of this. And all of their cores are only farming this, which hopefully you farmed some of it. So they kill you, but they miss a bunch of jungle farm because you farmed it. And then they can't convert that kill to a tower because they already took the tier 1. And by the time they get to a tier 2, you have respawned. And hopefully the others have done their job to push the lanes in, so they got to go back to defend this stuff. When you all go back like this, they kill you here, they take your tier 2. They kill Tinker here, they go take your tier 2. It is an instant transition from killing you, taking your farm, going to towers. So to change these games, to win this stuff, people need to be here. Someone on the team, multiple someones, need to be doing this. And Tinker cannot do it. Tinker is not this kind of hero before these tier 1s come down. Luna can maybe do it. She is the carry, though. So if someone were to take more danger, it is the offlane Bristleback and the 2 supports who are a little bit more sacrificable. But these 2 supports have dog shit wave clear. Shadow Shamans is a little better. Essentially, in this game, in my eyes, you are the only person who can do this. So you have the most impact in this stage of the game. And if you play safe, nobody else can do it. And that means we will just be choked out until we lose. So that's where it's really important to recognize when your team does draft greedy. Like, this will happen. I know we said, like, your friend played the Tinker. He can now learn to pick a different hero. But in pub games, this will happen. You will just have the greedier draft in a lot of pub games. And when that happens, you have to look at your team and say, like, who can cause the most problems? If we didn't win all the lanes and just like snowball a free game, who will do this in what I'm describing to you, right? Like, who will draw the attention of the enemy to their own half of the map? And in this case, it's you. This is why if you had a less greedy mid, like a Void Spirit, a Storm Spirit, and Ember, they could do it and have a far better chance of escaping, and it would work. They don't even need the farm, so they don't even need to steal farm. You do need to get farm as you do it, but someone's gonna have to do it. Can you elaborate why Tinker or Shadow Shaman wouldn't be the ones to try to sneak in tower pressure? Yeah, they would try, and they should try. But Tinker, how does Tinker, like, get back here? You know, Tinker teleports to creeps, and then otherwise has to, like, they can blink once, and then they have to stand still and, like, rearm and everything. Their wave clear also takes a little bit of time because all the tier 1s are up, it is very difficult for Tinker to get further than that. So Tinker should push lanes up to like tier 1s, but in terms of going beyond that, Tinker's not a very good hero for it. Tinker covers the back of your map and then teleports to join the focus of the fight, like wherever that is. When your team pushes up here, Tinker covers all of this, the team pushes here, and then Tinker teleports here. That's kind of how Tinker functions. Tinker is not the one who's like invading the enemy's half of the map as much. Shadow Shaman can try. Shadow Shaman's one AoE ability is Ether Shock that does not kill the creep wave. So effectively, when he shows, and the current build on Shadow Shaman is Ether Shock level 1. So this guy has 125 nuke for 3 targets. It will take him forever to kill a creep wave. He can try, but the longer it takes, the more danger it is. And then you look at his items, he's going Aether Lens. So once you find Shadow Shaman, you will kill Shadow Shaman. They have multiple heroes to do it. Bristleback, super fast. Core hero, tankier, faster, far better wave clear between Quill Spray and Hairball. So when Bristleback tries to do this, he will clear the creeps faster, he will get out of sight faster, which keeps him away from the enemy team, and if they do find him, he has a far better chance of surviving than the supports. But he is worth more. So that's a little bit of the trade-off, and why, even though I said Bristleback is the best person to do it, and it's probably only his job, Shadow Shaman and Dark Willow should try to a degree. Like, if I was a Dark Willow player, I would have tried to cut a wave, throw, like, Bramble, Bedlam, clear the wave, TP out, right? But it's harder to stay around as a support with poor wave clear, which is why one of the recommendations for supports is someone like Jakiro, because you walk up to a creep wave, you use Dual Breath, and you use Liquid Fire, and you kill most of the creep wave. You drop the ult, and you go away. You have no escape and survivability, so it is tough, but you have really good wave clear, and it's fast. So you actually have the tools to do it. By the way, if you play Shadow Shaman and you find yourself in this kind of game, don't leave this at level 1. Get points in it. Also, this is a Blink Shadow Shaman game, not an Aether Lens. There are none in the queue right... Oh, no, I lied. We do have one in the queue. You don't have to be here for the replay. If we end up picking yours, there are timestamps. But typically, we do just grab them, like, as people submit them. And then when we need new ones, we kind of, like, repeat that. I guess it's for the people who donate. For the people who donate and, like, we have to get to theirs, if they're not here when it happens, I apologize if they wanted to be there when it happens, but it will be done, and it will be in the VOD. I think I kind of covered what I wanted to in this game. Okay, it looks like fights breaking here. Maybe this will be our closing point. Oh no, Bristle died, right? Ah, man. Bristle got... Okay, Bristle actually was worth a lot of money. More than I thought, because I think Bristle has a kill streak going right now. So this is more money than I expected, but even then, Bristle gives money. Let us cheat now. This is the map. As the greedy team that wants farm, when someone pushes up and gets them to respawn, this is what the map looks like now. The correct move from their team is to make use of all of this. And it's very hard to make use of this because we haven't taken any tier 1. So it's at least this stuff, right? And if you go back to the gold movie, the map's changed a little bit. it is harder for greedy teams, actually. The draft that we've been looking at, in the past, you used to be able to play the sides more, and there were ancient camps, so it was easier. That is the meta change that pubs are very slow to adapt to, but you will slowly feel in these kind of situations. Whoever controls the middle has more access to gold because ancient camps are here and here by default, and then eventually this one and this one. And the sides just aren't worth as much. But you still have to play that way, right? For this kind of greedy lineup. You have to push the sides. You have to get as much farm as possible. Previously, when they were losing, because it's 27-17, they're 9k down. If you play multiple lanes, the odds are that the Radiant are stronger because they are stronger. They are winning. So when you're all broken up across the map, they're probably beating you across the map. By getting them to all funnel into this area to kill a Bristleback, it's like, how is this Bristleback behind our tier 1? How's he hitting this, right? We all gotta go to stop him. Now this is open. And before, Luna was here, too scared to walk up because Nightstalker was here. You know, Tinker wants to push mid, and then Zeus is here. He's scared, right? Now they both can do that. So it's these type of moves that give your team space to farm. We are hoping to not die every time. If you die every time, it's not quite worth it. I guess it would depend. The goal is to make them respond, die sometimes, but hopefully get away a certain amount of time. And it would depend on the game, like how many times you need to get away. That's also why if a support goes and dies every single time, they're just worth less. So it's actually still somewhat okay. But hopefully they also are not dying every single time and they are escaping to some amount. It is the gold map movement. Whoever's on his team needs to not just sit here. They need to immediately go push other stuff. How much for you to 1v1 me? I haven't thought about that. I wasn't looking at the map, but I noticed they're all still here, and see how like all this stuff is not being taken advantage of. Where's the one we need to do? 1 second, I gotta scroll up and find it. Am I blind?
Just as I envisaged. This changes everything.
Way too far. I don't see it. It might be that YouTube, if you just posted the match ID, YouTube sometimes hides those. And actually, we've had a case where it hit it even after people put text. Can you resend it? I posted it twice. I believe you, but I cannot see it for some reason. I am scrolling through and I just do not see it. I apologize on behalf of Mega Corporation YouTube that I certainly am responsible for, but it randomly deletes these things. Or I don't know if it deletes, it hides it, I don't know. It thinks it's like a spam something, but it has happened previously, it's not just you, where people post match IDs and it just like does not want to go through and they have to try a couple times. It's not always a problem, but it's sometimes a problem, and I don't understand why either. I'll post it on Twitch. Okay, thank you. Hopefully it shows up on Twitch. I will... Let me see. Where'd my thing go? Get on the phone with Bezos and ask him to fix it? Yeah, let me do that real quick. Just... Jeff, we've got a problem. Ah, I see. Okay. Well, I'm glad you've been enjoying the videos. Welcome to Dota. Got into it a couple months ago. Ex-Rocket League player, and the skills don't transfer, sadly. To a degree, the skills are probably different, but, well, I don't know how seriously you were playing like Rocket League, but the improvement process, like a lot of the mentalities are the same, right? The knowledge is different, the skills are different, but it's why you'll hear like top level players become top level players in other games they do casually, because like the same mindset can transfer. This one's a silly turbo game, totally fine with me. Usually play ranked Guardian, but I was a Clockwork main. Rest in peace. You're the bristle here. Okay. Sounds good to me. Let me type this in. Bristleback. Wait. Oh, no, it's there. Okay. Phew. I thought I didn't do the last timestamp, but I just didn't. I scrolled. Ah, there's a Luna here, too. What are the odds? I assume you're off lane, though in turbo it kind of matters a little less. Happy to help, Rafi. Yeah, definitely give it a the most common complaint about teammates holding you back is usually in the laning stage, but I promise it is not always clear what you need to do, but there are almost always individual steps you can take to do better there. I will admit that there are some teammates that are truly so bad, they will lose you games. That's okay. Like, that's just part of the process. When you play a lot of Dota, there are games that are lost for you, and there are games that are won for you, right? You didn't have to do anything. Try not to sweat on those too much. Just do what you can, right? Whether the game is cooked or not, you practice that lane positioning, then it will carry over to the games that do matter, where you have a teammate that is decent, but so are the enemies, and we got to really earn this win, you know? That same practice will carry over in those cases. Okay, there is some kind of story going on here, guys, that I have not been keeping up with. Hold on, what's going on here? Do you really think coaching works when MMR system tries to keep you at 50%? Yes. I won as many games as I could. Then I requested a live coaching from some respectable coach you don't want to name. Fair. Result was still me losing all games. I actually find when I live coach people, I make them play worse. There's a lot going on in Dota, and then while you're trying to think about to have a go, hey, pull, hey, you looking at that cam? Yeah. You see what Axe is doing? Hey, have you thought about this item? It's really distracting to have like multiple trains of thought going at once. I think live coaching is not that easy to implement. I warn people too, like, we can do it if you want, and there are educational moments from it. The people that request it tend to like it still in the end, but I definitely distract them at times and all that. Like, it is hard to do the live coaching. You can't fight the MMR system easily. I actually agree with you. I think we're getting to different endpoints as I skim through this discussion that has been happening. we're actually on the same page to some degree. We're just going to end up at different moments. Paid money, essentially account boosting payment to try to prove the MMR system doesn't work. And I'm going to take your word for it that they apparently lost a bunch, which would then make me question their ability and who we paid, though they apparently returned the money, which is great. So before we get into it, before we get into this Bristleback turbo game, hold on. MMR is rigged. Timestamp. Okay. We're actually on the same track for some of this, but we end up at different endpoints. So I'm going to talk about this to be honest, the people who usually think this way are kind of locked in the way of thinking, but there are some people who are on the fence that maybe this will help and convince. And maybe there's a person here and there that we can convince is different. The MMR system is trying to keep you at the right place. That is what matchmaking is, right? Is like you join a amateur soccer league. You're a kid, right? They don't have the 12-year-old play the 16-year-olds. It's not fair at all. You know, you try to have the 12-year-olds play the 12-year-olds, and when they get better and get older, you know, you move them up. At some point, age stops mattering, right? And you have like, amateur league, you have like a semi-pro, whatever, right? There are different leagues. It's just fair play. Video games are the same. Hey, you're pretty good at Dota, you're an ancient player. We'll try to match you with other ancient players so you don't just get stomped all the time. Matchmaking is trying to find where you belong when everyone is constantly changing how good or how bad they are. It is not easy. To improve, you do have to beat better opponents. A lot of people feel like, hey, I went on a win streak and then I lose a bunch. First of all, that can just happen. Due to random chance, you can go on a huge win streak and then go on a huge lose streak. You can win, lose, win, lose, win, lose, win, lose. We have thousands and thousands of players playing thousands and thousands of games. So every iteration of random luck you can imagine has happened to one of us. And if you think about it, unfortunately, there are some people who are lucky and some people who are unlucky as well. In the bell curve of luck, some people are born extremely unfortunate and will always get unlucky because that's the distribution. Most people have average luck, but some truly have amazing luck and some have terrible luck. And then the more people, like, you see everything. So you will have every story. You will have the people who go on 20 win streaks and then lose 20 games. You will have the same player at the same bracket who only ever wins 2 games and loses 2 games back to back to back to back. For 100 games, it's 2 wins, 2 losses. Every single iteration will happen, but it is not a system rigged against you. It is just the random chance of thousands of sample sizes. Because nobody at Valve gives a shit about any individual player. No one is like looking through to be like, hey, make sure this guy only goes on win streaks and lose streaks. Make sure this guy like barely moves. He only wins, loses, win, lose. Nobody cares. They don't care about any of that. You're just a random player in the random system, and human mind tries to like create things around this. But for the most part, let me change language. It is random. It is random except for your own individual skill. Because you can't control teammates. If you have skill in Dota, and you improve faster than everybody else, you can increase the win rate. I guess we'll be on the camera. We're chit-chatting. This is like the point of this. Let me reorganize the thoughts to say this in a good way. The experiment was for support role. It doesn't matter. I've watched you guys play. I might, if you had a core booster versus support booster, the win rate might be higher for a core booster. If any of you gave me your accounts, I would go up to at least like my current level, right? Some might take me longer or less, depending like how different it is. I can do it. That's not a flex. That's just as someone who is deeply entrenched in the system of self-improvement and watching your games, I know that I could account boost to a degree. I'm not going to claim I'm going to be as good as like 14K and all that, but I could do it because that's what it takes to win in Dota, is to just be a certain level and you will get there. I'm not going to claim to have a 100% win rate. I'm not going to claim to do it like an 80% win rate, but like I will get there over time. If you need good teammates to win, are you actually any good at the game? Because I hear this argument a lot. Like, if I had good teammates, I would climb. Your opponents would be better as well. Everyone else who can't climb would also get good teammates. We would all get good teammates. And we could argue that that would be better for the game, sure. But if I had good teammates and I gained 1,000 MMR, my opponent, who I think is dog shit, also gets good teammates. He also goes up 1,000 MMR. We all just go up if everyone had these supposed good teammates. So it doesn't, like, what changes? We will still be in a bell curve of skill, and somehow we are only getting good teammates. That's just not how it's going to work. Like, what does that even mean? Look at pro teams. They don't win every game just because they're like literally the best teammates you could get. They still have good and bad games. It still comes down to like individual skill. In your ancient game, you have ancient teammates for the most part. Ignoring smurfing, ignoring count boosting, all that, right? You will have ancient teammates. And some games, those ancient teammates are going to play like Crusaders, and sometimes they're going to play like Divine. In that single game, the single game does not matter. Over hundreds of games, it will average out. I am a firm believer in statistics and all this. Hundreds to thousands of games, like whatever it takes, it will average out. And the question is, are you better than that average? And if you are, you will go up. If not, you will be there. If you feel it is bad teammates holding you back, we just covered a game. It's like, hey, I had bad teammates. And then we showed, here's the stuff Bristle did badly, right? That's all you have to do. You have to just keep looking at your own stuff. I mean, it would depend on the coach. Some coaches might take advantage of that and keep teaching you even though you already have the skills. I'm not really sure what that means. If I have a 5K MMR as support, I can get a 1,000 MMR account and make it around 5K in what time frame? I mean, let's do some quick maths. All right, so we need 4,000 MMR, and if we assume 25 MMR per win, we need 160 wins. The first few, you probably have a really high win rate because there's a huge difference between 5K and 1,000, right? Let's say the first 2,000 is really quick and you rock like 80, shall we say 80% win rate? Should I do an Excel table for this, guys? So you need 100 games to climb the first 2,000 MMR, we'll say, at an 80, is that right? 80% win rate? 80% win rate, 100 games. That is 80 wins, 20 losses. No, that's only 60. That's only 60 wins. Well, you would need a little, look, well, let's not get too far into math. You would need a little bit more than 100 games, right? The first 2,000 MMR is like 150 games, we'll say. The next 2,000 MMR probably starts getting harder because the games are getting closer. There's only so much you can drag up teammates. So the next 1,000 MMR is like 200 games. The last 1,000 is like 300 games, let's say. Like however good of a smurf you are, supposedly, right? But you will get there over time because the more these situations come up, climbing Dota is being faced with a bunch of decisions and making the correct decision as often as possible. And sometimes you make all the correct decisions, but teammates don't, so you lose. But sometimes they make enough good decisions and it comes down to you. That's all climbing Dota is making sure you are making as many right decisions, whatever the other people are doing. Bring back the PowerPoints. If it's force 50%, nobody would climb. The fact that anyone moves up in MMR is proof that force 50% doesn't exist. How could anybody move up and down in force and 50%? There is no, like, whatever you are at is what you are at. There is no going up or down. I'm going to start our Bristleback Turbo replay. It might take a while, but you will get there. People want to get to the location quickly, but you can't really force that to happen. The thing is, people get too caught up in the amount of luck. Some games are luck-based. Some games are team-based. They don't matter. You only need to worry about the games that do matter. But the thing is, you don't know what games matter. It is completely blind to you. Whether the game is predetermined or it's a game where your individual skill matters. You just have to perform every single time. And when it didn't matter, it didn't matter. And when it does matter, it will matter. And people get too caught up in, like, I did my job and this was a game that didn't go my way, so therefore, like, I can't climb. It was a game that didn't matter. But the good thing is you did well. And as long as you keep that habit up, when the game does matter, you will win that game and you will go up. That's all you really need to, like, think about in a game like Dota. If you want more individual control, you have to go play a one-on-one game. And then you will still complain about MMR systems of, like, this opponent, like, I shouldn't have played him, even though I am the only one in here, right? Like, at some point, it is just about whatever you do. And if you play a team game like Dota, you have to accept that there is randomness to the teammates you get. And it's still about your own individual performance because you can't control teammates. If you want to control teammates, you have to not have teammates, or you have to organize, find teammates that you, like, play in a coordinated team. I won't worry about this level 1. Sometimes we get caught up in, like, level 1 turbo stuff. We're going to go from there. This is a turbo game. Laning and last hits matter a lot. Jungling matters a lot because there is so much bonus gold. And we can buy, like, bonus sals and stuff. See right here, kind of getting zoned from, like, Drow and Naga. Try to do some defensive aggro. That way, right here, you're getting hit by Drow. That feels bad. If you were over here, harder to get hit by. So walk up. You're, like, just about in range. A little closer would be good. Attack either of them. These two will aggro to you, and then you back up here. And so then these creeps will back up here. So rather than stand here and get hit by Drow, you'll be standing here, and for Drow to hit you, she'll have to walk over here. For most heroes, they can now no longer hit you because to hit you, they would draw creep aggro. So then they have to do aggro tricks, which will limit the amount they can hit you. If you are standing here, she can hit you nonstop forever. But by doing this, you limit what she can do. Now, Drow is unique in that she can hit you because she has frost arrows, but most supports would not be able to do much to you once you aggro in a better position. All right, there's like a tri-lane going on over there. Unfortunately, Luna got back just as it was about to pay off for you. So actually, this is unrelated to Turbo. This is just a Dota concept here. If you are being left in the 1v2 lane, your job is to get it to come back here and play safe until then. In most pubs, people will just screw it up and shove the lane in. Like, you won't even have to do anything. There are various tricks you can do. Creep dragging, defensive aggro, getting things to go under tower, hit your own creeps, body blocking, block some, let some go through. Whole bunch of different tricks you can do. I see it happening anyways. Like, even without us doing that much, Naga is pushing it forward. So here's where you just wait for farm to be pushed to you, and then when it's here, you'll have a much safer time. You end up actually fighting this Trow, though, and then you, like, chase her a little bit, which, in the end, it wasn't that bad. Like, you didn't take that much damage for it, but you did use a lot of your mana. So this is one you just actually don't really need to engage in. You can just back up. Like, let's pretend you just ran home. Not like home, but like behind this tower. She hits you a little bit, and then this is what's happening. The creeps are coming up. Now we're laning here, and we have more mana to work with, and maybe you still lose some health, even for, like, running home, because she would hit you instead of, like, running away. But now we don't have that. For Turbo, it won't be as big of a deal, because you can just, like, bring out mangoes and salves really quickly. For regular Dota, it's a huge deal, because it takes a long time for the courier to get out there. So just be a little careful of that. Luna is unfortunately here to now earn your hard-earned equilibrium, but that's okay. That's just how it goes. Wait, are we reviewing Turbo games? I mean, not the entire stream, but if people bring Turbo games, I don't mind reviewing it. With the disclaimer that I don't play that much Turbo, so I'm kind of going off of core, like, fundamental concepts, and from what I have learned watching Turbo games from you guys over the years. For example, I just saw you buy some Clarities. Turbo, there ain't no downtime. Turbos, go, 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 go. So, default to mangoes and salves. I think tangos are okay because they can't get canceled, but I would probably only buy like one, maybe two. Clarities force you to be out of the lane for longer, and in Turbo, that's forever. Regular Dota, it's already a bit of a pain, but now in Turbo mode, I have to watch creeps die for 25 seconds. I've lost 1,000 gold. I'll never financially recover. So try to buy the more instant consumables in Turbo. Okay, here, let's move up a little bit. If we didn't have the clarity, right? That's the reason you're kind of back, is because of the clarity. But in Turbo, the creeps are worth so much money. You want to spend as much time getting last hits, and any jungling you can do as well. Fantastic, because these things are worth so much. That's why when you have to be this far back, because the clarity is painful, it'd be nice to be closer up here to, like, contribute to a little bit of this jungling. The feeling I'm getting watching this is that Luna's going to be doing a lot of AFK jungling. We'll just farm what we can. That's just how pub games go. Naga can't really control equilibrium that well, actually. It's due to Riptide. She will actually push even if she doesn't want to. And she and the Drow would have to work hard to maintain it, and I question if that will happen. So since we are mostly 1v2, we will be chilling, having the lanes come back. And then here, like, this is the moments that matter. Like, you got to last hit, you got to perform at these moments. Aggro this back, get your last hit. Banner creep worth the most. Gone. I don't expect you to get any kills here because it's effectively a 1v2 lane, right? So time spent harassing the enemy is not really going to work out when Luna's been just jungling. And the time you spend on the enemy heroes is time not spent managing the lane. So we end up missing some CS. Now we've used all our resources as the lane comes in, and we're kind of scared. So you're backing up again because of the clarity. When it comes to item order, so you're getting a Vanguard, that's fine for Bristle. Prioritize regen over raw HP and mana. At the start of the game, regen is more important. Raw stats, like stats, attributes, those are also relatively good in the early game. Partly because they do give regen. They're like, I'm not going to say a middle ground because they're separate. These give you things that matter as well. Damage, regen, and attributes are all very good early. Raw HP and mana are not as good at the start of the game. Movement speed can be good, is not always good. It depends how much you move. And when you move, movement speed is good, believe it or not. And it kind of depends on the game how much movement there's going to happen. All of this to say, buy the Ring of Health first. This matters more for regular Dota than Turbo, again, because of the insane amount of regen that can be brought out on the couriers. This is another situation where farm is coming in, and what you need to recognize, I know you're a relatively new player, so, you know, I would understand if you're not sure on this, but because you started off 1v2, it's probably a safe bet to assume you're in this situation, and if the lane ever feels bad, you're essentially in the situation. Let farm come up to you and just get the farm, and you don't need to fight the heroes. So like this, we're about to go try to fight Drow, maybe fight Naga, but they're both higher level than us. The lane's not been going great. I know you can't see this. Like, you can't see this in the game. That's the feeling you want to develop as you play more Dota, is where am I on this power scaling? And for Turbo, the first 5 minutes can be spent a lot on farming creeps because they're worth so much in Turbo. And only once you hit certain power spikes would you then focus more on getting kills. For Bristleback, you would want that first item, typically, before you go too crazy. Because Bristleback kills people by being very unkillable and ramping up his damage over time. And if you're killable, then you don't get to ramp up the damage. This is where people will do what this Luna is doing, and if you had a more flexible hero, you could ultimately say, like, okay, I guess I'll play like a support this game. If you don't want to do that, and you're like, it's Turbo, we can all be cores, I don't disagree. This is where you need to have a good laning stage, though, because Bristleback does not jungle all that well, so making sure you prioritize the lane farm instead of chasing heroes will be important. Because only after you get a couple items can Bristleback start jungling. We kind of got bullied in the lane, and then between some of our own choices and Luna stealing lane farm, you're now very behind on the Bristleback. But you don't really have flexible options, unlike other heroes. Do you think it's possible to be successful as a Dota 2 creator at a mediocre skill level player? If you do comedic content, it's fine. I would argue for educational, you're kind of required to be higher. I would actually consider myself at the low end. Realistically, even if my like teaching and communication ability is higher, a lot of Dota players only respect really high ranks. And even if I could teach like a 1K player the same thing as a 14K player, many people will only respect what the 14K player has to say. So you will have a lot more room for success the higher in MMR you go if you are trying to do any form of educational content that critiques others. If you are doing goofy memes, then it doesn't matter. You can do whatever. You can be any rank. Frankly, you're going to get funnier goofy memes if you're lower rank. But you need to understand, like, that's your audience and that's what you're doing. There are people, like, I do believe you can know a lot about the game without being high MMR. But you have to convince people of that, and that's really difficult if you do not have the MMR to back it up. Because having the MMR is the easiest way to back it up, you know? In the same way, there are truly some sports fans who probably could coach a professional team. They're like, what is this guy doing? Like, I could do a better job. There probably are some people who really know. But if they have never professionally played, like, who will believe that, you know, compared to anyone who has? At this point, I got a little sidetracked. Spirit Vessel is a strange item on Bristleback, but I understand why you're getting it because of the Huskar. I guess we can do it. I would probably say you... Huskar is actually weak to physical damage, typically, because he has magic resistance on Berserker's Blood, and all you do is physical damage. So I actually think Bristleback can build normally. Maybe consider a Blade Mail into, like, eventually a BKB, and you just deal with Huskar in the usual way. I don't think you would be the Spirit Vessel builder. Someone else would do it. Sometimes you have to do it yourself just because that's how pub games go. So I'm like... I'm sort of open to it, but it's a very strange item for Bristleback. Witch Doctor could maybe do it. You also have a Viper who's pretty good versus Huskar. Like, you might not even need to itemize to do it if you trust Viper to do it. Isn't Silver Edge better for Huskar? But the timing of Silver Edge is very different. In Turbo, the timing is thrown off, so sure. Spirit Vessel is for the early counter before Huskar gets out of control. Because eventually Huskar will pick up Dispels. This is part of why losing Cauterize was a big nerf to the hero. Silver Edge is just a more expensive item, so by the time you get it, Huskar might have already gotten what he needed. So you counter him, but he's 4,000 gold ahead of you, so he still kills you anyways. But Spirit Vessel can be finished a lot sooner before that hero gets out of control and before he has Dispels. So it counters him when he's trying to ramp up, which is the bigger counter. And eventually, if you still need to deal with him, the Silver Edge could be good to have a break. But it would make more sense. It would be like, it would be later in the game where Silver Edge has a more reasonable place. Also, I don't know if you would even need to deal with him. I'm currently watching a whole bunch of farm disappear on the mini. Let's go back a little bit. This is a little bit Turbo. Well, I don't know. This is true in general, and in Turbo there will be extra money because of it. When enemy heroes are too hard to kill, especially because we are poor, so in this case, you are very low net worth because of how the rest of the game has gone. Farming around the map will be great, just to like show this, right? You and Witch Doctor are going to work together to kill Huskar. Combined, you are only a little bit ahead of him. Level-wise, he is very powerful. His build is wacky as all hell, but this is a tough one to do. In Turbo, forget that. In regular Dota, one way to deal with a strong hero is just to not deal with them, right? It's to go everywhere else. The strong hero can't kill people if no one's there, and you guys farm here, and you guys farm here, and you see him coming over, so you avoid him, and you go farm other places. You're just avoiding the strong hero till you catch up in farm. Because currently, like, as you guys run at him, we're not getting gold. You didn't kill him, he didn't kill you, but the current state of the game is that he is stronger than you, and if that's not changing, then like, oh wait, he's still stronger than me, you know? Sometimes that is okay if you have the matchup win later on. But as a newer player, you wouldn't strictly know that anyways. And even in those cases, I still think there's a case to be made to like, I'll just go farm somewhere else. That would probably be what I would recommend to you, is not worry about matchup stuff. It's just like, hey, if I feel like I'm losing and I feel like that hero is too strong, let me just not engage and let me go somewhere else. So in this case, for example, Luna down here is doing the right thing now, which is like, oh, let me go shove out other stuff. We are fighting really hard here, and if this fight works out, great. And if it doesn't work out, that's the stronger hero, right? This is slighted against us, but we're still trying. So it'd be kind of better to just ignore, and then there's like all this farm. Or like, yeah, let's go fight a hero that isn't as strong. Let's come top. Unfortunately, she TB'd away, but right? If Huskar is too powerful for us to deal with, let's try to target other heroes and then farm other parts of the map. So you were kind of like beelining straight back to Huskar, but all these jungle camps, this lane can be pushed out further. Turbo, the towers are also weaker. So when you do get there, it's easier to take towers than in regular Dota. We don't have, we're still gonna go a little further into this one, but we don't have another replay queued up. So if you wanna submit a replay, you can drop them in chat. Let me know who you're playing. Give me a specific question. It helps all parties involved. It will help you in the learning process. It will give me something to focus on. And it's just randomly picked. For a donation, I'll do it guaranteed, but not required. Don't feel pressured to. I wasn't counting, but, you know, how many times has this been running at the Huskar? This one, it actually did work, but I will say part of it is because the key hero, the Viper counter, was here. Is that true? Did he do the damage? He did help do the damage. He did the Viper strike, which allowed the rest of the damage to, like, really add up. So when you have the right tools, and this is the hard part as a new player, you're like, I don't know what the right tools are. And that's where I feel for you. That's the big learning curve of Dota. For those who are more experienced, that's what you want to look for. If we have the correct tools to deal with the strong hero, then we can do it. And if we don't, then we should avoid that hero and just focus on farming, which will help us pick up the correct tools we need to deal with the hero. What should I do to try this coaching? You don't have to do anything. You just got to submit the game. It is random. I can't promise anything's guaranteed. We do this most Mondays and Wednesdays, though, so if you show up enough times, probably one of your games will be reviewed. But I'd like to think we give pretty good general feedback anyhow, so even if your games are not specifically reviewed, I think we give good advice for anything. This is another thing about improving at Dota, is broadening the knowledge pool. Going back to our talks about how do you actually improve, there's a lot of ways to improve, and one of them is, given a certain situation, do I know the right thing to do? And sometimes you have questions about specific situations for yourself, but sometimes learning about other situations so that when you do run into them, you will know. Like, it'll add up. Before we do this one, keep submitting games. I'm gonna be right back, and we'll grab the next one. It's standing time. Okay, guys, we're gonna try something here. We're gonna go into a little bit of a rapid fire mode. I really want to emphasize this, like, try to come up with a specific question. And this is not meant to, like, flame anybody, for the record, okay? For myself and for you guys, I want to try this. Dota is a really complicated game, and I am a firm believer that, in general, trying to improve, trying to do things, it is very important to come up with, like, your own hypotheses. I kind of learned this when I was doing an internship, right? And I didn't really understand the project my manager were trying to give me. I was asking a bunch of questions, and it's like, eventually she said, she's like, I can't really give feedback until you try something, right? Like, you can ask me a million questions, but if I answer all your million questions, what I am doing is your project, right? She is doing the project and then critiquing it if she has to detail everything and then advise me. So, like, I have to come up with my own ideas and do it, and then she can give feedback as a manager. And that applies to, like, all sorts of things. For a game like Dota, where part of improving is, like, here's the given situation, here's what I think should be done, was that right or not? I do think being able to come up with specific questions is actually really good for long-term improvement. And in fact, it's a good sign. When I coach people, one of the signs that, you don't always have to do this for the record, but some of the people that climb the fastest, there are certain, like, things they do, certain common trends. And one of them is that they come with specific questions a lot of times. And I think that's really big. So we're starting with a replay that had a specific question. I'm going to answer that specific question, and we're going to move on. So for all the people who had, like, kind of generic stuff, there is a place for that. And I recognize this is literally the place. When you are lost and confused, I am the guy to give you direction. So I realize it's a little funny to say, but that's why for the next couple replays, we're going to try this rapid fire thing. Try to come with a specific question. Like, hey, was this the right fight? Hey, was this, like, the item build? Something specific. And that's what'll let us do this rapid fire, is because, like, we'll hop in, we'll answer the question, and we'll move on. But I think it will be good for you and for me, like, to develop this. Like, let's try it, let's see. So for example, in this one, to give you guys something to work with, there was a general element to this question as well, but there was a specific part where the Shadow Shaman said, the player asked, like, I didn't feel like I could block their camp without feeding. So the learning moment for this game and for all other games where blocking the camp is important, is that true or not? What are the tips I can give him to help him block this camp without feeding? Or is he correct? Like, there is no way to block this without feeding, so here's what we need to do instead, right? That is a very specific question with a learning moment that will be useful in a lot of other elements. And I feel like when you phrase it that way, it helps you internalize it better than more generic, like, questions and feedback. That's my own experience anyways, and we're gonna try it here. I should have said that before. I didn't finish typing the timestamp before I said that. I'll rewind that timestamp a couple seconds in post. Okay, what is this matchup? You are Shadow Shaman 5 with a Morphling, okay, and we are maybe against Underlord plus something here. Lich or Jakiro. I don't feel, just looking at those heroes, I don't feel like I would feed all the time trying to block that camp. Let's pretend I did. Let's run through a couple different possibilities. Super tough matchup, very important to block that camp. Start there, right? Block it now. If I do it in the lane, they're there, they kill me, then I feed, right? So if I know it's super important and I see the matchup and I'm really worried about that, we should do it now, ahead of time, and probably have a second sentry. There's more, but let's get there first. All right, so we head over, we unblock. Again, if we're really worried about blocking the camp, then I shouldn't spend my sentries on unblocking. This kind of goes, this one's a little iffy, but if you really think the block is important, the sentry, there is an unstoppable block, and that is at 59.5 seconds, you drop the sentry in front of their face in here. This is how you do it without feeding, potentially, right? You stand here, you drop it in at 59.5 seconds. They literally see you. They have 50 million sentries and a gem ready to deward. They cannot kill it fast enough if you drop it at the very last second. Unless you don't have a sentry because you used it to unblock your camp. So then the question is now a separate question. Is unblocking the camp more important than blocking the enemy camp? And that's kind of a separate related thing. Maybe we can go into it more. But if we are really focused in on this idea of like, I wanted to block the camp, right? Then I would save that sentry. Maybe I prefer the case where we both don't have camps, so I'd rather block theirs and they block mine. Some situations you want both unblocked. Sometimes you want yours unblocked and theirs blocked. You know what that means? 2 sentries to start. If you think you're going to feed no matter what, then maybe some of these starting items don't matter. If it's all about equilibrium and we're not trading with the enemies, then maybe I don't need as many stats, or I don't need like the blood grenade if I really had to cut something. Maybe I'm starting with 2 sentries and then buying those things later. If you want to block the camp, if we think it's that important, it's because you think equilibrium management is really important. And if we go out, we're screwed. We're going to be killed by the aggressive offlaners, which currently I don't think is the case, actually, matchup-wise. Bringing it under tower, that wasn't you, that was the Morphling, but this is why in pub games it's very chaotic. You might have had the correct read. Let's just go with it, right? Completely correct read. Cannot push, we will die. This happens, we're done, and this guy does this, right? So now we have to adjust. You need to hit your own creeps as much as possible now, or you have to push really hard. Except this guy firestormed under tower and fixed it for you, so we're good again. But we had to be prepared to lean into one of those. Now, if we wanted to body block, we had to go a little sooner. We didn't end up doing it. Lich blocked our camp. This is part of why, depending on your analysis of what needed to happen with the pull camps, if you prioritize unblocking your camp, but not blocking their camp, situations like this can happen, where they are in front of you. And if we had the analysis that I'm too scared to go up without feeding, I certainly can't go past them without losing the trade. So when they do this, I can't do anything. So this goes back to needing sentries either already in the camp, or you need another sentry so that I can walk up to here and drop the sentry in, but I can't go into the camp because that's too far. It's double the distance to go there and then come back. I'll die in that time. Being able to play the lane, step in, drop it in the corner, step back is pretty quick. This stuff doesn't matter that much, actually. You don't need this observer down now. is what I'm getting to. If I'm the Lich, I know you have an observer. Let's pretend I didn't see you. I play the lane, and then you walk back. I will know that the observer is somewhere in here. It can't possibly be anywhere else. I will find it later. Even if I don't, I know there's vision here, and it will factor into my plans. So you don't need to do this now if it's going to cost you anything else. What it's costing you right now is time in the lane. You and Lich, we're at 1:16. Neither of you have done anything in the lane really yet. It has all been in the hands of Morphling and Underlord. And if you are party queued, if you trust the guy, like, okay, sure, that's fine. But I don't in pub games. I've seen Underlord ruin his own equilibrium, and I've seen Morphling do the same. I've seen them both do it 3 times now. I don't trust them. So I want to be there to affect it. And so far, you two are just goofing off in the jungle together, and then these two are ruining their own lives in the lane together. But the first person who knows like the correct thing to do and then do it, you're sliding it in your favor. So when you just spend time in the lane and harass the Underlord and hit your own creeps, you're twofold. 1, we're messing with the Underlord, and 2, we're helping to fix Morphling's mistakes that are trying to shove the lane out. We're fixing them by hitting our own creeps. And Lich, the correct play for Lich is to be in the lane with you and play the lane. And if he sits in the jungle, you're just 2v1ing this Underlord. And that's a win. Oh, well, Zach, what if he pulls? That's sort of a separate situation, but also if we were really worried about that, going all the way back to the start of the game, I would have blocked that camp with a sentry at the start. Or I would have played the lane, and at 50 seconds, I walk out, block it. For example, right now, let's say this camp was blocked earlier, and now it's about to spawn, and I'm worried about blocking it again. Now's the time to walk over and get ready to drop a sentry in there or body block it. Now, notice you have taken the most direct approach to do this. So if Underlord and whoever else wanted to stop you, it's the easiest for them to come over and kill you. So if this block is important to me and I don't want to die, then I have to take a very roundabout path. And if that's the case, I need to give myself more time to travel, or I need to buy movement speed to reduce the amount of time it will take. They are ready to guard this angle, perhaps. Like if I go this way, Underlord ready to fight me. If I pretend I'm over here and then I actually loop all the way around over here because the box goes this way as well, right? Then it's far less likely for me to get attacked, and so I won't feed. Now, I see them starting to do one pull here, and we started talking about this at the very start. I imagine your question is actually a little bit later as the lane starts to go badly, but I think it's important to start here because part of the reason that potential problem rises later is because of our mistakes here earlier, which if we helped more in the lane, maybe it's not a problem for them to pull. Maybe we pull a lead. Maybe we're killing them when they try to do this kind of stuff.
Notice me.
Yo,
senpai.
Alex, what's up? As always, you are noticed. You are noticed and loved, Alex. Thank you for your support.
There is nothing that can stop this man.
Oh, a little off on the time. That's okay. He ate my creep. You chased him away. For what? What was he gonna do here? Your camp is alive. Even if he puts a sentry in and kills your sentry, you already have this camp. That's the most important thing. Now, maybe you wanted to stack this camp and he would stop you. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Maybe I just won't stack then. Like, if he's over there, I know I won't stack. Like, I can't stop him from stopping me, so I'll just go do something else. This camp is empty. This one could matter, whether it is blocked or not. So this one's something important to do. If I want, I could stack into a pull. I could also just say, fuck all that. The Lotus is spawning in 3 minutes, and Lich is goofing off over here. 2 of us can fight the Underlord and then secure like 160 gold in regen in the Lotus for free. This camp is worth 100 gold. This camp's worth 60 gold. So getting the Lotus is like getting both of these camps combined. And that's over here. But instead, I'm chasing Lich. Get out of here, Lich. Okay. But what did either of us actually do now? Not much. Not much. Now we do chase this Underlord away. And we do end up with the Lotus. I will note how late it is, though. Well, that's unfortunate. I will note how late it is, and someone else who was just in here earlier will get it. How do you harass Underlord when he's spamming Firestorm? Great question. Firestorm's down. It's time to fight him. That's it. You just let the ability go and don't stand in it, and then once it's down, it's down. Now you might say, okay, but Zach, there's a bunch of creeps here. Good point. Maybe I don't need to do anything then. If he's pushing waves into me, okay, we'll just farm here, right? So now my job changes. My job changes from harassing the Underlord to now, is Morphling farming? If he is farming and not at risk of dying, then I don't need to be here. And if the creeps are here, it means equilibrium is good. So far, in my checkbox of I'm a hard support, how do I make sure my carry's having a good time? Make sure he's farming, make sure he doesn't die. Okay, those are good, right? What would change that? Oh, if they did some kind of pull, that's how they get equilibrium back, right? So around now, we go, oh shit, it's time for them to pull. Oh my god, you know? This is where we get out and we go over here. If we don't want to trade with Underlord now that Firestorm's down because creeps are pushing in, then we go stop this. And again, if we go through here, the most danger, we go around the least danger. I also haven't seen you buy more sentries. If someone keeps doing a lot of pulls, it's fine to buy a sentry and block it. Maybe I missed it, but I don't think I've seen it. See how Lich could walk up like that? So you did this pull. They're over here. We're over here. We're like as far as possible. What this means... or what do I want to say here? You want to be on this side, essentially. Let's do this let's break this up. Because you're on the defensive side by default, even though you are in a pretty good position, you're by your small camp, I wouldn't say you're getting destroyed in this lane or anything. I don't think you're that much weaker than Lich, right? This isn't like, oh, the enemy, I was going to use Clockwork, but Clockwork sucks now. Who's a good position for that just destroys everyone? Let's say you were playing versus a Leshrac and he was like killing you and he has like the misanthropy, well, you know, whatever it is, Diabolic Edict now without any of that facet stuff, right? Oh, I do not want to engage him. He will kill me, right? Then I position like this. If I feel stronger, though, I position over here so that they can't do this. Lich just walks up and gets money. He just comes up here and gets money, and then he walks away. Why? Because I defaulted to the defensive side, and I didn't stand here to zone him away. Otherwise, he would have fought me, and we would have fought, and that's why, like, if we're on even footing, it's fine. Even fight, and he doesn't get money. In the same way, if he tries to do pulls, I can't really contest from over here. I'm not absorbing any XP from the lane over here. If I stand more in the middle, I can get more from this. Honestly, at this point, this is where I thought I would have thought the pulling issue would have come up already. I actually don't think you have a problem. He's doing a lot of pulls, but that's not the same as like I'm too scared to go up by feeding. You might have felt that way. I don't mean to like invalidate what you're feeling, but I don't see it actually. I don't see what you're super worried about. Cause like this, both of you took direct spells. That was like worst case scenario in the pit, in the firestorm. Morphling didn't even die. So the issue is not feeding on the pull block. It's not buying sentries to block this camp and not being here soon enough to block the spawn. Or once you were in position and you just like didn't notice it. 6-minute spawn. There's the choice. Do I body block or do I go for the rune? I actually think it's fine to go for the rune. But if we were worried about it, that would be one such case. I only noticed the problem too late about the sentry. I think that's probably the quick answer to your thing was just, I just need to buy more sentries. Yeah, it's like 6 minutes. Here's the next one on the sentry. Maybe you bought some earlier, but I didn't see it. Well, are we gonna... This is a separate issue of this is a strange time to fight. Though it... I guess we didn't die for it. Strange time to fight because there was a lot of creeps in a decent spot. Like, there's no reason Morphling can't just farm in this position while you body block. So it's very strange to fight right here. Especially to waveform in that close and lose his defensive maneuver. More of a Morphling thing than you, I guess, though. Okay, I'm gonna play this a little longer, but I think that kind of addressed your question. I mean, let me know, you're here. You can let me know if you feel like that helps explain it. It did help. I felt scared without a reason and should have been blocking before I felt that way. Okay, great. I'm glad I helped out. I will say, totally understand feeling scared. That's part of learning, right? Of like, this matchup scares me, this doesn't scare me. Am I right or not? You know, whether you feed or not. This one, to help you feel less scared, I highly recommend you click them a lot and check their resources. This is a very spell-oriented offlane. Like, the scariest moments will be Firestorm and then repeated Frost Blasts. If they run out of mana, for example, Firestorm, or he's been spamming it, so he's now out of mana, or I just used an ability, I don't have it, those are small moments where you can suddenly feel a lot braver and move in. And by checking, you can kind of know, should you actually be scared or not, I guess, right? You identify what scares you, and then is it real? Is it a real threat? If there's not enough mana, it's a fake threat. That won't apply for like everything, but Lich and heavy spellcasters, that's like the tell to look for. Okay, we're gonna try this one. Okay, and this one, your question was about battle hunger usage. I said rapid fire. That one wasn't that rapid, but I think that's okay. In the Zeus video, I mentioned about making use of Lightning Bolt. As Axe with Battle Hunger, what are things I should be looking for in the laning phase for when to use Battle Hunger? Should I prioritize putting on the carry and then denying creeps in their face to extend its duration as long as possible, or put it on supports? So as a general rule, supports, because carries will have as many options as possible to get some kind of last hit or deny, right? That's like their thing. They're standing in the lane. They're looking for last hits and denies anyways. So Battle Hunger doesn't actually really change what they're looking to do. They always wanted some kind of last hit or deny. Putting it on a support kind of changes it, right? They are looking to trade, to harass, maybe think about some camps, rotate, and they're like, ah, shit, Battle Hunger. You know, now they have to think about last hits and denies, which is not always that bad, but that one's different. Like, you're more likely to get value out of it. And if you take out the enemy support, because they just took a lot of damage, then your support is freed up to mess with the carry then, right? So I'm indirectly using Battle Hunger to take out something else, and then that will then let me actually focus on the carry. You want to try to make use of the slow, but it's not... Axe does not strictly need to run people down at the start of the game, and Battle Hunger is relatively cheap. It's 50 mana. You don't have the greatest mana pool, but for the cooldown and everything, right at 20 seconds with 1 mana regen, and you're not spending mana on anything else at the start of the game, this is essentially a 30 mana ability if you're using it off cooldown, which is dirt cheap. You know, you can spam this out a lot. So, you could throw it on Jakiro right now, let's say, because there are no creeps to last hit or deny. He will just take damage, and he can't do anything about it. For a full mana hero using a spell, it is fine to just get damage out. I know the original question is about using the other parts of the ability, but if it's rather than wait for like the perfect time to use an ability and then waste the mana regen, right? It's better to just like use it, get some damage, and then come back. So you could use it on him right now. The downside would be that, okay, some creeps are going to get low and he's going to look for a deny. So he would have that going for him. But you see here, because you did throw it on him actually, and he did not go for that deny. Didn't go for that one either. So you're just getting damage, and the slow is helping you out, right? He's not having as easy of a time chasing you. I also, holy shit, they're just shoving the lane for you. So you're in a really good position now. Not your question, but we're amazing. Ven just needs to block this camp. This is another situation. You can just keep spamming Battle Hunger. It's kind of for damage at this point. There's just no creeps for him. So you can drop it on him. Venge your courier, your courier. Hey, this is all fine. We don't have to do any Battle Hunger here. Okay. We use it here for the slow because they're diving. And I would either wait for Juggernaut to stop spinning and then slow him, because he's going to dispel it if you do it before, but also he's debuff immune anyway, so the slow won't kick in until after the spin is over. You can also use it on Jakiro to slow him on this dive and keep him under the tower. So you do it too soon. Juggernaut actually kills Venge and removes Battle Hunger that way. Even without removing it, it's not affecting him right now in a useful way. So wait for it to expire like here, and then you would use it. And notice, he's really far from creeps. So even if you don't end up running him down, you're just getting full damage on the Juggernaut in this case. Alternatively, you could use it on Jakiro, ignore Juggernaut, and just trade with the Jakiro. The value of that, this lane is in a good spot. So it would keep me here to balance all this. Venge died. She shouldn't really have. If she had better positioning, she would have been okay. Specifically, if she had escaped this way or this way, instead of running through here, she would never have died. But, oh my god. But, anyways, we'll consider it a sacrifice because the lane is in a good spot. And that means, like, let's say she just died for equilibrium, right? It's worth it in the long run to now maintain the lane here is what we're going to tell ourselves. But if you end up chasing too hard, we're going to lose equilibrium. So then she's going to die and we're not going to get anything out of it. Here, okay, here's another cool time to use Battle Hunger if you potentially have it. In these kind of situations, supports typically want to go do pull camp stuff. And if you Battle Hunger them as they leave, it's very annoying because they're slowed and they sometimes miss the ability to pull or stack. Or sometimes they get baited to like, I want to remove this. I was gonna go jungle. I was gonna go rotate, but now I'm gonna stay here and try to get a deny. That can be another good time to do it. Here's a good time to do it on Juggernaut. What the hell is he doing? Okay, I wouldn't lose the creeps for it though. Don't let him through here easily, but don't chase to where you are. Just like stay here, and if he keeps coming, then you meet him at the stairway. Otherwise, you get here, you stay here for the creeps. Because now he'll run around and you also wasted time. Missed some last hits. We won't sweat it. Okay, no need to battle hunger here, of course. Some last hit practice would be good. Okay, this one's good because Jakiro is nowhere near creeps, and there's not really a lot dying. There's this one, but can Jakiro... He has to go through you to get to the creep. So you're going to get full value. He's going to run away, and you guys could fight him the whole time. I don't actually want you to fight him the whole time because you'd be baiting yourself away from the creeps. This is unfortunately not a great level timing for your Venge. If Venge was stronger than Jakiro right now, when you battle hunger Jakiro, you kind of guarantee it's a winning trade for your support. In this case, you're kind of making it an equal trade and saving the Venge. Because what can Juggernaut do to help Jakiro besides to run over? Nothing. You can easily throw battle hunger on Jakiro. And you watch the Zeus video, so let me apply that same concept. In the Zeus video, I mentioned, because I win the upfront trade on Zeus, the enemy has to run away first, and that allows me to time my escape to not take damage or to chase further and get extra attacks in. When you are the axe here or any kind of core, and you're choosing to use an ability on the support on the side over here, if you, like, let's just pretend this is not a level difference here. Jakiro will take that damage. Venge will not take that damage. And so the mental calculation should be, oh shit, I will lose this trade now. I have to run away first. And that's what allows Venge to then chase and get the extra damage and actually win the trade, which means your Venge is now higher health than the Jakiro, hopefully. And that means all future trades are kind of slighted towards Venge until this guy spends a lot of time regenning. So that's what some of this value from Battle Hunger is as a super cheap, very spammable ability. You can kind of keep chucking it for this to try to build that health advantage for yourself and for your support, because once he is too low, he just cannot engage the Venge because he will always be on the losing end. He will always have to run first, which means he will always take extra damage. It will force him to buy a salve. It will force him to sit passively until he heals up back to equal footing. And in that time, you're going to press it on him again because this is such a cheap, spammable ability. That's kind of the goal of Battle Hunger. And then running people down with a slow if that comes up. Good luck with your games, Jeff. Hopefully, you will find some instant success with the tips we gave. Juggernaut dispels when the spin ends, by the way. I've seen you use this a couple times now. Literally a couple. So just so you know, it is being removed automatically by spin. He's not even going for a last hit. So just make sure you wait for that to end, and then you can do it. I would run here. Oh my god. That Battle Hunger was enough, and then you back up and heal. Okay, hold on. Let's go back. This is a big moment in the lane. This could help you a lot. Okay. Jakiro chased too hard. You Battle Hungered him. So here's where I would back away. This is really scary. Without knowing what's going to happen here, let's take a look at the lane. You always, to decide what you're going to do, you want to have an idea of what the creeps are going to do. Here's your creep wave. And they're supposed to fight a creep wave that's like around here right now. These are actually extra creeps from earlier. No matter what happens, if we play super passive, for this amount of creeps, 8 creeps, the lane is going to push. So in terms of farming and equilibrium control, I'm going to be in a very good position. If we're all low, whoever is closest to their tower probably feels better. And that's what this situation is. Jakiro is low, Juggernaut is low, you two are low. But for this amount of creeps, it's going to be here, and I'm going to feel better. I have my tower. It's also less time for the courier to arrive. That's kind of next level to really think about, but this is a shorter time for the courier to get to than all this to meet them over here, right? So you're going to reset sooner in a good spot, and you can maybe even go for a kill. The only thing you have to be careful of is if you get killed, like if they dive you with the large amount of creeps and then they kill you and you lose everything. That's the biggest danger. So I don't think you even need to chase here because I actually feel in a good spot, whether we get this kill or not. But if I were to die and then they shove a huge wave before I respawn, that's my only losing situation. Every other case is like pretty good. I'm going to have equilibrium. I'm going to heal. Maybe I get kills, right? All of that is good. There's only one really bad situation, and that's dying from chasing too hard. If you reconnect this in, you're golden. If you don't, we get into a weird situation, which I guess before I don't need to talk through because it just happened, right? You secure the Lotus. This is an equal wave, or it kind of was. This range creeps in a weird way. This is something they can hold here, and you have these 3 creeps, which actually you end up farming, right? As they hit you and you hit back. This was our golden ticket to laning here in a good spot, but I'm actually clearing these out early because this walked by and this is an equilibrium at my low health to make this work. I need to reconnect this wave in here, and that scares me. I might die. I could run it around in circles out here till the next wave shows up, but the next wave just spawned. So I'm going to be doing that for quite a while, and Juggernaut has time to react. Whereas if I managed to connect that wave in here first, I'd be laning here. I'd actually already be doing it because those 3 creeps would be fighting these. You could then run back to the Lotus, come back here. These would meet here. You'd be like 7-on-3 creeps or 7-on-4 creeps, which will definitely push. They're probably almost cleared up right now. I think if you just keep running there, you might be fine. Oh my god. How are we alive? Alright, you are psycho mode right now, bro. You gotta chill. What? This lane is pushing up. This lane is pushing up. You're good, man. You're good. It's gonna get here. You're gonna aggro behind the tower. You're gonna farm it. You're good. If you get killed, you could miss everything. You die, you lose gold. All the creeps die to the tower. You just gotta relax here. You don't have to run in. You're scaring me. It's okay. Just relax. Oh, you see how this one, it just kind of expires. You're full mana, so it's like, it's not that big of a deal if you throw it on him. But you see it didn't really affect him. So if you were more mana constrained, I would not use that Battle Hunger. If you could, a little backpack efficiency, you get a little bit more out of the salve. Heroes going under tower can be an okay time to Battle Hunger, especially if you have a lot of mana to spare, because it's hard to last it under tower, so they might just miss it. At the same time, they're going to get a chance to last it because it's going under tower, so it's okay to save your mana. This is a great one because he stepped up, he is now being slowed, and it gives you the chance to run him down and fight. And you can try to use the slow to like get in front and everything. I think he actually... Did he kill some like random creep with damage over time? Unlucky. I can't believe she's getting away with this, by the way, guys. It's driving me crazy. My blood is boiling. How can an observer block go unpunished? It makes me upset. It's worked out why I prefer mid-morph to safe lane morph. Side lane creeps are so complicated. The side lane gets messy with creep equilibrium. The reality is, most pub games, it will work out to be average because everyone will make mistakes. But if you have a deep understanding of creep equilibrium and how to manipulate them, that's how you can make any lane kind of work out. That's like what the Smurf account boosters are doing. They know to do all these tricks so that they're constantly laning in a good spot. That's why when I put out videos and people are like, oh, Zach, that's not fair. This Smurf's having a free game. Why do you think the Smurf's having a free game, guys? It's not random. You think I picked one where they had all good teammates? The Smurf is doing it. That's what the Smurf is doing. But I always get those comments. This game doesn't count, Zach. The Smurf had this going for them. And they're like, where do you think it comes from? It's the Smurf. It's the Smurf doing this stuff. That's what you want to replicate. I think we kind of answered your question. I think we can move to our next specific question. I probably wouldn't have done that one, but there were a lot of creeps dying. Chikiro happened to miss all of them, though. Are you saying that giving up 3-minute Lotus in favor of that golden ticket equilibrium would be worth it? It's a little tricky to say. It's kind of a math equation, right? In terms of gold, the amount of burst regen you get from a Lotus is about 160 gold. There's also some extra value to that, right? Of like, could you get a kill because you had more mana and health? Something like that, right? Get a little iffy. But let's just start with that 160 gold. I lose the 160 gold, but if I have equilibrium here, how many more creeps can I deny because I'm here? And if I get 4 denies, or at least the carry misses those 4 last hits, right? That's 160 gold. And anything more than 4 denies or 4 last hits missed starts to be more than that Lotus is worth. And then there's also extra value here, right? In the same way the Lotus, maybe that could lead to a kill. Well, if we lane here, maybe I can get a kill, right? If I run down someone because we're in a good spot, because the support went back to pull and then we take a 2v1. There's some extra value here as well. I believe in this particular situation, Axe could have actually done both. Axe could have connected the creeps, still made it for the Lotus, and then come back. Let's say Axe had to pick one. Axe was really low health. And by choosing the Lotus, there's technically some regen, but they lost long-term equilibrium because they ended up killing the creep wave here as well. Which means I get a little health. Like, let's say Axe had this much health. Do we feel confident about landing in front of their tower? Maybe, maybe not. And that's kind of the question you want to ask yourself. And that's what the high-level Dota is like running through all these situations really quickly and deciding, like, no, I don't want to do that, so I want to lane here, low health, get back to full health, and deny them here, give up the Lotus for that. Or, like, yes, with the Lotus, I can lane here, I can kill them, so I don't need long-term equilibrium back here. I can take this and fight here. Those are the kind of questions you want to answer that are really hard. But the more you play, the more comfortable you are with your hero, the more you understand matchups, then you can answer that quickly, and then you can pick the right thing. I really like to grab Lotuses. It's not bad. That's a very good skill to have. I will say it depends. Like, there are times as a support, I want to go here, but I decide, like, oh, it's too dangerous, so I would rather prioritize, like, stacking or blocking or something, right? And I am also making the trade-off. The risk to get this versus the payoff of, like, what I can do here. I can deny creeps with a stacked camp. I lose 160, but I get gold in what I stack here and clear out, right? It's all these mental equations to figure it out. How can I participate? Anyone is free to drop in match IDs. It is free. It's random. For a donation, I will do it guaranteed, but that is completely optional. My only request right now is to try to ask a very specific question. That's what we're trying to do right here. In this case, Axe was asking about Ruse. Axe was asking about battle hunger usage. In the last one, it was about blocking without feeding, like very specific questions. I just saw Ruse submit the Slark keeps dewarding all my observer wards. Bro, I cannot believe. Imagine cheating and then drawing attention to yourself. Come on. Come on. It's insane. If you're gonna cheat, just sit there. Okay, I know this sounds bad. This sounds like a weird hill to die on, guys. But like, come on. If you're gonna break the law, you're gonna cheat, you're gonna do something scummy, at least be smart about it. At least be smart about it, you know? What are these people doing? It's like, I respect the bad guy. It's clearly bad to be a bad guy in the shows, you know? But like, if they're smart, it's like, okay, you know, like, I get it. You're a pretty good villain. You're pretty good at this stuff. Okay, we have a good question about fighting or farming. I know other people submitted earlier. I may scroll up to find those later as well. But also, just gonna grab this one. Oh, I don't even have to change the replay thing. Excellent. Okay, your question. Had a strong start, but we seem to have lost the mid game. I had a fight at around 19 to 22 minutes that I missed pushing out a lane. Assumed early 5v5 would be bad and called them to back. Was that a mistake? Arc was insane late, couldn't come up with a counter. Arc Warden is kind of a ridiculous scaling hero, especially in pubs. Actually, look at their lineup. They have some very good late game scaling. You got Arc Warden Necro, you got Spectre, Lion has infinite stacking, Ogre's the only one that like really drops off. But even if he gets a Midas, right, his scaling's not that bad. Looking at your lineup, this is a very clear case that we need to win early. And if we go late, we're going to struggle. The lanes probably should have gone a little better for you with these various heroes. We won't worry about that too much. It does look like you guys pulled at least a bit of a gold lead to start, right? Down to about 6K-ish here, and then some bad fight that happens. I guess part of your question is around that window. So let's go take a look at that. To win this game, you want this to keep snowballing, of course, because against this lineup, I do think over time it would just get really hard, and that's kind of what, yeah, the graph reflects. In a pub game, there's always a shot in the late game, but yeah, that would be my read on this. Let's jump to like let's be here and take stock. I would let LC support when that was a thing was kind of fun. I'm not convinced the AoE is enough, mainly because it's like, well, what do you do before that, right? I know we just did a Zeus guide. It was like, hey, go eggs. But I think Zeus does a lot before that. I think Legion support struggles, right? Your lane's not as good. It's hard to make use of your abilities if you're not a core. Can't initiate it without the blink. Can't win the duels without more items. You risk giving the enemy stuff if you duel and you lose it, you know? I'm just not sure what she's doing as she's making her way to the Ags in a way that core Legion could not just do it and provide that so-called support utility. Justice. Youch. I can't believe you're still alive. Ah, amazing. Amazing.
Hi, ZQuixotix. I'm
hi.
very grateful for giving me fun every video you make.
Aw,
I
thank
did a
you.
very specific and long question on question forum, as a clueless Herald. Could take a look on that?
Yes, I could. Is that in the Discord you left a question? Let me take a look real quick. Ah, I see it. Okay. We're taking a quick brush through. Okay, I will read this more in depth later, and we can answer that. Was this a replay you wanted me to look at like here, or are you just letting me know that this is here to respond later? I'm just brushing through it real quick. I think it's the latter. Let me know if that's something you wanted me to look at like live here as part of the replay with that donation, just to make sure I'm filling in that value. After this fight, I misread the entire lobby coming back up there to fight and went to split bot lane, I think. Okay, hold on. I got a little sidetracked there, so let me go back one more time and see it. So I think it's this fight you're talking about. Were you who you partied with? There were some party games here, right? Unfortunately, you're the random, and then other people are partied. Okay. My current read of the game, with the cheats we have, because we get to see everything, TA is doing really well. Our goal is to play behind TA. It looks like she is going, I assume, Deso. Maybe there's a BKB. No, Deso. Okay. With Deso, we get the ability to take objectives. So that's what I'm waiting for. Objectives I have in mind, of course, are Roche, towers, all that. Get the BKBs. I'm looking at the enemy lineup. And with BKBs, I think a lot of them can't really do much. Right? Necro, we pretty much just ignore. Spectre's damage will be pitiful because she's going for Radiance. Lion can be ignored. Ogre can be ignored. It'll all come down to Arc Warden's right clicks, and that is with a Maelstrom. So ignoring some damage there too. So Deso BKB is very strong on TA. She will kind of do the heavy lifting in terms of objectives. So my job is like, how do I keep her alive? How do I give her the space to do the damage? Timbersaw doesn't really have saves, so he is usually the distraction, but you could consider something like Lotus. Lotus can be used for both. It can protect you as you go in, and it can be used on your TA. And that's probably the item I would look at here. You could maybe argue like, well, could I get a BKB for the same reason? Yeah. For a pub game, I'm open to it, but also in terms of like theory strategy, I'm putting my eggs in one basket, right? As part of playing fast, I'm really leaning in on boosting up this TA to end the game in the next like 10-ish minutes before this late game lineup just gets way too ridiculous. And that's why I would do Lotus here instead. You go for, is this the new Bloodstone? Yeah. I am open to this item on Timber, but it is mostly about yourself, which could act as the space-making build, but that's kind of why I like Lotus more, because it kind of hits both. It could be used for ourselves. It could be used for TA. I also think a Dispel and the Reflect are very good this game, which gives me more value to the Lotus than the Bloodstone. Cannot spell lifesteal from pure damage on Timber, right? Does it say? We went through all those changes. I think you are correct. We went through all those changes a while ago that are a little fuzzy in my head, because as a support, I almost never spell lifesteal, so I don't really interact with it very much, and it's a little fuzzy in my head. I think you're right, because I think Queen of Pain is unique, isn't it? Where she was... I think most heroes can't lifesteal that way, or spell lifesteal, I should say. Okay, sorry, hold on. Separate topic. Let's revisit that in a moment. To come back to the goal of like, what's Timbersaw trying to do here? And you mentioned like, oh, I thought, okay, misread the game, shouldn't fight, should push, whatever. I'm actually open to still split push farm up right now for a couple of reasons. One, we highlighted the Lotus, that I want the Lotus. Let's say we were building it. I don't have it yet. Let's go with the Bloodstone. Also don't have it yet. So whatever item I did pick, I want that item. TA, I mentioned Deso is a good timing for her into the BKB. She's not even at the Deso yet. So this is still kind of farm, space make territory. That's the thing with playing lineups that go fast. The common pub mistake is I have to go fast, too fast, nonstop, no wait, go, 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 right? And you actually don't need to do that much. You still want to wait for the right time, which in this case we're highlighting the Deso into the BKB. So as part of that, if you didn't group up with the team, I'd say that's fine, right? Like, yeah, I'm causing chaos down here. I'm farming up to my Lotus so that it hopefully lines up with your timing on the TA. If she had the Deso, that lion's dead. Like, TA should not be doing this either. She should just be jungling this stuff over here. Or this stuff while you move out over here. At least you got that one. Okay, you were warding for yourself first. And now we are coming back here. Okay. Open to this. As you come through here, you should like jungle this stuff. I feel like you just like walk past all of it. They killed Bloodseeker. Killing Lion. Aw, too bad. Oh, Dazzle got him. Nice. Okay, I'm fine with this, but I see you turning around right now, and that's not what we're doing. We're here to push. That's why I liked your Observer. You warded for yourself. Even if we nitpicked the position, I would say maybe to see a little more into the lane. So, like, down here will help you see further here. Any of these spots could help you. This is just, like... This is around the area I want you to be, so I feel like that Observer is actually going to... not fully do its job. I think if you put it further, it protects you from this tower, or it protects you from rotations this way. And I think you're actually in this area. But you have it, which is a lot better than having nothing. And the whole reason I put it is for you to stay in this area. And I see you turning. Oh, we turned. Timbersaw tip, unrelated to your question. All your stuff is AoE, try to also farm multiple camps. So, like, you throw out Chakram, have it go through 2 camps. You're going to Timber Chain to finish one camp, Timber Chain into the next camp, do damage to both of them. This is how Timbersaw players speed up their farm. You can do the same thing while clearing creep waves. As you finish a creep wave, Timbersaw, Timber Chain into the camp, and use your Chakram. Like, let's say, oh, how do I get this angle to get to this camp? Cut through this trees with the Chakram. Stand in this tree wave. There's a million ways you could do it. You could stand here, Chakram in, walk back in, Timber Chain. You could just Chakram to break this tree and then Timber Chain through. All sorts of stuff you could do. You're looking to line things up with Timbersaw. This push is taking a little too long. You're trying to play it safe, but I see action happening top. And that means you also need to speed up pushing bottom, because that is what will punish them for all being up here and bait them to come down. Or maybe you lose the fight, but you can say, hey, team, it's okay. I took this tower, right? But if we dilly-dally, we're going to miss that window. So it seems like I think your mistake is actually not pushing fast enough, and not that this was the wrong idea. Remember, you're Timbersaw. You're scary as heck. And you're playing timid right now, which there are times to do, but I currently see quite a few heroes up here, so this is where I want you to be very aggressive. Scare them. And as your team, so your team would back out here, say like, okay, we don't have the heroes, we chill, and that's the punish. Is like, oh, don't worry, Timbersaw is getting a lot bottom. You're kind of getting stuff bottom, but we could get more if we push a bit harder. Oh, you did think this would happen. Okay, I see. Your mistake was not having a TP. Your team took the bad 4v5 while I did this. Got it. Okay, okay. Yeah, I am on board for that. This is the area you would back out, by the way. So we should have the TP, like you said. Don't forget, if you do think you should join, you can always come through the twin gate. You can always do that. That aside, this has got to push in harder, right? I want to see this tower take damage for this kind of a play. And I see how we're back here getting a Wisdom Shrine, which is kind of important to get, but it's also pretty late. So like that Wisdom Shrine is there or is not. And now you come back here after they are done finishing top. So now there's a lot more risk to you. Before they were all up here and we should stay up here. And then as things fall apart, then you come back and get that Wisdom Shrine. Or as they respawn, like your teammates will do it. Hero tier list this patch when? I haven't decided. It's always a weird thing of like waiting long enough for it to settle more and then like, oh, it's so late, what's the point? I think even before a full tier list, we could do like a top 5 heroes to try. Kind of safer. I should do those. To be honest, it would be... It's what people want to see. I don't really enjoy making it, and I don't like doing it too quickly. But like literally the day patch comes out, that's the kind of video that would perform. Is like, these are the 5 best heroes. I'm lying through my teeth because the patch is half a day old and it changed a lot of things, but this is what people are going to click on. But I don't like doing it. Or it's like I'm making a video to show you guys Dota buff. And that feels so strange, but it's literally content creation, so I don't know. But it's like, well, Zach, just show me the high win rate here. I was like, do you really need me to do that? Is that not Dota buff? Dota 2 Pro Tracker, just like sort by win rate. I know I add a little detail. That's supposed to be my job as the content creator, but it's always just the weird thing when a patch comes out. This right here is what we're trying to do. We're protecting her with the Lotus, right? I'm investing in her. She's supposed to be our top net worth hero, hitting her power spike. And now she's being chained up here. I was a little distracted there. How did this fight even happen? Okay. It's not that you guys couldn't group up around the Deso. But Spectre has Haunt, and I see her down here, which means the rest of the team's probably somewhere up top. It's just not the greatest fight to take, perhaps. But also, TA... I think your teammates didn't enable TA enough. I don't know why this blinks on cooldown, but if actually he jumps with TA as well, probably just Lion dies. If you have the Lotus, that would help prevent the stuns, right? This was actually not a bad find for TA, but here she is getting chain stunned and everything. So she's losing some time. And that's really like, we could kind of look at the rest of the fight, but the burning question is like, the momentum farmed hero is TA. So everyone's mindset should be like, well, how is TA doing in this fight from our team? So like, how am I enabling TA? How am I stunning for her? How am I zoning away heroes she doesn't like from her? It's all about her. And in this case, it's like, oh, TA jumped and you were kind of there with her and then no one else was. And then after that, she's running. So then the rest of the fight doesn't matter. And you are trying to escape, but yeah, just too many slows and silences. Do you think the Largo nerfs were warranted? Yeah. Offlane Largo was a little ridiculous. He's actually still good. Don't be dissuaded by the nerfs too much. I still think he's fine. The offlane build is pretty much the same. I actually think support Largo got buffed since you can now do damage with Q without the Ags. You were never really building Ags on support Largo. I think that hero is fine. He was... So the nerfs might seem like a lot, but you gotta remember, he was like the S tier hero. So when the S tier hero gets a heavy nerf, it's like, I'm an A or B tier hero now, which is still pretty good in the big picture. Okay, losing that fight, you probably have like one more chance to pull it back together. So let's look for that, and then we'll probably move on. Going back to itemization, I know we kind of already talked about it, but because this is, I hope it's clear now, if we're talking about this being the key window to break open the game, and the question is like, so how does my next item help TA? This one helps ourselves do things before this point and helps me live as I go in, and then we see like the Bloodstone. It's like, if I am not tanking for TA, it does nothing. And if they ignore me, kind of does nothing. When's your next casting gig? I'm not fully sure, slash, if there were things, I cannot always reveal them. I will tell you, though, next Tuesday, April 14th, I think, we're going to do an amateur cast for one of my coaching students. His team made it to the like grand finals of the amateur league they're in. It's about ancient rank. So we're gonna convert one of the coaching sessions into just casting it on stream. It'll be like chill, educational, fun roasting type stuff. That'll be, I think it's next Tuesday if I'm remembering correctly. Dumb question. Do you think your coaching would translate into corporate management? Maybe there's some parts, but I did work a normal job for about 1.5 years. So I was exposed to some of that, but I wouldn't claim enough exposure to like be that useful. With that said, my experience in esports so far, the difference of a corporate structure essentially is so funny in a strange way of using funny, you know? It's like the esports is the Wild West. It's like a handshake that you'll get paid half the time. Some places are better than others, you know, but like, it is so strange. So perhaps my 1.5 years is better than the amount of like pro players who went straight into esports and the organizations who just jumped straight in from nothing. I don't know. I wouldn't really know what to do for any kind of like corporate management advice. But I don't think some of the things I talk about are Dota unique, you know? Self-improvement mindset, being calm and level-headed about like how you like analyze things. I think that can apply to any number of stuff. I'd like to rewind this fight and simply ask ourselves, where is TA and what is she doing? So how do I help TA? I'm looking at top. Oh my god, where's TA? You look away from these kids 1 second and they're gone. She's dead. And I don't know how it happened. Sorry about the weird pivot. Nah, it's fine. I don't care. I'm down to chat. Just got my first management job and I have no clue how to effectively manage things yet. Congratulations on, I guess, the promotion, the new job. I guess I don't know how you got there, but congrats. The fact that you're worried about it is already a good sign. I feel like you'll hear any number of horror stories about management of clueless people. My own anecdotal advice, again, recognize my limitations, so don't read into it too much, but I feel like as long as you're very human about it, that is very much appreciated. You know, like, don't let the ego power go to your head. If you remain humble, recognizing like your job is to manage, so you have to do some amount of, you know, leading in that sense, but not like you don't know what you're doing. I'm going to tell you like how it is, right? People hate that. I feel like as long as you avoid that, you're already in the right direction. Consecrated Wraps is pretty good. I think there's a certain, it's mostly if you're going to fight a lot that it's really good, but in those situations, there's like not another item that matches what it does. But the reason it might stay without being nerfed is because if it's not that situation, then it's not as good. Like when you just want to AFK farm, what does it do for you? Nothing really. If you can measure it, you can manage it. Have metrics and goals. I like that. I like that. I will say the manager needs to sometimes be, you got to be ready to have hard talks. That is part of managing. Sometimes you got to be like, there are the tough conversations that someone has to have, and sometimes that's got to be you. I don't know, like, you know, no info on your job or anything. Not trying to pry it out either. But yeah, I do feel like sometimes that's the important part about being a manager. But I never had to do it, so you know, I'm not gonna try to talk too much into it. Is it time to dump codes again? It might be, but first I gotta double check. Because someone did do a donation, but I missed if it was meant to be something we review on stream or if it was, because they posted a question in the Discord, and I can respond to that later. I need to double check if I was supposed to, if that was a donation to like look at that and answer it on here. Really enjoyed the Gold movie and some of the other content. Thank you. The Gold movie, I am particularly happy when people like the Gold movie because I think it is just such a long video that is clearly only going to appeal to the kind of people that I am like in line with. You know, the guy who's going to make an 80-minute movie on Gold and the people who want to watch an 80-minute on Gold. It makes me happy. You know, like it found its place. There's some stuff it's like, oh, I saw it recommended, but I didn't give a shit, you know, or like I saw it and it's like, oh, it's fine. It's like, yeah, you know, that's good in its own way, but there's something about the Gold movie that I'm glad when I hear it connected. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, we will grab games from you guys. Drop in the match IDs with the specific questions if you can. If you're not sure, that is totally okay. Like, fake a question, you know, if you need to. I still think it helps. I still think it helps with the process. You know, time to test it. Sometimes there are dumb questions. Let's find out. I think we have to make some tea after this. This always happens at the end of the streams. Get tired. Throat gets tired of talking. I do check YouTube comments. We have a like a multi-chat. It assimilates both of them for me. But sometimes it bugs out and then I won't notice, but it'll like stop showing Twitch or it'll stop showing YouTube or just freezes. So if I haven't responded to something in a little bit, that might have happened without me realizing. But I do try to respond to everything. I am not typically ignoring anybody. Turbo's fine. Yeah, I'm not as familiar with Turbo, you know, just clear up front. But we do watch Turbo games for other people who ask, so I've learned a little bit over time. I'm learning Dota as a longtime League player. Nice. I still do, but it's just one of those things. There's like a million things you want to do and you don't get around to. I wanted to make a video for League players switching over to Dota. Someone who is doing it, Czar Potato, if you have heard of him or not. That's kind of his like focus, is transitioning League to Dota players. If you want to check that out. I would like to get into it. I have some thoughts. I recently tried playing some League again just to like start feeling it out, but then I just didn't have time to do more. Oh, gotcha. Thank you, Coil. I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll definitely get back and answer the Discord question later. We'll do that after the stream. I'll probably do it while I'm eating or something. You'll see that pop up later on. Which one do we want to cover here? Okay, we're gonna do... Well, I think we're covering more, so hopefully we'll get to more. I want to do this one just because, one, funny enough, I feel like we actually didn't review that many support games this time around. So adding this in to hit our own metrics, try to give advice to all the roles and such. But also, Witch Doctor is a very common hero, especially for like climbing pubs. So I hope it'll help several people here with a very relevant question about figuring out which duo is stronger and how to play around that. So we have the Witch Doctor plus Axe, and I guess you wouldn't know it, but once you get into the game, you're laning versus Legion and Ancient Apparition. Now, maybe they lane swap. We can load in and find out for sure. Where are we? Witch Doctor. Okay, yeah, Legion and AA. So let's come back a little bit. So Witch Doctor kind of beats most people because of Maledict in certain situations, which is that you use Maledict and then you get damage in. There's not really a support you couldn't beat in that direct trade, but they could just avoid that trade and do something different. I would that was a good kind of kill for it. I personally prefer seeing Witch Doctor start with Maledict. I think it's the stronger trading ability and easier to use. Like, you need the cask bounces to make this pay off. I understand why you did it here, though. That was like a big tower dive, and you did get a kill for it. I think you maybe could have gotten the kill with Maledict as well, like Maledict Blood Grenade. But I won't worry about it too much, just because, like, yeah, sometimes we end up with different stuff for the first bloods and all that. Let's just go with that. At this point, your level 2 will be your new power spike, so that's kind of what I'm playing for. I won't trade that well with just Cask, especially over here. That's why I like Maledict, because like one-on-one with the support here, you can beat. Using the lane, it's useful. The Cask is a little bit more limited. So I'm mostly playing to get to level 2 here. Legion carry is strange, but not that uncommon. People like this hero. Axe in a direct fight is not the greatest. And speaking of Witch Doctor, like your mindset, Maledict is best with heroes who can burst damage. That is what allows it to ramp up, because you get the lost health burst damage. It compounds. The sooner you do the damage, it bursts, doing more damage, which will then burst doing more damage. So damage over time abilities, especially really long ones like Battle Hunger, don't get as much value working with Maledict. It's not to say it's bad, but like any damage is good to a degree, but burst spells are better. So this combo is not the best, but some things you have going for you is Spin is a good chunk of damage pretty quickly, and Cask could lead to Berserker's Call, which is good. Maledict may not benefit from the damage as much of this, but the slow could allow you to run people down more if you get the equilibrium back. So I think in this first level or two, or first level especially, I'm interested in pulling the lane back. I don't want to fight that much because I'm not level 2 yet, so that's just generally good to do to get it to come back until then. And then when it's back here, I'll have an easier time making use of Battle Hunger to run them down. If I slow them under their tower, not really chasing further in. I actually don't think this combo is all that strong together. Ice Vortex could amp Overwhelming Odds. That's like kind of cool. It would destroy the creep wave though, and then shove into your tower. As long as you don't die, you'd be laning here long term. Even if you do die, you might respawn in time. Cold Feet doesn't really have setup. He can poke a lot with Chilling Touch and long range auto attacks. And that's kind of where we're getting to, I think. You want the really big fight with Maledict. You win the like 100-0 fight. This guy beats you in the long-term casual harass because he outranges you. He will poke. She has some sustain on Moment of Courage when she gets that. She also has some pretty good like instant burst with Overwhelming Odds. It's a little more restrictive though, right? Like it needs to be near heroes. If you had Maledict, I would actually just Maledict her there and then fight. All right, she shoved the lane because of the overwhelming odds we just talked about. Here's where you're good. You just, if you could block this, great. If not, you know, not the end of the world. Sometimes you can't. Here, just make sure you hit this creep. You did go for the deny, but I think you could actually even hit it once earlier. Oh, did get lucky with the cask bounces. Oh, I see that deny. I see you. This is a little greedy, Sage's Mask. So you want the burst combo, which means when you Maledict, you want to stun. So try to have magic sticks, maybe a mango, if you're using this a lot. If not, I do get the idea of the Sage's Mask. But I don't know when you're going to get the right chance for Maledict. Maledict Cask, really good. Especially in the right situations with like good cask bounces. And I have no idea when that's going to be. But when that moment comes, I must be able to use that. It could be back to back to back. It could be here and then like there, right? I don't know. And that's the danger of Sage's Mask is like, if it's very scattered, it's fine. But if the fights happen fast, I can't make use of it. Unlike other abilities, like Warlock has a much easier time getting value whenever he needs to use his heal, and that's why he can rush Sage's Masks into Bassi. Fatal Bond's a little more restrictive, I suppose, but there's like a creep wave every time. So even that doesn't feel as restrictive as Maledict Cask. But when the moment comes, I want that. And, like, this is the moment. You just fight here. Even if you die, it's okay. Easy peasy.
Oh, come on, man. Not again.
Nice. Okay, I see you buying a lot of long-term value abilities. Null Talismans, Bassies. Why did we kill Legion right there? Because I used Maledict and I used Cask. And she did a good chunk of damage to me, but I lived through it, and then mine out-damaged her. I want to repeat that, right? That's what success looks like, is just keep killing her when she doesn't kill me. To do that, I need more health. Otherwise, her initial overwhelming odds will now kill me. And I have enough mana for now for one more combo, Maledict Cask. But if I use either of these abilities to casually trade, I will lose that combo. And I have no consumables to make sure I have enough mana at that right moment. And these will also take a long time to make sure to regen that mana, to regen that health, to do that again. If you're really rich, you can buy some of these, but make sure you cover the short-term needs first, which would be a mango and a salve. And I would buy raindrops if you could, but it's a little too early. We are queuing them up, but now you're going to have to wait for them. So, like, that's the trade, right? We threw it out. If you do Maledict, try to right-click as well. You're a little scared to do it because you've missed health, but you should still do it. Even then, like, okay, it's maybe not the perfect value, but it does do a good chunk, right? Look at this. Down to about half, right? Nice. Okay, the next one could lead to the kill, and I'll have more confidence stand and fight. If I could do it. You're like 40% sure Axe asked for the mana boots as early as possible. Gotcha. I kind of don't mind. Axe sort of does make use of battle hunger, like spam, but also I kind of showed earlier, right? Like, he doesn't use mana otherwise. He doesn't actually need this that early. Like, you are giving him the Bassi now, 2.2 for a 20-second ability. Even if he starts putting more points into it, there's not that much he can do this quickly. And also, you still finish the Null Talisman first anyway. So, like, you probably should have skipped that one if you want to get the Arcane Boots faster. Get your consumables and go for the Bassi. I like that you're denying, though. She's dead. And if I'm thinking about consumables right now, so you just got some tangos delivered. After that, you're out for healing up everything you're missing. So I might want... This is where, like, the salve is helpful for one. Like, just refill, you're straight back in the lane. Make use of the fact you just killed her. Now I'm, like, too scared. I'm being zoned. But two, after this, do I need more? I might need to buy some ahead of time. Mana, just enough for another combo. Still wouldn't mind if you would get, like, a magic stick or something. This one might be okay, though. This is, like, enough mana where the regen from this does help recover. You should try to move further up, though. You're actually just missing XP for no reason. You can, like, be in the trees there, getting XP. Oh, amazing Cask bounces. She's dead. Okay, she's dead. Think about time, minimap. Can I do anything? Pulls, all that. This, huge kill. That's the second kill. So there's no TP when she respawns. You can now do other things. You can rotate, you can stack, you can... I said rotate twice. You can't really be punished for it now. If you want to walk home, that'd be doable. All right, I think we kind of answered this one. And you kind of answered it yourself. You're the one getting kills. you are in fact stronger around those Maledict fights, which I will say, like, AA didn't do the best job at casually harassing you, and you did manage to find several Maledict combos. That's kind of why you guys are winning. Well, maybe with some Nature's rotations, it'll be different. Funny enough, you bought a Mango and a Clarity now, but I feel like now you're actually kind of close to the Arcanes, and you have both of these at this point, so I think you have less a need for the consumables at this point. Might need to get our Quelling Blades. Yeah, now that Nature's keeps rotating in, the equation's changed a little bit. It does sort of mean, like, as long as he doesn't get kills, the rotations backfire. So you just need to kind of see it coming and get away once, and then you're good. If it succeeds every time, that's where obviously it's succeeding. What I mean is, like, he rotates, he doesn't get anything, and then he loses the lane he left. So by leaving the lane and getting kills, that's what works. You just have to survive once. If you keep laning up here, this is where it's very easy for Nature. So if you see him start to put a lot of attention on you, nice TP. Try to play Equilibrium. Try to get it back here and stay here, because he's not going to want to dive that. And you can also think about stacking a lot. All right, this one's kind of funny to me because I do like Venomancer, but it sounds like you're playing super greedy the way you phrased it. So I'm kind of curious what we're going to get into. I'll load this one. While it's downloading, I will be right back. I do like the greedy enchantments a lot, but I do think, like, why do you need the money? You're probably buying something to solve a problem. And some of the other enchantments can solve the problem. So, for example, oh man, I'm not tanky enough. I'm going to go greedy. But actually, maybe, well, I don't know who you're playing on these supports, right? But it's like, oh, maybe I could have just gotten health, you know? Maybe I could have gotten, I don't know where all the icons are with different things. Which are the ones that have resistance? Were those all removed? You know, there's like armor. I swear there's magic. This one's magic resistance. There we go. You know, it's like you're probably buying something to solve a problem. If the neutral can answer that problem now, then I think that's fine. I think if you're trying to solve a different problem that the neutral cannot answer, that's where greedy makes a lot of sense. Okay, one second. Okay, I didn't make tea, but I got some juice. We can get some sugar into the brain. All right, we're gonna have to change this. All right, the reason I chose this one, one, continue to mix up some of the ranks and roles, get a spread of coverage here. But supposedly, my carry always reports me at minute 10, but I think playing greedy is the way to go with Veno. What do you think I can do to make everyone happy in lane? So I'm curious what that means, because there's different levels of greediness. Which one of the things we had contemplated was what jungle Veno is possible. And that's kind of where I'm curious how far you are pushing it. Let's see what you do. I do think Venomancer can get away with being quite Freudian slip. Greedy, let's say. I do think there needs to be a coordinated team effort, though. Like back in the past, jungle Veno. You try to make that work and teammates aren't ready, it's not going to work. Even if it could on paper work, if the teammates can't enable it, that's what's dicey. And that's what we have to balance in pubs. This W doesn't make much sense, by the way. Like, it's 40 damage, no slow onto Silencer. If you want this kill, you should absolutely go Venomous Gale for a far stronger slow. There's no way Silencer is standing and fighting when he saw all of you. He's going to run. So this should be a slow there. Maybe you want it for the lane. You're not willing to take it, but I don't think he needs to. I think Venomancer can easily start Q level 1. I think some games you can do Snakebite, but I would have done the Gale there personally. That guy just runs for me. Snakebite's about to end, and this is where this guy's going to beat you in a long-term trade. I think you should be backing up a little sooner. I think he should have also turned to fight you a little bit sooner. These, right? Like, this is where now we're losing the trade. Oh, I guess they stuck around too long, though, and Slark came here. We are losing a lot of creeps, though. Just right in the middle of the camp, huh? Okay. Okay, up to here is okay. We could probably have been hitting the creeps a little bit there and like harassing the Tusk while Skywrath was dead. You want to do the unblock. Yeah, these like W's really aren't doing much when they don't stand and trade. I've honestly moved away from Snakebite already. I think it was working because people didn't know how it worked because nobody was reading patch notes, so they were just trading into it. I think at this point, everyone knows how it works. No one's attacking back, and it's doing 40 damage. I am now... The next build I am going to try on Venomancer is QEE. I'm actually going to skip Snakebite. Unless they are forced to fight, like some heroes, which arguably Tusk could be one such hero. But we mostly used it on the Skywrath. That moment Skywrath can just back away. These are the moments to use it if he hadn't just disengaged. Okay, I haven't really seen you play Greedy. I think in these moments, though, you can just, like, hit the... Okay. This isn't a greedy issue. This is just a positioning thing. Okay, Skywrath is on this side, and Skywrath outranges me, and he's faster than me. I'm interested in hitting Tusk, who is a melee hero. You can approach from here, but you can also approach from here. And if Skywrath is over here, then I'm more inclined to approach from over here. Equilibrium is pushing forward. So actually, we don't need to do that much right now. I need to make sure they don't pull. So if you want to be on this right side, it's okay. And then when these creeps get low, we hit our own creeps. And from back here, if I see Tusk walking up, I aggro out of range, and then I walk in and hit him. And if he doesn't do that, then I hit my own creep. So here I should already be hitting this creep. So I'm standing around here right now, seeing this happen. As this creep is drawing below 50, I'm walking in, hitting this right now. And then he walks in for the last hit. So while I'm going for the deny, I can then switch to hit Tusk. I will draw creep aggro at that point, but I can just back up. Because drawing aggro pushes the lane ever so slightly. But I have preemptively addressed that by hitting my own creeps, killing them faster. So I can now afford to draw aggro and push the lane a little bit. Also, I will take some damage, and that's where I gotta be a little careful of how much aggro I want to draw. But at least in equilibrium-wise, we're good to draw aggro. Okay, a lot of creeps are about to die. In 1 second, this final creep will die, and the lane will push forward with 4 enemy creeps. So this is not a good time to fight. We should just be relaxed right now and make sure they don't pull. Instead, this is where you come in to fight the Tusk, which is why he eventually realizes, like, wait, why aren't we just fighting? And then he kills you. So we had, like, 10 seconds to trade, and then we needed to back off, but then we engage on that final moment. That's not a greed issue, though. I thought we were going to see, like, Plague Ward jungling, which is actually what I was hoping to see. Doing it at this point is, like, fine. Though you should have pulled there. Here, transition, come over here. You unblock this camp, but we're not using it yet. So off of this, walk over, do the pull, or at least stack it, one or the other. Slark is coming over here. He'll manage this. He'll get the gold. I think you realized a little too late, is all. I think you did try to go up, and then you're like, oh, it's not going to happen. Oh, we did block that camp. If you're going to play greedy, I think you want that camp to spawn. So now we come pull this one, but it's a creep cycle later. Kill it, kill it. All right. Yeah, deny. If you kill that one a little faster, you would have gotten equilibrium. We killed it a little too late. When your last creep here dies, this small camp has to be dead for the equilibrium to work out. We were 1 second off, and now it's under tower, which means it will push out again. Well, they kind of fixed it, though. They kind of nuked the wave on that attempt, so it's not too bad here. Aw. Up to here, this is not a greed issue. This is when you choose to engage and harass as Venomancer that has led to some bad trades that has made the lane a little difficult, but also, I don't think the end of the world. Yeah, it's still like, it could just be better, but I don't think it's bad right now. Maybe it's getting bad. Let's find out. We could have stacked there. I need to see the rest of the creeps to decide if that was okay. Alright, in terms of creep equilibrium management, this was a tool we had, and then you just killed it. So I need to see where your equilibrium went, because right now, this creep wave is actually supposed to be fighting this one. And there's a whole extra ass creep wave in here, but they're under tower. And then I have this one extra creep over here. Our lane is kind of pushing forward based on the amount of creeps, but you might be able to manipulate things around to fix it. This is one tool you have to delay this creep wave. And then you killed it here. So you could have just brought it in and delayed these guys for like 2 to 3 seconds, which would help. While they delayed, you could have pulled the hard camp, for example, into them. A timing you missed by doing what you did. Now you're jungling this, which this is where if you had stacked this earlier, potentially, you have more room to jungle this, because this alone can fix things with a stacked small camp. Okay, I don't know if I should tell you this or not, based on your original question of, like, I'm getting reported for being greedy. Again, I actually don't think you're being too greedy yet. What I thought you were going to try is what I've been meaning to try, that someone brought up to my attention. If you put Plague Wards here and then hit this camp out, they will kind of walk back and forth forever without hitting your creeps if you time it well. So if you get this early, like level 2, level 3, you can put like 3 here, put 1 as you walk over, hit the camp, drag it out, put the second one, walk back, put the third one, and then you go back to playing the lane, and these just do the jungling for you. That's what I thought that level we might see, and I was hoping to see. I'll give you that one for free if you want to try that, and then maybe we can see it in action down the line. All right. Separate issue. If you're playing Venomancer, how did we get surprised by this? That's what the Plague Wards are for. This is the strength of Venomancer. So 1, I don't think you really need to fight him, but let's say we did. I think foraging got messed. Maybe you got thrown off by foraging, but we should definitely have a Plague Ward here and or somewhere over here to see these kind of moves come in. And then you won't get caught like this. That's the strength of Plague Wards. I think you were trying to get some nuts. Distracted. TP mid. What's happening here for the rune? Okay, so first, a couple things here. 1, rotate it in blindly. What if there was a hero here and then they could have killed you there? We didn't know. Again, Plague Ward. Plague Ward this high ground first. 2, scout this area first. So you came here with just an observer. This is what sentries plus Plague Wards are for. This is a hotly contested area. So rather than have to use observers, which can be killed for money, Plague Wards give a lot less gold, and you only play an area for a little bit anyways. For example, I'm here for the power rune. So you can sentry, put the Plague Ward. The Plague Ward gives you the info you need to work with. It lets you de-ward as well, and there's no risk of giving them an observer level of gold. You get the rune, you back out, you no longer need to see this area. And also because there's actually an observer here already. So this is very overlapping. And then you just take it anyways. And then you just walk in as well. If you look at the time, double stack this. You want to be greedy on Venomancer? We gotta get the valuable stacks so that teammates will go clear it, and then we can hold the lane. Or they jungle, or like we do the jungling at the most valuable area. Because once you set up Plague Wards, they're set up like this, right? Oh, that was it. I put them all down, I committed all this time, and I just farmed 2 camps, which is okay, but like if I had 4 camps, it'd feel a lot better. Yeah, this Plague Ward's good, but also... Okay, hold on. In terms of keeping ourselves alive, as you walk over here, put a Plague Ward down here. If a hero is around here, I will die. Or I will lose a lot of health, potentially, if there's multiple heroes in this area. So Plague Ward somewhere around here. I can see up to here, so a Plague Ward behind this tree is good. And then I will wait for the cooldown, and then I will place this one next. But we're kind of like walking through a danger zone to go place this one. So we're like, we're getting too far ahead of ourselves. We need to build a path forward. Next, you're setting up to jungle here. This is Slark's farm. So this is greed that is griefing. This is supposed to be gold for Slark to shove in the lane, jungle this stuff. And now you are farming it. So this is bad greed. This one was fine, actually, in my books, because Slark does not make it there, right? He does this, and then he can do this stuff. Those are his preferred camps. So we didn't touch those, and we farmed this stuff that he doesn't really get to, and our mid doesn't really get to, because our mid does these camps. So these were okay. I would also like it if you did it over here, because this sets up aggressive plays, right? From here, you can play aggressively on the tower, because if they chase you, the wards have farmed, and they will now defend. You can't play aggressive with these observers. These Plague Wards. So when you want to be greedy on Venomancer, defensively go to a lane that has been given up on, or aggressively go to a lane you can push. Slark is still playing this lane, so he has not given up on it, so you don't want to be here with a bunch of Plague Wards stealing his farm. So steal it from the off laner, because that's his job to get stolen from, and you argue that it can be then used to push. Or for Doom gets mad at you for farming this stuff. Okay, so you set up over here. You set up Plague Wards behind the tower to see people rotate, and they don't want to defend this many Plague Wards, and then you jungle this stuff. This is stealing from the enemy. It's the same gold to you. Here, 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 whatever. Same gold to you, but what is it doing to the rest of the game? What is it doing to Slark? What is it doing to the enemy carry? What is it doing to the offlaners? That's the big difference. Now they're up here. We ended up dying for it. They're bringing heroes. Slark's into a fight. If Slark gets a bunch of kills, this works out. Anything short of that, it's good for the enemy. Or we do that to them. We bring all the heroes down here, and if their carry gets a bunch of kills, it works out for them, but otherwise it's good for us. That's preferable. It's really important for Venomancer to know where he wants to be, because it takes you a long time. You are a slow snake, and you need to set up a lot of Plague Wards. Though also, to go back to it, it was another situation where we kind of got surprised as Venomancer. I think this jungle is why Slark reported me. It might be. It might be. Let me see. See if I remember what was happening. This is an offlane game. We can maybe still use it as an example. What was this? Is this within the range? I'm gonna download this. What was happening here? I want to see if we can find examples of the Plague Wards I'm talking about. You are aware of how to use the Plague Wards to farm. That is for sure. But to fully use as hero, you also need them to defend yourself and to like scout. I think that's what's currently missing from what I'm seeing. I don't quite remember this game though. Oh, but here is a mid rotation. Let's see if we can use this. So I'm using, before we break high ground, the Spear Breaker was a little too far ahead of me, but I dropped the Plague Ward to scout what's up here and to see for stacks. It didn't have to be in this camp, but that's what I'm doing. Check to make sure there's no enemy vision seeing what I'm doing. Put the Plague Ward in a weird, put the long-term observer that gives money in a strange spot. I know it's a cliff, but it's a cliff at 8 minutes when all the towers are up. So it'd be very strange to ward here. So this is very unlikely to get found. And I use the Plague Wards in the more hotly contested areas. Plague Ward to see behind the tower. See rotations coming in. I think I died on this if I recall. Plague Ward over here. See more rotations affect the heroes on this side. Oh yeah, he died to the stuff, I remember. Here's another one for vision, so I see Pugna, so I end up going this way. I think I should have known that anyways, actually. Check to see if he's coming here. Put this on the high ground. This is the lane my team does not want to be in now, so now I can be in mid. Let's see if I actually do that. Right, this is where you can set up a lot, because my team doesn't want to play here anymore. Now that we lost this tower. Plague Ward to check the high ground. No observer down, because I don't have a sentry to check it first. And during that key moment, I have 2 Plague Wards helping to protect me. And I don't risk any observers. My observers are actually over here and like over here. before I came up. Plague Ward high ground. Walk in. This one was kind of bold. I just dropped that one. I didn't love that. I think this was a bad one. Oh, I remember this game. Our Phoenix cooked. Our Phoenix burned through heroes this game. I think this is one of my rare off-stream games. I think I was trying to get Zeus exampled, and Zeus got banned, so I ended up playing Venomancer. Okay, anyways, hopefully that gives an idea. I don't mean to make this about my own game now at this point. If you want, put in the match IDs, guys. I think we can do like, let's do like at least one more, and then we'll see. All right. Hopefully this is like one more final example. Don't move in. Drop the Plague Ward to see people coming through. So this left side is fairly safe. I'm trying to make it safe anyways with the Plague Wards. Though for now, we're very defensive, clearing things out. Looks like I'm needed top. Oh, I was hoping we'd see more of that. See, here's me doing the same jungling you were doing. But this guy's gonna be over there. That's why that one's fine. As I walk in this ward to see people coming in through this way. Compare this cooking Phoenix from your game to that guy's Crusader Phoenix. Was his was position 4 Phoenix. This was an off-lane Phoenix. Do you like Aether Lens? No, I never get that. I like the Aghanims right now. The Aghanims is very strong, in my opinion. Reduced magic resistance works well with a lot of popular heroes. And the reduced cooldown is really nice to just chuck this shit out. I'm going to explore Ags a little more. I don't think Aether Lens really does much for the hero. Mana, sure. I don't really think you need more cast range. There are a couple moments it's kind of nice, but I don't think it's that urgent. The hero is very squishy and really needs health and resistances to stay alive, because you want long drawn out fights as Venomancer. You want to be burning them with damage over time, so you need to survive and have that fight drag out a long time. Like even now I'm going Spirit Vessel and I have like barely 1,000 health, so I'm still dying really easily. I just don't know where I would fit in the Aether Lens. Feel like Veno's a win lane, lose game hero. I am the reverse. I lose my lane, win my game as Venomancer. I think if you know how to use the Plague Wards for the map control and the vision, he's actually quite strong. I actually think his laning stage is where it's very dicey. It can be good, but it can also be very bad. Might be a high ceiling type of hero. I think he could be. Like, how you use the Plague Wards, I think, is a big thing of getting value out of the hero. It's same with, like, techies, right? It's like, you can randomly place mines, but smart mine placement makes a huge difference. Same with TA traps and all that. Did you watch that Slark Guys games? No, I didn't bother. It seemed like there were enough detective people doing the work to see the cheating, so I didn't bother. Maybe I'm besmirching his good name. Maybe it wasn't cheating. It sure seemed like people had settled on cheating, though. Okay, this one, general support tips and itemization for Phoenix. Been winning a decent amount recently, want to improve. Any tips on warding spots? I don't know how much we'll get into warding spots. We'll see. But there are some videos on it. The 7.40... Okay, actually, forget the ward spots. The ward spots themselves are secondary. The concepts of warding are the video is in a video playlist somewhere, and that one is still true, even though that video is older and some warding stuff has changed. The key concepts of thinking about where to ward and how to do it are in that video, and that's the important thing. The actual warding spots themselves are useful, but they are like, if you can use all the right spots at the wrong times and it's worthless, but using bad warding spots in the correct concept is far more valuable. So if you're only going to watch one warding video, watch that one. There's a whole warding playlist that can all be found there. In case we don't get to any of it in this replay, is why I was bringing it up. Okay. Phoenix has very flexible itemization. You can kind of build whatever you want on this hero if you can make a case for it, is my interpretation of watching Phoenix players. Spirit Vessel into Shard does sound good to me. Yule's later on. I think that's fine as a I want to do more damage type Phoenix. Looking at your team, do we feel that way? Do we feel that way? I don't hate it. Especially because they did not seem to build for as much damage. So maybe it's fine. Maybe this one's good. I would throw out the potential Yules faster. But it seems like your team did not build as much heavy damage, so it might actually be fine. I've been going Vessel first every game. I think it's a safe default if you're not sure what to do. But I think you can justify just about any support item on Phoenix. Yatta! Go ahead and throw these out at the end. I think you used it for that first blood. You can just like chuck them out just to get a little value. It's not that big a deal. Little bit of overlap there. And then this, definite big mistake. Do not drag the creep wave with you because you cannot. Okay, multiple things. First, greedily for ourselves. You can't do anything here without it being bad. If the creeps follow me, I can't beat the enemy support. So there's no trade I can take here. If I try to block and unblock camps, they will know I will take extra damage for it. You might still get away with it, kind of like the way you're doing it. You are getting these sentries down and all that. So that part is kind of working, but I am like, he will know where sometimes you can sneak it. And two, I now must return to the lane while taking damage. Anytime you draw aggro, you kind of want to drop it as quickly as possible. I do understand, like, these are the most important ones to block and unblock, the very first spawn. But when you came here, you probably should have just done this at that time. Or if you wanted to do it, you have to make sure you don't draw aggro as your creep wave is dying. And for a damage over time hero, make sure you are not close if your abilities are doing damage to people. Because that's what will draw aggro. That's why you kind of see, you kind of got your ass kicked by that Dazzle. Because you had all those creeps behind you. And then we're still laning here, actually. Which, that should have been the enemy. You should be laning here right now. And they might have a small camp because you didn't go over. But once the lane is here, you just go this way. And every time Dazzle tries to pull, you just aggro the camp. Or he does the pull and you fire spirit the small camp. They all die. And then they push back out. It's not that big of a deal. At least in this matchup. There are some cases where it's better or worse. But I don't think this one's that bad. Especially if they're going to push that many creeps forward. The first wave. So I admit I am not a Phoenix player as much. I've dibble-dabbled in it. You actually do more damage based on your missing HP. I have a feeling you might have been able to kill Ursa here. Like, if you are taking point instead of Tidehunter. Because he will still want to hit Tidehunter, but he can't. Or, like, it will just... It's actually going to cause him to take more damage. I think if you are closer, you might win this trade. Like, on this side, away from the Shadow Wave burst and the Creep Wave that we see in a moment. It's at least a slightly better trade, and maybe you disengage at this point. You know, maybe it's not even your fault. Tidehunter should not have walked point blank into all of this, especially as your fire spirits were down. But like here too, you know, I think you're going in, actually. I think you should be going in, because they actually use their abilities to kill Tide. I think Dying Light finishes the job here for you. This is the thing with Phoenix players, and you said you've been playing him, so I think Phoenix is genderless. Actually, I don't know if that's true. I don't know the Phoenix lore. Phoenix players are psychos. As you play more Phoenix, you too shall become a psycho. And the thing that sets Phoenix players apart, to me, like when I see a good Phoenix player, is like, they're just always killing stuff, because they understand like how much damage their hero can do, and other people don't. They'll build whatever wacky item, be like, I can't believe Shiva's first refresher first works. And they're like, no, trust me. I learned this after the 300 games in a row of Phoenix I played. Like, refresher first is the build right here. They just know this stuff. And I think over time you will get that as well. I think that might have been one such moment, but I'm not sure because I am not a Phoenix psycho. You have a lot of time to hit your own creeps here. You don't have to wait for the deny, especially if the heroes aren't there. You know, just hit them so they die sooner. If you delay that a little longer, you got the pull, but you could actually wait 1 or 2 seconds more, and then you would have stacked while pulling. You have dive. There's no way you die with dive. You have to screw up to die with dive. And that means you can be a lot more forward here to make use of Dying Light, but also to help your offlaner out, right? It is true that in general, melee offlaner is up front, the ranged support is in the back. You swap that, melee support in the front, ranged offlaner in the back. That is generally true, but you don't always have to let them tank everything. And I think in this case, when you have a lot of health, or like I really don't think you can die if you have Icarus dive available. And then you have 5 tangos. And tangos are not good to share anymore, right? So to make use of 5 tangos, I have to be the one taking damage. And for me to take damage, I have to be in damage range. So here, especially with a pull going on and there's money on the line, right? I think this is where you want to be more upfront in Ursa's face, damaging with Dying Light, damaging with the Fire Spirits, the auto attacks. You actually have a good amount of damage. And if it does get close, you just dive away at that moment. Fortunately, Tidehunter still got them all. Oh, I looked at chat. Tide died. Queen rotation. What the heck? Aren't I already a psycho if I'm playing Dota? True. It's like the second psycho. Like, amongst the psychos playing Dota, truly a freak out there, you know? Warding tip. 1, I'm guilty of this myself as well, but I don't think I've actually seen you click Dazzle or Ursa. I guess Dazzle in this case, the one that really matters. So I don't know if they had a ward or anything. Now you might think because of the Queen of Pain and Rotations, like, oh, okay, I think they warded there. Or like they had one earlier. Let me go back. A little too far, but that's fine. Okay, so they kill Queen, you back up. And then where did Dazzle go? There's 2 very popular spots to ward. 3. 1 is here. That's what you looked for. 2 is people who know not to do that and then put it here. and sometimes even further in, but usually like out here. And then the other equally viable spot is over here. This little ledge right here. Dazzle and all of them, they got the kill. And then Dazzle walked this way, even without clicking him, even without knowing he has an observer or not. You then drop this to look. But based on where he went, I really don't think it would be over here. He would have done the de-warding, or sorry, he would have done the warding after getting out of sight. And if he walked this way out of sight, and he warded out of sight, then it's got to be somewhere on this half. I don't think he actually would have made it here, but I actually do want to cover this for the future in case this guy knows where to ward. I would put this sentry lower down, have the bottom ring cover this ledge, and then cover this bottom half where I think he was. I'm assuming based on his positioning, it was not on this left half. But if you click him and you know if he has observers or not, then you know to look for this stuff as well. Because maybe he just never had an observer and you don't even need to look. I think you can more... That's another case. You can move more aggressively there. Because dive was almost up. So you can walk in and then dive out. Does Dying Light show how large the radius is? 400, but you can't see that 400 range. Well, this is the 400 range. If you want, use permanent range indicators and alt right click Iron Branch. That's your Dying Light. That was what I was showing right there. I see a couple moments where you could get Dying Light value, but you're not positioning close enough. If you use that, it'll make it a little more obvious. It's on Iron Branch. Iron Branch just happens to also have a 400 cast range, like Dying Light. You might be able to do this one. I don't know. This one's not showing a range. Usually if there's a range, it will show, and then you can use Dota Labs permanent range indicators to keep it on. If it doesn't work on the innate, you can use it on the Iron Branch, because Iron Branch is also 400. Nice. Oh, I just realized you should probably max fire spirits in pretty much every game. I don't think anything has changed on that. Let me double check. Let me pull up Dota 2 Pro Tracker. The fire spirits just scale really, really well. And once it's level 4, you can easily farm jungle camps and creep waves with fire spirits, and multiple because you have 4 fire spirits. The dive is honestly like a one and done. It's mostly about the repositioning. A little bit of damage and slow is nice, but 1 point is more than enough. I would leave it. You can, okay, if you think Sunray is no good, you can actually do like 2, 3 and put more points in fire spirits instead of dive. But I feel most games are pretty decent for Sunray. Are people doing some kind of dive max build now? Well, I do see some people. Wait, it's the same guy. I don't know if I should trust this. This is the problem with no tournaments going on. No pros to look at. There are some people maxing dive second after fire spirits. This ability gets changed the way it's scaled, or was it just Sunray that changed? Neither changed. I like the Sunray first in most games. I understand why, or like I understand there's different builds, and I've said I'm not Phoenix, so I don't know why. I definitely don't think it should be maxing them both first, though. And I think support Phoenix should kind of always take the egg, especially if you have any form of crowd control to set it up. And in this case, you have Ravage, Dismember, and Lasso. I think you shouldn't skip the egg. And I think Sunray this game is quite good versus Ursa. It is good against Ursa and Wraith King, and it is good with tanky heroes like Tidehunter and Pudge, and even Batrider, because you get more percent HP value. I probably would leave it at 1 point and like do 1-3-1, max Fire Spirit, then max Sunray, then dive. How is Sunray early? It depends on the game. I think when there's a lot of melee heroes, it's pretty good. Didn't feel as comfortable because of Ursa. That makes sense. But as long as you have 1 point, you're probably good. You know, like as long as you have the initial dive, it's fine. The cooldown improves. I recognize that, but you probably shouldn't be getting into a fight more than that frequency anyways. At this early, you know? So you just save it, you get away, and then you just chill for a little longer. With Pudge coming in, you should actually stay. You kind of use the dive to get away here, but you want to stay near the Wraith King as Pudge is coming in. I think the TP animation's bugged. It is like right here. Oh, here. So I kind of know this fight is turning, and now I've used my mobility to get away, but the fight is now, it's our turn to fight, right? So I might want to chase with this. So I think next time, if you hold that dive as Pudge comes in, you can do more here. Pudge! Please! Oh my god, Sunray them! I think Yule's first could also be good this game because of the Ursa. But I don't mind the Spirit Vessel. Especially because you've been involved in a lot of fights. Sometimes games are really passive and then like you don't really get much value out of it. If you happen to know where the other heroes are, this is where you can get closer to the Ursa a little bit with the Dying Light. All right. My tip for warding. Again, in the warding videos, I know it's a little bit of a time commitment, but it's a skill that'll last forever. It's the easiest skill to immediately bump into like Immortal level knowledge and apply. The other stuff is a lot harder to do. So in my opinion, it's worth it, but I'm biased because I like warding. This one is, the idea is fine. The idea is fine on this one. The placement is what I'm about to critique you on. So here you have stacked, you're placing it to protect the stacks and see people come in. You still have this up, although it's about to die. This is still up. So it's like, yeah, I'm seeing this. So the idea is fine. The most common sentry to put is somewhere in here. You have a lazy observer, and so anyone who is also lazy with dewarding is killing your observer because they're just like, yeah, somewhere here. Somewhere here goes the sentry. They're not worried about covering the edges. They're just like, yeah, it's here. And they will always get yours. And against the good players who are being a lot more careful with their observers, or sorry, with their sentries, they are also killing your observers. So you're losing to everybody right now. Anybody who checks here, whether they're good or bad. If you put your observer further to the edges, there are like specific points as far to the edge as possible. Over here, behind this tree as possible. If you put it there, you sometimes beat lazy dewarders because they happen to put their sentry a little too far to the left or a little too down. You sometimes beat them, more often than not, by chance. The good players who know this, they know you might have done that edge spot, they still have to choose. Do I choose left or do I choose right? In this case, they should choose right, because like, why would you have warded here when this tower's still up, right? They should be putting the sentry more to the right. But let's say it's later in the game, you're using that spot instead of this spot, and they have to choose left or right. It might be you. You come to deward the enemy. You think they warded here. Did they put this spot or did they put this spot? Even though you know all of this, there's still a 50-50 chance you're wrong. And, you know, that's the best you can do if you use those spots. And that's why sometimes the specific location you use does actually matter. And that's what the issue with this is. Everybody will kill this observer, and that sucks. But by just putting an extra 1 second, not even a full second really, but just a little bit of more care to put my cursor over here, I massively increase the odds that observer may or may not live. RNG based. Am I lucky today? And that applies to like really any spot you end up using, but it matters more in some areas than others. Like mainly when there's 2 observer spots you can use. Kind of mention it here with like putting your observer and your sentry here. You get like, you beat all the other like people just kind of like putting decent observers, but you lose to the people using like the much better spots. Over here, like putting your observer somewhere here as opposed to putting it in the edges, right? You increase your odds that it survives instead of like anyone who's just like dropping sentries which way, wherever. So sometimes the actual location does matter. And it's in those spots where one sentry can't cover everything. If you put one of your fire spirits on your catapult, your tower will take a little less damage there. All right. One other thing. So I missed when you use your teleport. And because you didn't have one, I kind of understand why you want to like join them. I would probably just tell them I don't have my teleport, so be careful for a little bit while your teleport gets there. Or if you buy it sooner, then you may not have had to worry about this at all. I want to teleport to this fight rather than walk. Because if I walk, that's all downtime. I'm not achieving anything when I'm walking except to be in position for the fight. And then it comes down to, do we win the fight or not? If a fight happens. If no fight happens, I've just wasted a bunch of time. So if I have the teleport, I can actually stay top, shoving lanes in, stealing their farm. I can be moving into deep ward. I can go push mid. I can stack. I can do a lot more now that does have guaranteed value. And then if the fight breaks out, I TP in. There are times to walk, but it's usually a little later. In the early game, it's, how do I say this without you griefing yourself? Walk to make proactive plays, teleport for defensive plays. This one, maybe there was some communication to make it proactive, then I'm open to it. But it looked like it had to be a defensive fight. And if it's defensive, then I want to teleport. And by proactive, I kind of mean on the enemy's half of the map. I can't teleport to the enemy's half of the map. Usually. What have you done, Pudge? Let's see what their wards are. Ah, they don't have one anyways. At this point, you can just farm them. If no one has cleared them at this point, you can just get it for yourself if you really want. I would not blame you. It's not really on you. That could have worked out if one person jumped Dazzle and the other goes for Ursa. I would be willing to commit the egg if it's a carry attempt, right? Like they do jump on Ursa, dive. Okay. So, I think when you see this, mistakes have been made. They've jumped the Ursa and Dazzle's in position. Someone's got to take the Dazzle out, or this is going to take longer. This is now, we have to kill Ursa after the Dazzle grave. To do that, I think if you had egg, like dive here and egg. Without it, I don't know. Batrider's got to drag away from Dazzle while you guys actually like prevent him from getting close or make him take a bunch of damage. That's why I think your Sunray's pretty good. I think the correct play when you see Dazzle is to just run though, which makes this a very awkward fight. Although you did kill Ursa in the end, which is funny. He tried too hard. Even if I had egg, I wasn't comfortable doing it. Ursa always focused my egg during the game. It's not too bad. It depends what's going on, right? If he has to kill your egg, he could have killed any other hero for the amount of times he hits the egg. So essentially, by killing egg, he's not killing Weaver. He's not killing a core, you know? Egg can just be a distraction sometimes. You don't always want it to be that way, of course, but if it does sometimes die, don't feel that bad. It's forcing the choice on the enemy. It's like, you have to kill me first, and that buys time for my team to do what they need to do. Same with Dazzle, you know, like, sometimes you have to kill Dazzle first, and he dies, but he's like, yeah, they had to kill me, and that meant Ursa was free for whatever, because if they don't kill me, they can't kill Ursa. It had to be me first. Go away, skeletons! I hate skeletons, guys. Look at that bullshit. And then they're back. Always sentry first. That way you will see if they have wards down. If you observer and then sentry, you cannot pick the observer back up, though that would be hilarious. What if you could reposition observers? Maybe that should be a neutral. What would we call it? Something to dig up the observer, you know? That would be really funny. Busted ass item. 2 uses, maybe. In hindsight, I hadn't realized this when I was looking at it, and actually it's not really your job, but if you had done Yules first and your team is playing this way, you could Yules the Dazzle before he can grave. You shouldn't have to, though. Your team, you have enough initiation. Your team should just be finding Dazzle first. But I guess it's another option for you if you want to think about that. And I guess you'll build one now, so you might still be able to do that. Could be a default option, but it takes 5 heroes channeling at once to uproot a friendly observer. Oh god, it's just Tormentor all over again. Please, move this observer, guys. Move the observer. No. Chat died. Where did everyone go? I am #1 now. I don't know. It's in and out in phases, you know, as people have things to do.
Okay, we're kind of waiting for Ravage here. If you guys plan to defend, I guess I'm up for it, but they're kind of set up here, so this was pretty dangerous from you guys. If you want to approach, I would approach along the left ledge here. Because I don't know if they have warded anywhere here, and while you're de-warding, if there is one, Venge might swap us out. This is one where you should wait for Tide. Who put this? Was that you? It was. If you think a fight is going to happen, I'm kind of open to this. But we also have these. I don't know. What am I trying to say here? Generally, I lean away from cliff wards. This is saying, like, yeah, we're about to play here for several minutes. But I don't think I have that feeling. And I certainly don't have that feeling for both cliff wards next to each other. How's your day been? It's pretty good. Is it just the stream or did you do something else today? Not too much. I did a little video prep this morning before the stream. I looked for some split push stuff, which in hindsight, I didn't remember to look for during the replay, so not sure if we saw good opportunities for it to use in the video. I was doing some Coliseum again in old school RuneScape. I did successfully complete it over the weekend with 2 remaining HP and the last stack of Doom before I died. That doesn't mean much to most people watching, but for those that it does, I did it. But now I am trying to do it for money, and I died. I died this morning. I gotta go for a walk later. I've been sitting here for a while. What would you build after this? I never get that far in games when I play the hero. Lotus is okay. I don't know if anyone else is building one. It's okay to prevent aggressive swaps. There's a single target stun. There's a single target stun here. There's a dagger. There is a poison touch you can remove. This guy will eventually buy an abyssal. So Lotus, there's 2 items that almost always have value no matter who you're playing. Lotus and Scythe. Once the game gets late enough, like those 2 items are pretty good. So if you're ever totally confused, I'd consider one of those 2. Phoenix can build both, though I think Phoenix likes Scythe a little more. Shiva's used to be a cool item for Phoenix to build. I'm not sure how it is now. I think it's probably still fine. Well, I don't know. It doesn't really boost your damage anymore. Not as convinced by the Shivas. Wind Waker is a cool late game item as well, if you ever need those. Meteor Hammer on Phoenix is funny, but I don't play enough Phoenix to know when to do that or not. It's considering Ghost Scepter. Ghost Scepter can be good. I wouldn't mind the Glimmer. Uh-oh, whose was that? I wouldn't mind Glimmer in just like as a general Phoenix item. I think this game it's not as necessary because it's more physical damage from the 2 supports. Both have negative armor manipulation, and then there's like Ursa and Wraith King. Queen of Pain has magic, but it feels like the emphasis is physical. Hef has been crushing me in my sleep lately. Hello. Hello. I think we could have probably given you more useful advice this game. I think my brain's going. I think that's a sign we're probably gonna end soon. Here's Jupiter. Does not crush me in my sleep. Does wake me up from my sleep though by meowing. Put this sentry a little further back. This one's not as important, but some heroes can actually kill it from here, you know? So you might as well put it a little further back. Because the observer you need to find is typically here. Most people are not observer dropping in the back. If you're worried about sentries, then yeah, you can kind of move it forward more, but you don't actually... Well, I guess you have Weaver. I was going to say it doesn't matter as much in a lot of cases, but this is a case actually it may... Aw, thank you. Thank you for hanging out in this stream. I appreciate it. He's not interested anymore. I do think Shiva's in general is good, but it lost it because it used to amplify the damage, which is something Phoenix really enjoyed because Phoenix does so much damage. It doesn't do that anymore. I guess the armor and attack slow is still kind of nice. I feel like it was a combination of everything that made Shiva's cool on Phoenix, though. You licking wires again? Freak. Get out of here. All right, guys. Any random questions to end this off? I think I can feel the loss of concentration. Track grants shared vision talent on Bounty Hunter. Yeah, I can show that. This is the same as the Essence Distiller, actually. It just means you see what that hero sees. Here. So, like... Notice I don't see up high ground right now. Track Bounty, though. He walks up high ground. Because Bounty can see all of this. I can see him. I don't get to see, like, the tower vision and all his allies and stuff. Even though technically he sees it from his perspective. It is just literally what this hero's vision is now shared to me. Which is what the Essence Distiller also does. It's a cool one. It's really good versus, what's his name? Night Stalker, because Night Stalker, like, runs around the fight with the vision superiority, and then you just copy it for yourself. That one's cool. I don't believe... Now, actually, this is what I'm not. Do a little test for me as well. I believe it is unit-specific, so I don't think, like... Technically, Bounty has some illusions over there. Yeah, we don't get vision of the illusions. We just get vision of, like, what this
this individual unit that is tracked, we get to see it. And then as he runs away, we get to see like who he's running past and all that. No enemy wards and all that. That'd be so good. Bounty's win rate would skyrocket. You would track someone and then just like ping every ward on the map. It would be so insane. Maybe for like a 25 talent. Even then, that's pretty ridiculous. Bounty plus Slark. Or maybe just a Slark with Shadowblade Octarine. Doesn't even need the talent. Any ideas on sneaking couriers past enemies to the secret shops? I feel like shift moving them would be a good and easy solution, but they get caught a lot anyways. Yeah, the edge of the map has a lot of space, so you need to move it along there and then just wait for the right time to send it in. Sometimes it will still get caught, but that's kind of like your best bet. If you know where the creep waves are, that helps too. Right, but just on the map, just shift queue it up. Or you can just like send it somewhere there and then just wait. And then when the time comes that you think it can safely go over, just like select your courier. There's a hotkey to go to the secret shop. That way you don't even have to like go to your courier again. And when it's like over here, this is like impossible to kill. It's just on this like untouchable ledge. And then typically when you see the creeps like push past, if they're, I assume you're trapped in your base if you're trying to do this, you know? So when the creeps are pushed past, just send it over and watch it when it goes through. Because sometimes you're wrong, but you have a shield, you have the speed boost. So if you think you're wrong or you see it get focused, try to activate this stuff. Have your items queued up to buy. So as soon as it gets here, it buys them. And then you can immediately call it away, run it over here, and then shift queue it down. Which, can I do this in... Will this buy when it goes? I'm not sure if this works in demo. But we'll pretend it bought the item, you know, and then you zip it back. And the speed boost lasts long enough. It's whether the shield lasts long enough. But that's kind of... I don't know. That's kind of what you got to do, and then just look at the minimap a lot. I didn't even know the courier had a shield. Only after a certain level, which I think is 20. When your hero becomes level 20, I think is when it is. Does this reset my courier? It does not. I was going to cycle through to find... I think it's 20. Does that work with spell vision? No, I think it should just be what the hero literally sees. Gotta go collect those fish on that Tide Hunter. Get them fishies. Shadowblade Octarine bug actually shows you all enemy wards on the minimap. Real. Is it? Is that actually it? Any instances you recall where it made more sense to go to the enemy side secret shop map? Oh yeah, you can do that as well. I would still do it along the edge of the map, but pretty much they're set up in your triangle and you think your courier would die, so you go along the other way, right? There are times, let's say like Roshan is top and you've lost your bottom barracks or something. So they're just camping top, waiting for Roche. It's the only things they have to push. Then they're probably not bottom, so then you can go to the enemy side shop. You have to manually do it. There's no hotkey for that one. But you can try that. Favorite comfort item on Bounty? Probably the Essence Distiller now. Not that I've even done it yet. But Bounty also has pretty free itemization. And so you can always do a default. In the past, maybe like drums. But now I like Essence Distiller. I like the idea of it. So when I get around to playing Bounty, I'm going to do that one. Oh, Snipes. Thank you. I'm glad you liked it. I forgot, like, what jokes I put in the videos, you know? I rewatched that one semi-recently for something, and I was kind of like laughing at my own jokes, just like cringe, but I was like, that's a good one. Hilarious past me. Good joke. Oh, Lotus is pretty cool too, but I hate getting that early. I always, that's later. Any tips on Doom offlane? What's Essence Distiller? Haven't really looked at this patch. Hey, Steven, how you doing? Essence Distiller is an upgrade to earn. Doesn't steal stacks from Spirit Vessel, so that's cool. And it will reveal enemy invis, and it will copy their vision like the Bounty Hunter track. And you can place it on the ground, and it'll just sit there for a little bit, giving some vision there. And if an enemy walks into it, you will, it'll activate on them. So it's pretty cool for a lot of, utility purposes. For Doom offlane, funny enough, supposed to be busted and everything. I have not seen him in my own games, and I haven't really been watching the... there are some tier 2 tournaments, tier 3 tournaments going on. Haven't really been watching them. So I haven't even seen Doom be played much. I think his W and his E are really strong in the laning stage, is what I've heard. But I haven't actually, I haven't experienced it and played it. I don't mind Tranquils on Bounty. Again, haven't played him since the new patch though, so I gotta try it and find out. All right, guys. I am gonna stop. I am pretty tired. I haven't decided tomorrow if I want to make a video or if I want to stream, so we shall see about that, and you shall all find out when that time comes. I will be here or not. Oh, Purge is streaming some party games. I'll send you guys there. I don't know about that on Slark. I would imagine because you see Slark, his ult cancels, but then he could just remove Essence Distiller with Dark Pact. I'll check that one later. Sounds like a win for us either way. Thank you. I appreciate that, actually. I'm glad. I'll put in the effort for some kind of content, and it'll be a win one way or the other. All right, guys. Have a good rest of your day, night, whatever time you're at. Like I said, maybe tomorrow, maybe not, but Wednesday we'll definitely be back with some more replay analyses. Still no topic. I haven't really had a topic in mind, so just bring whatever. Specific questions. I like what we did today, even though I didn't fully stick to it as the time went on, but the specific questions I think are good. Okay, see you guys later. Bye.